Chapter 209. From the judges' seats, Guli watched as Xiaoyan sealed all the medicinal ingredients in ice with one hand and ignited the heavenly flame in the cauldron with the other. Guli could not help but frown slightly. However, before he could ponder any further, Xiaoyan had already thrown all the medicinal ingredients into the cauldron in the next moment. It was only at this moment that Guli swiftly reacted. No wonder Xiaoyan would use such a strange move. So this was the reason. At this moment, Xiaoyan had already completely recovered to his peak condition. On the other hand, Mod had already begun his first round of medicinal ingredient refinement. At this moment, Xiaoyan's refining speed was already much slower than before. In order to catch up to Mod's speed, Xiaoyan first used the bone-chilling flame to seal the medicinal ingredients in ice. Then, he ignited the heavenly flame in the cauldron to create an even more terrifying temperature. Using the extreme temperature difference during this period, Xiaoyan was able to weaken the attributes of the medicinal ingredients in the shortest amount of time, making it easier to refine them. Although this method seemed simple, it required the full cooperation of the two. Extreme heat and extreme cold only existed for a short instant. If the timing was not grasped, the outcome of these medicinal ingredients would be that they would be completely destroyed. In order to achieve this, not only did one need extremely powerful spiritual strength and control, but one also needed sufficient courage. After all, Xiaoyan only had a total of 3 sets of medicinal ingredients in his hands. Most importantly, he had never refined an emperor-tier medicinal pill before. This kind of bold experiment was not something an ordinary person could afford. Moreover, it was likely that Xiaoyan was the only one among all the alchemists who could use such a method. The bone-chilling flame was not something that every alchemist possessed. As for the ice attribute, there had never been such an exception among alchemists. As for external help, it was even more impossible. The combination of the two temperatures had to reach a point where the results were completely offset. Otherwise, if there was any deviation, the medicinal ingredients would be destroyed. Hence, this kind of technique could only be used by one person. It was likely that Xiaoyan was the only person on the entire continent who could combine the two. As they glanced at the medicinal ingredients that were rapidly being refined in the cauldron in front of Xiaoyan, Guli and the rest could not help but feel astonished by Xiaoyan's method. The young man in front of them seemed to always be able to break the rules that they knew. From their point of view, everything that was impossible seemed to have some leeway. To Xiaoyan, it was as though there was nothing that was absolutely impossible. When Mod saw Xiaoyan's method, his heart could not help but tremble. Xiaoyan's ability was truly frightening. If he could not quickly suppress him, Xiaoyan would catch up to him. Even though he had already reached this stage, Mod knew that he could not be anxious at this moment. After all, refining medicinal ingredients was merely the first step in pill refinement. Whether or not he could merge them into a pill was the most crucial part. Time passed bit by bit. As the two of them continued to slowly refine the medicinal ingredients, a day had already passed. Even so, the medicinal ingredients in their cauldrons were still split open, but there was no sign of their flesh being torn apart. Mod was rather confident about this. His face was relaxed as he slowly refined the medicinal ingredients in his cauldron. There was not the slightest trace of anxiousness on his face. On the other side, Xiaoyan also adopted an indifferent attitude. His attention was still focused on the medicinal ingredients in his cauldron, slowly waiting for the moment when they would give up. 1 day, 2 days, time gradually passed. Until a certain moment, under the refinement of the heavenly flame, a yellowed ancient vine in Xiaoyan's cauldron, its surface, which had been as hard as a rock for a long time, finally began to crack a tiny crack. Although this change was insignificant, it was still noticed by Xiaoyan under his close observation. Immediately, Xiaoyan knew that the critical moment of refining the medicinal ingredients was about to arrive. When he looked at Mod again, although he still had an indifferent expression, from the slight frown on his face, one could tell that his heart was not as calm and unperturbed as he appeared on the surface. Xiaoyan smiled. He did not pay too much attention to Mod. His mind controlled the heavenly flame in his cauldron, and carefully carried out the subsequent refinement. Under the burning of the heavenly flame, The tiny crack lines on the horned dragon-like vine gradually expanded at a rate that was undetectable by the naked eye. One could vaguely see green liquid flowing continuously within it. Those were the ultimate goal of Xiaoyan's refinement of this vine. All the medicinal strength of this vine was within those green liquid. Under the burning of the heavenly flame, the gradually yellowed vine seemed to have come alive as it slowly twisted its body. Its yellowed surface gradually turned into powder under the heavenly flame and scattered within the cauldron. As for those green liquid within the vine, it also slowly flowed within it. It looked as though it was about to drip, but it ultimately remained attached to the surface of the vine, waiting for the heavenly flame to refine it a step further. Xiaoyan's heart was extremely calm and natural when he saw this. He knew that the closer it was to such a moment, the more he could not be anxious in his heart. Slow work leads to fine work. These words were most appropriate at this moment. While this side was refining the rattan branch, some of the other medicinal ingredients in the cauldron were also gradually defeated at this moment. The originally green medicinal ingredients gradually turned yellow under the refinement of the heavenly flame. Soon after, the essence of the various medicinal ingredients gradually appeared. At this moment, MOD also noticed the changes within Xiaoyan's cauldron. Immediately, his expression involuntarily changed slightly. Under the current circumstances, any slight change in the pace of the refinement process would affect the direction of the needle for the final victory. If one was not careful, one would miss a good opportunity. However, when he saw that Xiaoyan had already begun to refine the medicinal ingredients, while he was still bitterly waiting here, MOD could not help but feel anxious in his heart. At the same time, he could not help but envy the benefits of Xiaoyan's heavenly flame. The frightening power of the heavenly flame allowed Xiaoyan to refine such high-grade medicinal ingredients at an even faster pace. A heavenly flame was really something that people envied. At this moment, Guli was watching the situation in the arena from the judges' seats. A smile involuntarily appeared on his face. In this kind of competition between high-tier alchemists, regardless of which aspect was superior, it would change the final outcome. The current situation was naturally the outcome that Guli was most willing to see. However, at this moment, while Xiaoyan was slowly refining the medicinal ingredients, the situation within MOD's cauldron suddenly changed. This caused the gazes of everyone present to involuntarily look over. They saw MOD, who was refining the medicinal ingredients, directly stand up. His palm violently smashed against the bottom of the cauldron in front of him. After which, he suddenly exerted his strength and forcefully lifted the cauldron. This also immediately attracted the gazes of everyone present. Humph. Yin Xiao, you have your Zhongliang plan, and I have my ladder. This old man does not have your heavenly flame, but I wonder if you can do this old man's move. With a stern cry, MOD's hand, which was holding the cauldron, suddenly shook. This caused the cauldron to pause in midair. Immediately, just as the cauldron was about to fall, Missouri's body suddenly circled around on the spot. After which he heavily kicked the bottom of the cauldron. Bang! One could only hear a muffled bang sound. The cauldron in front of MOD suddenly flew into the air. Immediately, he swung his large hand violently. A long flame whip was instantly formed and violently smashed towards the cauldron. Chapter 210. Under the gazes of tens of thousands of people, MOD waved his hand and a long pitch-black flame whip immediately formed. With a thought, he viciously swung it at the medicinal cauldron hovering in the sky. However, the expected explosion did not occur. The pitch-black flame completely covered the medicinal cauldron the instant it made contact with it, refining both the inner and outer layers at the same time. On the stone platform, Xiaoyan involuntarily frowned when he saw MOD's move. From the moment MOD made his move, he could clearly sense that MOD's spiritual strength had suddenly increased by a large margin. It was also because of this that MOD had the guts to make such a bold move. Although the strength was disappearing as MOD wantonly displayed it, Xiaoyan increasingly felt that something was amiss. Could it be that this fellow was hiding his strength? However, from the rapidly dissipating spiritual strength, it did not seem like MOD was hiding his strength. Instead, it seemed to be some kind of temporary strength. With this thought in mind, Xiaoyan's frown deepened. Could it be that there was some kind of secret technique in the Yuanwu continent that could temporarily increase one's spiritual strength? Compared to Xiao Yan's doubts, Gu Li and Qi Lin, who were seated in the judges' seats, were currently staring at MOD with gloomy expressions. The two of them could not wait to strike and kill him. Blood spirit pill. That bastard. At this very moment, even Elder Xian, who was hidden in the crowd, could not help but curse out loud. It was obvious that he hated MOD's actions to the core. The young man beside him merely sneered. He used the jade fan in his hand to press down on Elder Xian, who was itching to immediately stand up and attack. His indifferent voice rang out once again. There is no need to be anxious. After seeing such a method, there should be someone even more anxious than us. There will naturally be someone who will deal with this foolish old man. Upon hearing these words, Elder Xian angrily snorted and once again sat down. His sinister gaze could not be bothered to look at MOD. Instead, it turned towards Xiao Yan. At this moment, Gu Li and Qi Lin were exactly as the young man had said. While Elder Xian was anxious, their hearts were filled with anger. The method that MOD was currently using was strictly forbidden by the Pill Tower. With the aid of the medicinal pill's power, one's soul strength could be greatly enhanced in a short period of time. Although doing this might be able to play a role in turning the tide at the critical moment of refining the medicinal pill, the refining method of this medicinal pill was something that all alchemists would abandon. That was to transform living beings into pills. If one were to use Xiao Yan's method of refining a person's soul, it could be considered as a direct obliteration. This method was still barely acceptable. However, if one were to use the method that MOD was using, it was an even more cruel method. Transforming life into a pill required one to use a complete human's flesh and blood as an embryonic pill. One's soul was used as a catalyst to refine the body and condense it into a medicinal pill, after which, one's soul would be sealed within. This method would cause one's soul to gradually die in an extremely slow process. The pain involved would be even more unimaginable. Some of these medicinal pills might not necessarily be consumed by others until the moment the soul within them was tempered to the point it completely dissipated. Thus, the degree of cruelty of these medicinal pills simply made one's hair stand on end. Moreover, not only was the refinement method of this kind of medicinal pill extremely cruel, it would also not bring any benefits to the person who consumed it. On the contrary, it would plant a trace of resentment in the depths of the person's soul. On the continent, there was no lack of people who had gone crazy after consuming too many of these medicinal pills. The fates of these people were usually not good. It was also because of this that the Pill Tower had strictly forbidden such medicinal pills. If anyone was discovered to be refining one, the Pill Tower's experts would immediately be dispatched to forcefully kill them. The blood spirit pill was one of the names for the transforming life pill. It referred to the fact that this medicinal pill specialized in increasing one's spiritual strength. The other name was the blood spirit pill. It specialized in increasing one's Do Qi or Genesis Qi. Although the names were different, their methods were similarly extremely cruel. At this very moment, the powerful aura from MOD's body swiftly faded. The Gu Li duo could only watch as MOD swallowed the medicinal pill, but there was nothing they could do. After all, MOD's aura had already completely disappeared. Even if the two of them attacked, they would not be able to take MOD down. There were not many people present who recognized an extremely cruel item like the blood spirit pill. If they attacked, the other party would definitely retaliate. Thus, at that moment, Gu Li and Gu Li could only watch as MOD continued in this manner. The corners of MOD's mouth curled into an icy smile when he saw the gloomy yet helpless expressions of the Gu Li duo. With a wave of his hand, the surging black flames swiftly scattered. The medicinal ingredients in the cauldron were similar to the ones in Xiao Yan's cauldron. It was time to refine them. Xiao Yan paid no attention to this. He did not know what had happened to MOD, but he knew that it was time to refine the medicinal ingredients in his cauldron. As MOD returned the cauldron to its original position, the lively atmosphere returned to normal. However, the scene in the duo's cauldrons was completely different. Various medicinal ingredients were gradually being refined under the intense fire. The useless parts had already been removed from the outermost layer, turning into powder that scattered at the bottom of the cauldron. As these medicinal ingredients were slowly refined, Some medicinal essence in the form of powder, liquid droplets or viscous substances were gradually extracted from these medicinal ingredients. Medicinal herbs that were originally the size of a palm or as thick as an arm, after being refined and refined, the remaining essence was not even 1/10 of the initial essence. This also reflected the preciousness of these medicinal ingredients. Another day passed unknowingly. Although the most difficult period of refining had passed, in order to refine medicinal essence that was sufficiently pure, the portions that had been extracted still had to be refined a second time by the flames. This process was like a sieve that continuously filtered out the impurities in the medicinal ingredients. Only in this way could an alchemist ensure that the medicinal pills refined in the end were of good quality. This was a proof of an alchemist's ability. Although the continuous refining for a few days was extremely boring, the audience did not disperse. Instead, most of them stayed behind to observe. Although these audience members were not alchemists, they were still able to learn something from it. After all, regardless of whether they could understand the pill refinement skills of Xiaoyan and Mod, both of them were genuine Bandi experts. Even a small trick of theirs was an unimaginable existence in the eyes of these Dozun and Dosheng. In the blink of an eye, a week had passed since the Xiaoyan duo had begun refining pills. During this period of time, Xiaoyan and Mod opposite him had been paying full attention to the changes in the cauldron, until these medicinal ingredients were refined to a sufficiently pure state. After a week, the 100 medicinal ingredients in Xiaoyan's cauldron had already disappeared. At this moment, all that could be seen were some colorful liquids or powders. Xiaoyan's tensed heart finally relaxed when he saw the final drop of dragon saliva in the cauldron being refined. Without much hesitation, Xiaoyan waved his hand the moment the last drop of dragon saliva was completely refined. The lid of the thousand-beast cauldron emitted a bang sound as it opened. Numerous rays of light that were wrapped by heavenly flames immediately flew out. Under the control of Xiaoyan's mind, they were placed into many jade bottles. Xiaoyan gently exhaled. He glanced at Mod, who was preparing to refine medicinal ingredients from the cauldron. The corner of his mouth curled into a smile. His gaze once again landed on the medicinal cauldron in front of him. Next, it is time to fuse the pills and refine the medicine, Xiaoyan muttered in his heart. He ceased hesitating and widened his mouth. A large cluster of heavenly flames immediately spat out. They instantly surged into the thousand-beast cauldron in front of him. The fierce heavenly flames once again burned. Chapter 211. Within the Scarlet thousand-beast cauldron, the raging heavenly flame rose once again. The terrifying temperature caused the space around Xiaoyan to violently distort, even though they were separated by the cauldron. As he felt the temperature within the cauldron, a grave expression gradually surfaced on Xiaoyan's face. The next step of fusing the pills would not be as easy as the previous steps. Taking a deep breath, Xiaoyan slowly suppressed the anxiety in his heart. After all, this was the first time he was refining an emperor-grade elixir. Xiaoyan could not help but feel some pressure in his heart. After calming himself down, Xiaoyan carefully recalled the refining process in his mind. He tried his best to gain sufficient confidence before he actually started. Over 400 refining ingredients flashed across Xiaoyan's mind one by one. Xiaoyan followed the order in the pill formula and categorized the ingredients one by one. He carefully observed every detail of the refining process, including the changes in the flame during the refining process, the control of the temperature, the speed at which the ingredients were fused, the time for fusing, the medicinal properties of the elixir, and so on. After Xiaoyan went through all these contents in his mind a couple of times and confirmed that he could accurately control them, he suddenly acted. His palm slammed on the medicinal cauldron. Following a bang sound, the lid of the medicinal cauldron opened. Immediately after, Xiaoyan waved his sleeve and the heavenly flame suddenly swept out. It wrapped around the medicinal ingredients in the jade bottles and turned them into gorgeous balls of light that floated in front of Xiaoyan. Using his powerful spiritual strength to control the temperature within the cauldron, Xiaoyan moved his finger, and a ball of light quickly flew over and stopped in front of Xiaoyan. Jade Poria ointment and then, dragon saliva, come. As he muttered, another ball of light flew over. Xiaoyan smiled and gently waved his hand. 2 balls of light were instantly thrown into the cauldron by Xiaoyan. The refining of the Emperor Trial Elixir required the mixing of various medicinal ingredients. 2 or more medicinal ingredients were needed to prevent some of the medicinal ingredients from exploding, due to the conflicting medicinal properties. This was not difficult for Xiaoyan. As long as he could accurately control the medicinal properties of these medicinal ingredients, and ensure that they did not clash and the medicinal properties were not overly depleted, he could basically guarantee that there would not be any problems in the later stages of the refining process. As Xiaoyan's finger continued to move, streaks of light flew into the cauldron in an orderly manner, as if they were performing acrobatics. Xiaoyan thought. At the judges' seats, Guli watched Xiaoyan's refining process go so smoothly. However, he did not dare to relax in the slightest. At this moment, the medicinal ingredients in the cauldron would immediately become useless if there was even the slightest mistake. On the other side, MOD had also begun to refine the pill. Compared to the Emperor Trial Elixir, the refinement of his pill was much simpler. Therefore, his pill refining speed was much faster than Xiaoyan's. After the various medicinal ingredients in the Thousand Beast Cauldron were fused, they had all turned into balls of various colored viscous liquid. At this moment, these liquids contained waves of terrifying wild energy. If it was not for the fact that the various medicinal ingredients were harmonizing with each other, it was likely that they would have exploded the moment they were fused. After all the medicinal ingredients in the cauldron had been harmonized to an equilibrium point, the next step was to fuse these medicinal ingredients again. Under the refinement of the heavenly flame, the medicinal properties would gradually fuse and turn into an embryonic pill. Finally, when the medicinal properties of the embryonic pill had completely fused into one, the Emperor Trial Elixir would be considered a success. What Xiaoyan had to face next was the most difficult stage in the entire refining process of the Emperor Trial Elixir. This was because whether it was the medicinal properties of the medicinal ingredients, the stability of the energy after the fusion, or the changes in the heavenly flame, it was very likely that all of these factors would cause the final outcome to fail. Once that happened, Xiaoyan would have to start all over again. Xiaoyan was not anxious. He first put aside the most important part of the entire pill refining process, the viscous ointment. This ointment was the first batch of medicinal ingredients to be fused. It was the product of the fusion of the dragon saliva liquid and the jade poria ointment. These 2 ingredients could be considered as the 2 most important medicinal ingredients in the entire Emperor Tribulation pill. It could be said that if the pill lacked these 2 ingredients, even if the pill could be refined in the end, it would be no different from a useless pill. Xiaoyan's actions were not based on the Emperor Trial Elixir formula. Instead, he made this choice based on his many years of experience in refining pills. Xiaoyan's actions also caused some of the slightly knowledgeable half-emperors in the viewing platform to feel puzzled. Xiaoyan's actions were completely illogical. Could it be that Yan Xiao knew that he would not be able to successfully refine the Emperor Trial Elixir, so he wanted to refine a useless pill in order to fight for the champion's position? Although Xiaoyan and MOD were both rank 2 alchemists, an Emperor-grade elixir was not as easy to refine as an ordinary elixir. Hence, even with their extraordinary skills, they did not have much confidence that they would be able to refine an Emperor-grade elixir. Hence, the thoughts in everyone's hearts were not without reason. After all, as long as MOD was unable to produce an Emperor-grade elixir, even if the pill in Xiaoyan's hand was a useless pill, it was still better than nothing. Compared to the guesses in the hearts of the half-emperors, Gu Li and Qi Lin had a deeper understanding of the situation. Based on their many years of experience, the 2 of them could roughly guess what Xiaoyan was thinking. The fusion of these 2 key medicinal ingredients could not play a role in the overall situation. Instead, it required other medicinal ingredients to fuse and balance its power. Xiaoyan's method could be considered as an opportunistic one. He avoided the more complicated process and first fused the medicinal ingredients that had gentler medicinal properties and were easier to fuse. He left the ointment for last. Although this would result in the loss of a portion of the medicinal properties in the end, causing the quality of the elixir to not be the same as before, it was the safest method. The fusion process was not simple. Xiao Yin needed to constantly control the fusion process between the medicinal ingredients in the medicinal cauldron. His control of the fire was also at an extreme level. If he was careless, the medicinal ingredients in the cauldron would instantly be annihilated. Xiao Yin could only slowly fuse the two medicinal ingredients together at a speed that was nearly undetectable by the naked eye. No matter what, the two types of energy had to be at the same equilibrium every second. There could not be the slightest change. Time slowly flowed by. Xiao Yan's forehead was already filled with densely packed perspiration. Even though this was the case, Xiao Yan still did not move. At this moment, he needed to place all of his attention on the medicinal pill that was slowly merging in front of him. Everything in the outside world had been cut off by him. Clang! As the two types of energy gradually converged under Xiao Yan's control, a purple energy ripple spread from the cauldron with a bang. This was not the result of a failed fusion. Instead, it was because the energy within the two medicinal ingredients was too powerful. Xiao Yan was unable to suppress the two similarly wild and violent energies in time during the fusion, resulting in this result. Although it was not considered a big deal, just this alone was enough to cause Xiao Yan to nearly make a mistake. As his finger trembled slightly, another terrifying energy ripple swept out from within the medicinal cauldron. It violently smashed against the inner walls of the medicinal cauldron. The enormous cauldron also involuntarily trembled slightly. Clang! Another wave of wild and violent energy swept out. Xiao Yan's expression involuntarily became increasingly ugly. Following the collision of these two types of energy, the other medicinal ingredients in the cauldron also suddenly became somewhat uncontrollable. The wild and violent energy that had been suppressed with great difficulty actually showed signs of recovery. Before Xiao Yan could act to suppress it, another cluster of purple-brown medicinal paste appeared. After a series of intense vibrations, a wave of frightening energy ripple suddenly swept out. Clang! Clang! Before the first wave subsided, another wave rose. Following the riot of these two types of energy, the other medicinal ingredients in the cauldron, which had been merged with great difficulty, also suddenly rebelled at this moment. Wave after wave of frightening energy ripples continuously smashed against the inner walls of the medicinal cauldron. The sound that was emitted was just like the sound of a bell being rapidly struck. Upon seeing this scene, Xiao Yan also understood that this set of medicinal ingredients to refine the Emperor Tribulation pill was likely to be knocked off. The only solution left was to refine another set of medicinal ingredients. With a soft sigh, Xiao Yan gently waved his hand. A heavenly flame suddenly rose and instantly incinerated those rebelling medicinal ingredients. Chapter 212. While Xiao Yan was preparing to reopen the cauldron, good news came from MOD's side. Of course, this good news was only for MOD. To Gu Li and the others, it was akin to a vicious slap. Their old faces were burning with pain. MOD was seated in front of the medicinal cauldron on the stone platform. His shriveled hand was pressed tightly against the medicinal cauldron in front of him. His spiritual strength was frantically pouring into the medicinal cauldron in front of him like raging waves. Under the continuous refinement of the black flames, the medicinal ingredients within the medicinal cauldron had all turned into balls of viscous liquid. At this moment, these balls of liquid, which were filled with wild and violent energy, were slowly fusing together under MOD's full control. This was the first step of pill fusion. It was also an extremely crucial step. Within the medicinal cauldron, the two balls of viscous liquid changed shape under the control of MOD's spiritual strength. Finally, they formed two all-like objects. The pitch-black flames formed a barrier between the two, while the two alls slowly connected at the two ends of the barrier. During this process, MOD poured all of his spiritual strength into the first step of the fusion. No mistakes could be allowed during this first step of fusion. He needed to maintain an all-out state at all times. Buzz, like a dragonfly skimming the surface of the water. The tips of the two alls gently touched the pitch-black flames. The scorching heat of the flames caused the energy within the two medicinal ointments to tremble. Fortunately, nothing like Xiao Yan's accident happened. Upon seeing this scene, Gu Li could not help but frown. In his heart, he was furious that nothing had happened to MOD. He exchanged a look with Qi Lin, who was beside him. Subsequently, He no longer had the mood to look at MOD. In the blink of an eye, his gaze once again turned toward Xiaoyan's side. At this moment, Xiaoyan was not discouraged by his previous mistake. After all, it was his first attempt. It was merely a failure. As long as he maintained his confidence, it was not impossible for him to succeed. Although it was not easy to refine an emperor-grade medicinal pill, as long as he gradually familiarized himself with the refinement method and controlled the energy that erupted from the medicinal ingredients, it would not be too difficult to refine one. After thinking for a while, Xiaoyan suddenly waved his hand. With a poof, a golden light as bright as the sun suddenly appeared above the void square. This time, Xiaoyan did not choose to use the fused heavenly flame. Instead, he chose to use the Gold Emperor incinerating heavenly flame, which was known for its terrifying temperature. Its temperature was enough to cut the initial refining time of the medicinal ingredients in half. Of course, Xiaoyan's extreme output of Douqi was also necessary. The instant the Gold Emperor incinerating heavenly flame appeared, the temperature of the entire void square abruptly rose. Everyone's expressions involuntarily changed at this moment. Even those 6- and 7-star half-emperors involuntarily revealed grave expressions on their faces. Those people whose strength had yet to reach the Bandi level were perspiring profusely at this moment. Their faces were flushed red and the Douqi within their bodies swiftly began to evaporate like boiling water. It must be said that the terror of a heavenly flame was really unimaginable. This was merely a seed flame. If the true Gold Emperor incinerating heavenly flame was present, just how frightening would it be? This is the Gold Emperor incinerating heavenly flame, ranked 4th on the heavenly flame ranking. At this moment, even Gu Li and Elder Xian in the judges' seats had shocked expressions on their faces. Ranked 4th on the heavenly flame ranking. Just this ranking alone was already something that they had difficulty imagining. However, the thing that caused them to be even more surprised was that such a frightening heavenly flame was actually in Xiaoyan's hands. Of course, with the eyesight of these two people, they were naturally able to tell that this was only a seed flame. However, it was precisely because of this that their hearts felt even more shocked. On the viewing gallery, the young man holding the jade fan in his hand, and the stunned Elder Xian by the side also threw their gazes of disbelief towards Xiaoyan. At this moment, even with their experience, it was difficult for them to imagine that Xiaoyan actually possessed such a frightening heavenly flame. Gold Emperor incinerating heavenly flame. TSK, Yin Xiao, you are really not an ordinary person. However, this has also aroused my curiosity. Xiaoyan frowned slightly when he sensed the situation in the arena. He waved his large hand, and threw the Gold Emperor incinerating heavenly flame into the 10,000 beast cauldron in front of him. At the same time, the hundreds of precious medicinal ingredients were thrown into the medicinal cauldron. Following the swift exhaustion of the Douqi within Xiaoyan's body, a frightening temperature immediately rose within the medicinal cauldron. This time around, under the frightening refinement of Xiaoyan's Gold Emperor incinerating heavenly flame and the extreme exhaustion of his Douqi, the refinement process within the medicinal cauldron was clearly much faster than the previous time. In merely half a day, the medicinal ingredients within had become a withered yellow. It was likely that these medicinal ingredients would be able to be refined soon. At this moment, MOD's medicinal cauldron was already halfway through the pill fusion process. However, at this moment, MOD's spiritual strength had gradually begun to weaken. The large exhaustion over a long period of time, in addition to the effects of the blood-soul pill on his spiritual essence, caused the expression on MOD's face to become increasingly solemn. However, the pill fusion process had already reached the final stage. As long as the embryonic pill was formed, he would be able to slowly progress in the future. However, in order to compete with Xiaoyan, he had been rapidly exhausting his spiritual strength during these few days in order to ensure that his medicinal pill would not fail. Hence, the current MOD's spiritual strength was even weaker than before. Bastard! Why does it have to be at this moment? As the medicinal pills within the medicinal cauldron gradually merged, the embryonic pill was already within reach. As long as MOD was able to endure this stage, he was confident that he would be able to win the championship. Although he was determined in his heart, The gradual exhaustion of the spiritual strength within his body told MOD that if he continued to endure at such a high rate of exhaustion, it was likely that he would have no fate with the pill even if he was able to see the embryonic pill. MOD's bright red eyes swept over the medicinal cauldron in front of Xiao Yan. When he saw the fiercely burning heavenly flame within it, MOD's heart became extremely furious. In the next moment, MOD's spiritual strength suddenly soared once again as his throat rolled. Powerful spiritual strength transformed into a spiritual storm around MOD's body that violently smashed toward Xiao Yan. At the same time, the powerful spiritual strength also controlled the medicinal pill within the cauldron in front of him. The D-tier embryonic pill was about to be born. In the judges' seats, Guli sensed the aura from MOD's body. His expression once again became gloomy. This MOD was really daring. Once was enough for him to use such a despicable move. However, he never expected that this fellow would actually swallow the blood soul pill again. Such actions really caused one to be unable to help but be furious. MOD, you have openly swallowed the blood soul pill in front of everyone. You have violated the rules of the pill tower. Today, the old me will represent the pill tower to execute the order to kill you. Guli was ultimately unable to suppress the fury in his chest after this stern cry. He stood up and stared at MOD with ice-cold eyes. His mouth also cried out furiously. His body moved and he attempted to capture MOD. Ha 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 ha. MOD laughed out loud when he heard this. He suddenly waved his large sleeve, and a majestic spiritual strength spread. His mouth similarly opened and cried out in a cold voice. Chairman Guli, no matter how much you hate the old me to the core, there is no need to use such a method to frame the old me. Why would the old me use such an evil thing like the blood soul pill? Don't forget that the old me is also a subordinate of the pill tower. Why would the old me violate the rules of the pill tower? You are only doing this for the sake of this chief alchemist of yours, Yin Xiao. This stern cry caused Guli's fury to soar to the sky. This MOD had actually distorted the truth in front of everyone. He really deserved to be punished. However, just as Guli was about to attack, Old Demon whose figure once again stood in the air and blocked Guli's path. Haha, Chairman Guli, MOD is right. After all, he is also a subordinate of the pill tower like you. Why would he do such a disgraceful thing? The pill tower is the #1 faction on the continent. Its rules are not something that we dare to touch. Hence, Chairman Guli should not unreasonably slander others. This scene in the arena caused the expressions of quite a number of people in the viewing gallery to change. This was especially the case when they heard about the blood soul pill. A shocked expression immediately flashed across their faces. That kind of thing was something that even ordinary people like them would be terrified of. Although they still had some doubts in their hearts when they heard the words of MOD and Old Demon who, these people still helplessly frowned. After all, even if what Guli said was the truth, they did not have any evidence. Their strength was also inferior to the other party. How would they be able to capture MOD? At this moment, Guli's face was trembling from anger. His heart also understood the current situation. Although he was incomparably furious, there was nothing he could do because of Old Demon who in front of him. All he could do was viciously reprimand. Old Demon who, you have repeatedly obstructed the matters of my alchemist association. Don't tell me that you want to openly become enemies with my alchemist association. Old Demon who merely smiled faintly in response to this. He gently shook his head and raised his eyes to smile as he looked at Guli. His shriveled finger pointed at Guli as he coldly laughed. The old me does not want to become enemies with the alchemist association. However, the old me has no choice but to interfere with you. The one whom the old me is obstructing today is not the alchemist association. Instead it is you Guli. You. If you are unconvinced, you can come and fight. The old me will definitely accompany you to the end. Guli's words had just sounded when Old Demon whose powerful voice, which was not at a disadvantage, was once again transmitted over. This caused Guli's entire body to tremble. Did this old fellow really think that he Guli was afraid of him? However, just as Old Demon who was staring at Guli with a cold smile, Qi Lin, who was beside Guli, hurriedly pulled him back. At the same time, he transmitted his voice to Guli. Association head, don't forget that the most important thing now is the Alchemist Grand Meeting. Don't fall for this old fellow's trick and lose the bigger picture for a small gain. Qi Lin's words woke Guli up from his daze. Guli also swiftly recovered. His gaze hurriedly looked toward Xiao Yan's side and involuntarily frowned. Xiao Yan's side was not as calm as he had imagined. Chapter 213. On the other side, the expression on Xiao Yan's face suddenly turned icy cold in the face of MOD's spiritual attack. This MOD was really unscrupulous in order to achieve his goal. Blood Soul Pilha. Humph, your training does not follow the proper path. Since you have made the first move, you can't blame anyone else. Xiao Yan muttered in his heart. He used all his strength to control the heavenly flame within the medicinal cauldron while he extended a hand on the other. The dou qi within the vortex within his body suddenly surged out and swiftly gathered on his palm, wrapping his entire hand within it. A thought passed through Xiao Yan's mind, and he suddenly let out an explosive cry. At the same time, his hand also violently smashed towards the spiritual storm that was heading towards him. God Seal Skill, Open Mountain Seal, Sea Flipping Seal, Land Overturning Seal, Sky Burying Seal. 5 seals combined. Ancient God Seal. The color of the sky changed when the palm was thrown forward. An explosive cry caused everyone present to be shaken at this moment. In the next moment, a resplendent golden ancient seal that was filled with an unparalleled pressure violently smashed onto the invisible spiritual storm after the cry sounded. Bang! A frightening explosion that shook one's eardrums was suddenly emitted from the empty space. That incomparably powerful spiritual storm was actually forcefully blocked by that palm. After which, a clear cracking sound was emitted from the spiritual storm in front of the stunned eyes of tens of thousands of people. Bang! In the next instant, the giant golden palm, which was like a scorching sun, instantly crushed the spiritual storm in an extremely brutal manner. It was as if the spiritual storm was easily destroyed. Before MOD could react, the ancient god seal had already arrived in front of him. Bang! Bang! 2 consecutive explosive sounds rang out. The entire space was suddenly enveloped by a wave of grayish-black smoke. The smoke was filled with a faint pill fragrance. However, most of it was the smell of smoke and fire after the medicinal ingredients were burned. In an instant, everyone understood the reason for these 2 explosions. The first explosion was caused by the ancient god seal striking MOD's medicinal cauldron. The god seal skill was originally an earth-class dou technique. However, once mastered, it was comparable to a Tian-class dou technique. Now that it was used by Xiao Yan, it was not inferior to some Tian-class high-level dou techniques. Under his full strength, the medicinal ingredients within the medicinal cauldron would naturally have difficulty escaping. Hence, the second explosion was caused by MOD's arrogance. He thought that he would be able to easily deal with Xiao Yan with the help of his spiritual strength. However, he forgot that Xiao Yan's strength far surpassed him. To defeat Xiao Yan's ancient god seal. As the smoke dispersed, everyone looked over, and could not help but laugh out loud. They pointed at MOD, who was in a sorry state like a beggar. Every one of them had a mocking expression on their faces. Only Old Monster who revealed a trace of resentment in his eyes when he looked over. What a trash! At this moment, MOD's alchemist robe, which he usually wore, had been completely torn into pieces. His entire body was charred black, and his originally skinny old face was so black that it looked like he had crawled into a hole in a brick bed. Most of his grayish-white hair had also been blown away by the 2 explosions. Now, MOD was completely bald. If one did not look carefully, one would not be able to tell that he was bald. From the looks of it, MOD had also endured quite a lot of the might of the ancient god seal. Otherwise, he would not be in such a miserable state. After the cauldron explosion, MOD's heart was currently extremely furious. Originally, he had wanted to use his spiritual strength to destroy the medicinal ingredients within Xiao Yan's cauldron, and prevent him from refining the Emperor Tribulation pill. Now it was his own D-tier embryonic pill that had been destroyed. How could he not be furious? Bastard! Yen Xiao, you actually dare to publicly destroy the D-tier embryonic pill within my medicinal cauldron. You are violating the rules of alchemy. Xiao Yan coldly faced MOD's furious rebuke. His gaze swept across the entire place before landing on MOD. He opened his mouth and sneered. What's wrong, Great Master MOD? Have you forgotten that you were the one who attacked first? You were the one who violated the rules first. I merely blocked your attack. Who would have thought that your strength was so weak that you couldn't even block one of my attacks? As for the explosion of your medicinal pill furnace, you reap what you sow. I didn't expect that you couldn't even block one of my attacks. I think your strength of a 3-star half-step martial emperor must have been accumulated with medicinal pills. Yan Xiao, you are twisting words and forcing logic. MOD was powerless to retaliate against Xiao Yan's words. He could only brace himself and continue to curse. After his words sounded, Guli let out a cold snort and sneered. Humph. MOD, you say that Yan Xiao is twisting words and forcing logic. Do you think that the tens of thousands of spectators are blind? In my opinion, you are the one who is twisting words and forcing logic. Earlier, everyone saw with their own eyes that you attacked first. I can use my position as the chairman to strip you of your qualifications to participate in the competition. Haha, Guli, in my opinion, let's just forget about it. After all, Yan Xiao has also attacked. Moreover, MOD's embryonic pill has been destroyed while Yan Zhao's medicinal cauldron has all the medicinal ingredients. Let's just treat this as an accident and let the two of them continue to refine pills. Moreover, Old Demon who also frowned slightly as he looked at Guli. Clearly, he was also a little worried after hearing Guli's words. This time around, MOD was really seeking his own death. If he was not present, it was likely that Guli would have already attacked. However, before Old Monster who could finish speaking, Guli directly waved his big sleeve and interrupted him. He also coldly cried out and said, Old Monster who, don't be so arrogant. Old Monster who, I have always tolerated you because you are an 8-star half-emperor. However, you are taking advantage of my face. Since you insist on becoming enemies with my alchemist association, I will accompany you. After his words sounded, Guli and Qilin's bodies suddenly moved and blocked in front of Old Monster who. At the same time, Guli once again coldly cried out. You want to protect MOD? Let's see how you are going to protect him. Qilin, I will stop him. You go and capture that traitor. With a stern cry, Guli was the first to ruthlessly attack Old Monster who with his palm. Although Old Monster who had already reached the advanced 8-star half-emperor realm, he was unable to free himself from Guli's all-out suppression. Otherwise, if he was injured by Guli, even he would be severely injured. Therefore, although Old Monster who wanted to, he could only watch as Qilin went forward to capture MOD. Bastard. MOD. That old fellow, you can only rely on yourself. MOD looked at Qilin who was flying towards him with a solemn expression on his dark face. Suddenly, MOD sneered and glanced at Old Monster who was being held back by Guli. He snorted and said in a low voice, Don't worry, Old Monster who is being held back by Guli. Humph. Good. I am really good at dealing with you alone. At the same time, Qilin had already arrived in front of MOD. When he saw that MOD was not afraid at all and had no intention of retreating, Qilin could not help but feel puzzled. MOD. Surrender now. Since he was already in front of MOD, Qilin could not care about anything else. He stretched out his large hand and was about to grab MOD. However, at this moment, the calm space in front of MOD suddenly distorted. Subsequently, a shriveled white hand collided with Qilin's hand. Qilin's expression suddenly changed drastically when he saw the shriveled white hand. He was extremely shocked by the appearance of this person. He did not expect MOD to be able to invite him over. Yanbing. Chapter 214. Boom. With a loud explosion, Wei Ran, who was wearing an icy blue robe, stood proudly in front of MOD without moving. As for Qilin, who was in front of him, after a slight tremble he involuntarily took half a step back. This clearly showed the difference in strength between the two of them. After coming back to his senses, Qilin looked at the white-haired old man in front of him with an astonished expression. He truly did not expect MOD to be able to invite him to be his protector. Exactly what benefits did MOD give them? Elder Yanbing. I truly did not expect a Grand Elder of the Sea Cloud Palace to be the protector of such a despicable person like MOD. Don't you feel that you've lost face? Qi Lin's words did not cause the slightest change in the other party's expression. The figure standing in the air also did not move in the slightest. It was as if Qi Lin's words were not directed at him. Similarly, an icy blue pair of cold eyes slowly swept across the entire place. In the end, the old man called Yan Bing's icy cold gaze landed on Xiaoyan's body. Their gazes met. His icy cold eyes, which did not contain the slightest bit of emotion, were like a cold sharp sword that directly pierced into Xiaoyan's eyes. It caused Xiaoyan's eyes to involuntarily feel a slight piercing pain. However, immediately after, surging heavenly flames instantly surged forth and burned away that sensation. Seeing this, a hint of astonishment flashed through the old man's eyes. In his heart, he could not help but sigh at how frightening the heavenly flames were. After exchanging a few glances with Xiaoyan, the old man finally shifted his gaze away. As for Xiaoyan, his expression was grave. This old man's strength had already reached the peak of the late-stage 8-star half-martial emperor realm. He was only a step away from the 9-star half-martial emperor realm. Compared to old freak Hu, he could be said to be more than just a little bit stronger. However, what made Xiaoyan feel strange was that he actually saw an extremely clear killing intent from the old man's eyes. However, logically speaking, Xiaoyan and the old man had never met before. They did not even know each other. How could he see the killing intent at first glance? Even if MOD was up to no good, it shouldn't be to this extent. After all, before the strength of a late-stage 8-star half-martial emperor, he was still too insignificant. This point could be roughly guessed from old freak Hu's gaze when he looked at Xiaoyan. Turning his gaze, Yanbing glanced at old freak Hu, who was narrowing his eyes and looked at him. Then his gaze landed on Guli. He did not expect Yanbing mo elder Yanbing elder. Guli frowned slightly. His gaze also swept past old freak Hu's face. He discovered the astonishment in the latter's eyes. It seemed that old freak Hu did not know anything about Yanbing's appearance. When Yanbing's name gradually spread throughout the arena, everyone's gazes immediately shifted over. When they looked at Yanbing, all of their gazes were filled with solemnity. Even those half-martial emperors had grave expressions on their faces. On the viewing platform, Elder Xian also looked at the young man beside him when he heard Yanbing's name. Even they were unable to understand why Yanbing would help MOD. Elder Xian narrowed his eyes as he stared at Yanbing. The latter also sensed his gaze and turned his gaze over. After exchanging glances with Elder Xian, he only frowned slightly. Then he turned his gaze back and did not say anything. Strange. Isn't Yanbing usually uninterested in anything? He is extremely loyal to Sea Cloud Palace. Other than matters involving Sea Cloud Palace, he will never touch anything else. Today he has actually intervened on MOD's behalf. This is really puzzling. Elder Xian muttered softly. He involuntarily stroked his beard as he looked at Yanbing with a face filled with doubt. Subsequently, he turned his gaze towards the young man beside him. He wanted to see what the latter's opinion was. Elder Xian, did you notice earlier? This fellow seems to be quite hostile towards Yan Xiao. Oh. The young man gently knit his brows and softly spoke when he sensed the gaze that old Xian had thrown over. Old Xian's brows twitched when he heard these words. Yanbing had just arrived at the ancient city. Moreover, this was the first time she had met Xiaoyan. Why would she feel enmity toward him? Perhaps this is the reason why he wants to help MOD. At this point, Elder Xian did not know what else to say. He could only wait and see. As long as the young man beside him did not speak, he could not be bothered to care so much. At this moment, the young man beside him opened his mouth once again. Also, did you clearly hear the words that Yan Xiao shouted earlier? Hiss, you are saying, open mountain seal, sea flipping seal, land overturning seal, sky burying seal and ancient god seal. This should be the god seal technique. When these words were spoken, even Elder Xian's expression could not help but change slightly. His throat also squirmed slightly. The god seal technique seems to belong to that clan. Don't tell me that Yan Xiao. Before his voice sounded, the young man gently waved his hand and interrupted Elder Xian's words. He gently opened the jade fan in his hand, and then closed it. His eyes stared at Xiaoyan below and softly said, "Don't be too quick to judge. Don't jump to conclusions so easily. It's not as if there are no people in this world who can obtain the Emperor Seal art. Perhaps he only obtained it by luck. Elder Xian gently nodded his head when he heard this. His pair of old eyes stared deeply at Xiaoyan below. A moment later, he slowly withdrew his gaze. At this moment, 4 figures were looking at each other in the empty space below. After Qilin frowned and glanced at Yanbing, his body flashed and returned to Gu Li's side. Old Demon Hu, on the other hand, hesitated for a moment before he coldly snorted in his heart. His body moved and similarly blocked in front of Mod. It was a long while later before Yanbing slowly lifted his gaze. A pair of indifferent eyes stared at Gu Li opposite him. It was as if he wanted to lock the other party in the empty space. An incomparably indifferent voice was also slowly emitted from his mouth. Gu Li, it is not up to you to tell me what to do. There is no relationship between our 2 factions. If you want to attack, I do not mind killing. The indifferent voice did not contain the slightest emotion. However, it caused Gu Li's and Qilin's faces to become grave. This Yanbing was a renowned half-emperor expert. Even if the 2 of them attacked together, they did not have the confidence to defeat him. Moreover, there was also old Demon Hu was eyeing them covetously. The 2 of them did not have the slightest confidence. Based on the current situation, they could only discuss how to deal with him after the grand meeting was over. Gu Li's shriveled hands unwillingly clenched together. A frightening huge force emitted waves of creaking sounds. His face was filled with hatred as he stared at the 2 people opposite him. However, in the end he could only helplessly withdraw his hands. With a wave of his sleeve, he returned to the judges' seats. Yanbing and Old Demon Hu also waited for Gu Li to return to his seat before their bodies slowly disappeared into the empty space. Mod also rallied himself. After swallowing a couple of medicinal pills to recover Do Qi, he prepared to once again open his cauldron to refine medicine. On the opposite side, Xiaoyan had already borrowed the advantage of the heavenly flame and was about to complete the first stage of the refinement. At this moment, Mod could only go all out and try his best to catch up to Xiaoyan's progress as quickly as possible. Chapter 215. After the previous interlude, the square in the sky gradually became lively. The main characters seemed to have suddenly changed. The majority of the people's attention had already left the medicinal cauldrons in front of Xiaoyan and Mod, and were discussing the confrontation between the 4 8-star half-martial emperors. TSK 4 8-star half-martial emperors. Such a powerful lineup actually existed in the ancient savage city at the same time. Truly frightening. Sigh, what a pity. I didn't get to see the appearance of an 8-star half-martial emperor personally taking action. Such might would definitely shock the world. That Yanbing from earlier should be the Sea Cloud Palace's elder Yanbing, right? Heh, who else could it be if not him? In the entire southern region apart from him, who else would dare to use the name Yanbing? TSK, never would I have imagined that even an expert like that would appear for Mod. Elder Yanbing had once personally sealed a 9-star half-martial emperor in ice. In an instant, the focus of the crowd was on Elder Yanbing. This elder from the Sea Cloud Palace was quite famous in the southern region. At this moment, many people were bragging about Elder Yanbing's various achievements, as if they were all done by him. On the judge's seat, Gu Li felt a wave of depression in his heart as he listened to the noisy crowd around him. Feeling helpless, he could only focus all of his attention on the 2 medicinal cauldrons in the square. At this moment, Xiaoyan and Mod were both starting from scratch. They threw hundreds of medicinal ingredients into the medicinal cauldrons before them, and went all out to refine the medicinal ingredients in the cauldrons. In this second refining process, Xiaoyan was undoubtedly much faster than Mod. When Xiaoyan's medicinal ingredients were almost completely refined, Mod's cauldron had only refined less than half of the medicinal ingredients. This caused Mod to feel extremely anxious in his heart. Time slowly flowed by. After another night had passed, nearly a month had passed since the 2 of them had begun refining the pills. The medicinal ingredients in the cauldrons of the 2 of them had gradually reached the stage where it was time to fuse the pills. The refinement of the Emperor Tribulation pill was ultimately much more difficult. The couple of refinements and mergers during this period of time had nearly caused the medicinal ingredients in Xiaoyan's cauldron to go to waste. For safety's sake, Xiaoyan had also slowed down his refinement and merger speed. At this point, even with Xiaoyan's soul strength, after using it for such a long period of time, Xiaoyan's consumption was enormous. This was also one of the reasons why Xiaoyan had no choice but to slow down. Even Xiaoyan found it difficult to maintain a high level of concentration for a long period of time. Not to mention that the most crucial step, core fusion, had yet to begin. He had to make plans for the future. On the other side, MOD had consumed a few blood soul pills in succession under Gu Li's furious gaze. Finally, it was time for the medicinal ingredients in his cauldron to fuse. MOD had once again encountered the greatest problem. Although his spiritual strength was barely supported by the blood soul pill, controlling the flame required more than just spiritual strength. The exhaustion of his do qi was also at an extremely frightening level. At this moment, MOD had already clearly sensed that the do qi in the vortex within his body was somewhat unable to endure. MOD forcefully calmed himself as he used all his strength to control the medicinal pill that had already begun to fuse. A determination rose within his heart. No matter what, he must obtain the champion's spot in this competition. MOD did not hesitate. He continued to pour out what little do qi remained in his body, using all his strength to support the fusion of the medicinal pills in the cauldron. Xiaoyan was also preparing to fuse the medicinal paste after separating and fusing them. At this moment, Xiaoyan was much more stable than Xiaoyan. Although his spiritual strength was inferior to MOD's, he had the advantage in the strength of his heavenly flame. Adding the accumulation of do qi, it was sufficient to support Xiaoyan until the end. At the judges' seats, Gu Li and Qi Lin were also frowning. From the looks of the situation, Xiaoyan did indeed have the upper hand. Although the fusion speed was a little slower, he had the advantage in terms of endurance. On the other hand, MOD's eyes were bright red and his face was pale. It looked as though he would fail to fuse the pill due to his insufficient do qi at any moment. However, based on Gu Li and Qi Lin's understanding of MOD, they knew that he would definitely not do such a foolish thing. Instead of watching him fail, it was better to start from the beginning. At the very least, he would still have a chance. At this moment, however, he had completely let go of the do qi in his body. This was clearly not MOD's style. He definitely had other plans. At this moment, the situation in the arena was far from as simple as it appeared. Time slowly passed. Everyone in the arena involuntarily began to whisper to each other when they saw MOD's weak appearance. From the looks of it, MOD was definitely going to lose. From the looks of it, this old man MOD's do qi is running out. The medicinal pill in his medicinal cauldron has yet to take shape, and he is already on the verge of collapsing. The strength of a 3-star half-martial emperor is too exaggerated. That's right. Look at Senior Yan Xiao. He is also a 3-star half-martial emperor, and has also opened his cauldron for the second time. Until now, Senior Yan Xiao still has an indifferent appearance. However, this old man is already in such a state. Those who do not know would think that he did not eat breakfast before heading out. Ha 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 ha. MOD's complexion alternated between green and white as he listened to the mocking voices that were transmitted from around him. He clenched his teeth in hatred and tossed these thoughts to the back of his mind. He focused all his attention on controlling the medicinal pill in his medicinal cauldron. Soon, another emperor-tier embryonic pill would be born. On Xiaoyan's side, the final fusion process in the Thousand Beast Cauldron was also slowly progressing under Xiaoyan's full strength. Waves of energy gradually merged together under the suppression of the heavenly flame within the medicinal cauldron. The absolute suppression of spiritual strength allowed these medicinal ingredients to be completely stabilized at an equilibrium point. The result of this was an extreme consumption of Xiaoyan's spiritual strength. A long while later, a faint strange fragrance was suddenly emitted from the empty square. This fragrance caused everyone's mind to be shaken at this moment. Even the auras of some of the cultivators, who were on the verge of a breakthrough, which had not fluctuated, began to throb at this moment. It was as though they were about to make a breakthrough. As for those half-martial emperors in the square, their faces were filled with joy at this moment. Was it not for the sake of personally witnessing this moment? This strange fragrance was the fragrance of a pill. This is a pill fragrance. MOD's medicinal pill has already turned into an Emperor tier embryonic pill. It's an Emperor tier embryonic pill. An Emperor tier embryonic pill has been born. Once the embryonic pill is formed, the pill formation will not be far away. The atmosphere in the square immediately heated up when they heard that the embryonic pill had been born. As long as the embryonic pill was formed, it meant that they would be able to personally witness the legendary Emperor tier medicinal pill. An Emperor tier medicinal pill? What kind of mysterious existence was that? Today, these ordinary experts would finally have the opportunity to see its true appearance. However, it was also after the Emperor tier embryonic pill was formed that the Do-Chi within MOD's body was completely exhausted. If this continued, it was likely that this Emperor tier embryonic pill would have difficulty forming. Damn it. It just had to be at such a time. Humph. Looks like I can only pay a price first. Hee hee. Yen Xiao, in the future, the old me will definitely find you and make you pay 10,000 times for everything that you have done for me. MOD violently bit the tip of his tongue after his voice sounded. Immediately, a few drops of bright red essence blood flew out and directly entered the medicinal cauldron in front of MOD. Chapter 216. With the addition of the few drops of the half-emperor essence blood, the black flame within the medicinal cauldron immediately rose fiercely. Following the extreme exhaustion of MOD's spiritual strength, the situation within the medicinal cauldron had also completely stabilized. At this moment, MOD was already extremely weak. His tanned old face was as pale as a sheet of paper. There was no trace of blood on his skin and bones. A pair of crimson old eyes were protruding out of their sockets, causing one to feel incomparably terrified at a glance. Guli, who was seated in the judges' seats, had a grave expression as he looked at the two people below. His heart was filled with worry. Qi Lin, who was seated beside Guli, was also frowning as he looked at MOD below. When he sensed that the medicinal energy within the medicinal cauldron was becoming increasingly dense and solid, Qi Lin felt a little uneasy in his heart. After all, before the medicinal pill within Xiao Yan's medicinal cauldron was successfully formed into an embryonic pill, the situation would tip in MOD's favor. The allure of an Emperor tier medicinal pill was simply too frightening. Now that MOD's Emperor tier pill had been formed, it was only a step away from becoming a true Emperor tier medicinal pill. As long as MOD could forcefully endure this obstacle, the Emperor tier embryonic pill within his medicinal cauldron would definitely become a true Emperor tier medicinal pill. However, when one looked at Xiao Yan again, even though the situation within the thousand-beast cauldron in front of him appeared to be stable, there was still quite a significant danger under this stability. Following this, Xiao Yan needed to completely suppress the energy within the medicinal paste during the pill merging process. After which, he would gradually merge the medicinal paste. This process not only required a strong spiritual strength and abundant Do-Chi, but it also required an even longer period of time. From Xiao Yan's point of view, this was not just a test or two. It was a medicinal paste that was formed from the merger of hundreds of medicinal ingredients. The process of merging them again would be even more difficult. If he succeeded, the embryonic pill would reappear, and it would be difficult to determine the victor. If he failed, the embryonic pill would be destroyed and MOD would emerge victorious, while his alchemist association would have to surrender to someone else. This competition was truly a huge gamble. At this moment, the situation that Xiao Yan was facing was similar to what Guli had predicted. The medicinal pill within the medicinal cauldron was still fusing at an extremely slow speed. During this process, he needed to suppress the various energies within the medicinal pill to a certain equilibrium point. As for how long he had to suppress them, it completely depended on the speed at which the medicinal pill was fusing. It must be said that this process was truly a long one. Activating all the senses within his body to their peak for a long period of time caused Xiao Yan's body's exhaustion to reach an extremely frightening level as he continued refining. In short, Xiao Yan's exhaustion at this moment was even more terrifying than Mo's. At this moment, MOD's on MOD's body, Mo's MO and MO. The young man had also observed the changes within Xiao Yan's body. When he looked at the medicinal pill within Xiao Yan's cauldron, He realized that the two were completely disproportionate. For Xiaoyan, who had never refined an emperor-tier medicinal pill before, in order to successfully condense an emperor-tier embryonic pill, he had really used all his strength. However, he did not know what the outcome would be. Young master, in your opinion, what do you think will be the outcome of this competition? Elder Xian narrowed his old eyes as he looked at Xiaoyan below. Then he glanced at the medicinal cauldron in front of MOD before he took a deep breath and transmitted his voice to the young man beside him. Upon hearing this, the young man could not help but frown slightly. To be honest, he was not an alchemist and did not have a deep understanding of alchemy. Hence, he did not understand the current situation. However, from Xiaoyan's current situation, it was still very difficult for him to jump to a conclusion. After a long while, the young man frowned slightly as he violently closed the jade fan in his hand. The white jade fan in his hand emitted a sizzling sound. Subsequently, the young man shook his head gently as he curled the corners of his mouth and said, "Sigh, this is really hard to say. It's really hard to say. MOD has indeed been famous for a long time, and can be considered an old figure. Currently, the emperor-tier medicinal pill in his cauldron will definitely succeed. As for Yan Xiao, although he is a newly promoted rank 2 alchemist, his strength is extremely extraordinary. His spiritual strength is not inferior to MOD's. We really cannot jump to a conclusion when these two people fight. It is unnecessary to say anything until the end." Upon hearing this, Elder Xian raised his eyebrows and laughed softly. He turned his head to look at the young man and said with a smile, "Ha ha ha. It has been a long time since I have heard young master praise someone of the same generation like this. Given your character, there are not many people of the same generation on this continent who can make you admire them." The young man smiled. His gaze turned toward Xiaoyan below as he laughed again. Sigh. Sometimes there are some people who you have to give in to. Yan Xiao seems to have quite a number of secrets. Just based on the heavenly flame in his body, how does Elder Xian think he obtained it? Haha, that's enough. Let's continue to watch and wait patiently. The mystery will eventually be revealed one day. Perhaps at that time, we will not need to find out, and he will personally tell us. The young man did not say anything more after uttering these words. Instead, he continued to look at Xiaoyan below. Old Xian also turned his eyes down after nodding slightly. What the young man had said was right. It was pointless for them to continue speaking until the end. It was better to quietly continue watching. After all, the D-tier embryonic pill had already appeared. Now, they were not far from the end. Imperceptibly, time passed once again amidst the clamor of tens of thousands of people discussing. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed since the alchemist's grand meeting. It had also been a month since Xiaoyan had left the ginseng spiritual tribe. During this month, the medicinal pills in Xiaoyan's and MOD's cauldrons had simultaneously turned into D-tier embryonic pills. This was very good news for Xiaoyan. After all, as long as there was a first time, there would be a second time. This already indicated that he had the ability to refine D-tier medicinal pills. Back then, he had caused all the top experts on the Doqi continent to go crazy over a single D-tier embryonic pill. Now, in the blink of an eye, Xiaoyan, who had transformed into a Ban-D expert, was also able to refine D-tier medicinal pills. This was really a change in the situation. The appearance of the two D-tier embryonic pills had attracted the attention of everyone present. At this moment, everyone's eyes were staring intently at the medicinal cauldrons in front of Xiaoyan and MOD. They hoped to be able to personally witness the moment the D-tier medicinal pills were formed. The influence of the D-tier medicinal pills could not be said to be small. When time once again quietly flowed in front of everyone, at a certain moment, a hurricane suddenly blew in this part of the world, and the sky suddenly became gloomy. The color of the sky gradually changed. The atmosphere of the empty square also gradually became crazy. At this moment, everyone's eyes were widened as they stared intently at the medicinal cauldron in front of MOD. There was a green-red longan-sized medicinal pill within the cauldron. It was rotating within a cluster of dark black flames. At this moment, this D-tier embryonic pill was finally about to turn into a true D-tier medicinal pill. The medicinal strength within it was swiftly agglomerating. The originally uneven surface of the medicinal pill gradually became smooth under the refinement of the flame. Once the medicinal strength completely agglomerated, the D-tier shumi pill would be formed. However, at this moment, the sky had swiftly turned dark. The crowd in the sky surged and opened up a spacious area in the sky above them. Thunderclouds churned in the sky. The dark black thunderclouds were incomparably deep, like the endless empty space. Waves of thunder roars were emitted from within them, causing the expressions of quite a number of people present to change. It was likely that just one strike from this frightening pill lightning would be able to kill an elite Dosheng. However, at this moment MOD, who was already an arrow at the end of its flight, revealed a victorious smile on his pale face when he saw the change in the sky. Pill lightning. Yen Xiao, you will definitely lose. Chapter 217. Rumble. An earth-shaking thunder resounded across the horizon, appearing just like the roar of a lightning beast. Thunderclouds covered the sky, and the rolling thunderclouds seemed to have come alive at this moment. They covered the entire savage ancient city, and a monstrous might caused everyone to feel a shiver that originated from their souls at this moment. Such might was truly the descent of the heavens, as though it wanted to slaughter all living things. At this moment, Gu Li and Qi Lin involuntarily stood up on the empty square. Their expressions were grave as they looked at the scene in the sky. Swoosh! As two rushing wind sounds appeared, the gazes of everyone in the square immediately turned over. They saw Yan Bing and Old Demon Who standing side by side under the thunder clouds. Both of them raised their heads to look at the thunder clouds that covered the entire savage ancient city. At this very moment, even with their strength, their hearts involuntarily turned grave. The hands under their sleeves were also clenched, while some fear was revealed in their eyes. They could clearly feel an oppressive force coming from the thunderclouds. That force had nothing to do with them, and was directed at the Emperor-grade elixir pill in MOD's cauldron. But now, because of MOD, the two of them were standing shoulder to shoulder in front of that heavenly might. Among the two of them, only Yan Bing still had a calm expression. He had seen many pill lightnings, and had also helped others block them. After so many years, even though he still felt some fear in his heart when he saw the pill lightnings again, he was much better off compared to Old Demon Who. Haha, pill lightnings. Back then, the one that this old man blocked was even more powerful than this. That rank 2 alchemist had invited a total of 5 half-martial emperors. At that time, this old man was merely a 5-star half-martial emperor. When the pill lightnings scattered, this old man was also seriously injured. However, I wonder just how powerful the pill lightnings will be now that this old man is at the peak of the advanced 8-star half-martial emperor level. Ha 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 ha. Yan Bing's face was icy cold as she stared at the thunder clouds above her head. Under her sleeves, her skinny left hand slowly touched her right hand. The spot where the thumb of her right hand should be was shockingly empty. There was only a lump of dried flesh that looked like a lump of flesh. It was extremely horrifying. This injury was left behind by the pill lightning. Even though Yan Bing had an indifferent character, his heart still trembled slightly when he thought about it. That pain was something that he would never forget for the rest of his life. Every time he saw the sky filled with dark clouds, he would involuntarily recall that terrifying experience. However, it was also because of this that he hated the heavens even more. If he had sufficient strength, he did not mind fighting the pill lightning. Now that he had met Dan Lei once again, the hatred in his heart had gradually transformed into waves of extremely icy cold intent that surged within his heart, and it was unable to calm down for a long time. Old Demon Whose expression involuntarily changed when he sensed the aura on Yan Bing's body by the side. He frowned slightly and his body shifted to the side without leaving a trace. The Do Qi within the vortex in his body also surged like a spring, ready to deal with any sudden situation. Old brother Who, at that time, the old me will first clash with this pill lightning. You just need to wait until the old me calls for you before you can charge forward. The both of us will attack together. Old Demon Whose eyes involuntarily rotated when he heard this. He first nodded gently, after which, both of his eyes slowly narrowed. A glint flickered deep within his eyes. They were both 8-star half-martial emperors, but this Yan Bing relied on her seniority to not treat him as an expert of the same level. However, soon after, Old Demon Whose expression changed once again. He raised his head and laughed softly. His body took a step back to the side as he opened his mouth and laughed. Cuckoo, from the looks of it, Elder Yanbing wants to experience this pill lightning. Alright, in that case, Elder Yanbing will go first. The old me will go when you need me. Cuckoo. Upon hearing old demon Hu's words, Yanbing's face was indifferent as she turned her head and glanced at him. When she saw the warm smile on his face, Yanbing's face became even colder. However, Yanbing did not say anything. She merely glanced at him before withdrawing her gaze. Her ice-cold gaze instantly shot toward the thunderclouds above her head. It was also at this moment that a light pillar that reached the sky suddenly shot out from the medicinal cauldron in front of MOD in the open ground below. At the same time, a frightening energy ripple swept apart. A countless number of people were immediately swept down by this energy storm. This caused the originally crowded open ground to become much more spacious in an instant. The light pillar reached the sky and directly entered the thundercloud. In the next moment, the dark black thundercloud suddenly churned. A rumbling thunder resounded across the sky. Soon after, a dark black lightning suddenly charged out from the thundercloud and violently smashed towards the medicinal cauldron in front of MOD below. Cuckoo, if you want to destroy the D-pill, you will have to get past me first. An icy cold and indifferent laughter was slowly emitted from Yanbing's mouth when the dark black pill lightning descended. Soon after, Yanbing's body moved and instantly stood under the pill lightning. At the same time, her shriveled hand suddenly struck forward and directly smashed towards the frightening pill lightning that was coming towards her. The pill lightning also appeared to be aware of Yanbing's intentions. Its dark black body suddenly swelled, and its descending speed became even faster. The frightening lightning strength caused the surrounding empty space to involuntarily explode. The icy cold expression within Yanbing's icy blue eyes became even denser when faced with such a might. The do-chi within her body wildly surged out and agglomerated on her left hand. A thick layer of ice agglomerated on the surface of her hand. It carried an incomparably frightening might as it smashed towards the pill lightning. Imperial Ice Palm. A low cry sounded. The icy blue palm collided with the dark black pill lightning. Immediately, it appeared as though thunder had suddenly appeared in the sky. An earth-shaking explosion swept over the sky above the entire savage ancient city. Other than those few people, even those elite half-emperors appeared to have been struck by lightning as they fell from the sky. They landed in the city and lifted their heads to look at the scene in the sky. As for Xiao Yan and MOD in the empty square, MOD's D-pill had already been formed. However, he was still maintaining the final pill formation portion. Only by enduring this pill lightning and waiting for the lightning tribulation to scatter would the Sumeru pill in the medicinal cauldron in front of MOD be considered to have been successfully refined. On the other hand, although Xiao Yan had also reached the final stage, the embryonic pill had not been agglomerated. Although there were signs of a pill formation, it was still far away from the pill formation. Xiao Yan could only suppress the anxiety in his heart and stabilize his heart as he continued to refine. As long as the embryonic pill was formed, it would not be difficult to refine the D-pill. Moreover, it was only a matter of time. He had already endured for a month. Xiao Yan did not care about the remaining time. After all, if he could not even wait for this little bit of time, he would not be Xiao Yan. However, the problem that everyone was most concerned about at this moment was that the MOD pill had already been formed. It appeared that the champion of this alchemist grand meeting had already been decided. From the looks of it, regardless of how one looked at it, Xiao Yan would definitely lose this alchemist grand meeting. Chapter 218. Boom. While the medicinal pellets were still being refined, the battle in the sky had already begun. Numerous frightening lightning bolts continued to descend from the sky, ruthlessly striking towards Yanbing. However, every single lightning strike was neutralized by Yanbing with the most ferocious and overbearing method. Everyone in the ancient city below raised their heads to look at the scene in the sky. It was hard to imagine that the frightening lightning bolts, which were like enormous beasts that could hold up the sky, would be neutralized time and time again by the hands of a human that was several tens of thousands of times smaller than them. An 8-star half-martial emperor was truly frightening, resisting the might of the world with the strength of a single person. Such a vast and mighty might was rarely seen in this world. TSK. Is this an 8-star half-martial emperor? She's actually able to neutralize such a frightening pill lightning with a single strike. Truly frightening. Heh, she's not just an 8-star half-martial emperor. Elder Yanbing is an elder of the Sea Cloud Palace. Her strength has even reached the peak of a late-stage 8-star half-martial emperor. For an expert like her cultivation is likely about to reach the level of a true Dodi. TSK. Truly amazing. Even in the entire continent, an expert like her would be an absolute expert that could intimidate an entire region. I wonder when we'll be able to reach Senior Yanbing's level of cultivation. Seeing the shocking scene in the sky, waves of sighs were involuntarily emitted from the crowd below. An 8-star half-martial emperor was indeed extremely powerful. She had already surpassed the category of ordinary experts. As for a high-level half-martial emperor like Yanbing, she was even more incomparable. It was no wonder that these people would sigh in such a manner. However, compared to the situation that the crowd below saw, Yanbing, who was in the sky, saw two completely different results. In the beginning, Yanbing's might was indeed tyrannical. It was as if she could break the pill lightning with a single palm strike. Every time she blasted out a palm strike, the incoming pill lightning would explode and scatter no matter how tyrannical or terrifying its power was. It had to be said that her boldness was truly earth-shattering. However, as time gradually elapsed, the thundercloud above Yanbing's head did not show any signs of dispersing. Instead, the strength within it became increasingly powerful. The strength of each pill lightning attack was multiplied. Although Yanbing was still able to rely on the strength of her Do technique to break through the enemy, she was ultimately unable to endure after a long time had passed. Boom. After 3 consecutive palm strikes, Yanbing finally broke the pill lightning that was close to his chest. However, the upper half of his body was already numb at this moment. The lightning energy rapidly flowed through the veins in his body, causing him to be completely helpless. Yanbing could no longer forcefully suppress the piercing pain that was akin to being stabbed by needles. At this moment, even moving a finger was extremely taxing for Yanbing. His 2 arms were no longer of any use, as if they did not belong to him. Hiss! An even deeper grave expression had surfaced on Yanbing's originally indifferent face at this moment. Some ripples also surfaced within her pair of icy blue eyes. The strength of this thunderbolt had already caused her to be unable to remain as calm as she was before. Crackle! The sound of thunder was emitted. Yanbing twisted his neck and raised his head to take a look. The thundercloud had once again begun to churn. From the looks of it, it appeared as though water had boiled. A crack line was formed within the thundercloud. Immediately the sky shook. A pill lightning that was even more frightening than the one from earlier suddenly fell and smashed toward Yanbing below. The corner of Yanbing's mouth involuntarily twitched for a moment when he saw this scene. He hurriedly controlled his arm, which had nearly lost all feeling. Do-chi surged wildly in his palm as he did his best to remove the waves of numbness that were being transmitted from his body. At the same time, his hand was suddenly clenched and a fist was thrown toward the thunderbolt that was explosively shooting over. Bang! The thunderbolt had yet to scatter when a loud bang sounded. On the other hand, Yanbing's body flew back in a miserable manner. He swiftly fell toward the empty square below. Looking at the thunderbolt again, although it had been weakened, its strength was not reduced at all. After pausing for a moment, it once again fell with a bang. It chased closely behind Yanbing and struck the latter's chest. Even though Yanbing's character was cold and indifferent, he instantly abandoned his indifferent character for the sake of his own life. He hurriedly turned his head toward Old Demon Who in the empty space and cried out explosively, "Old Demon Who, quickly attack! Help me block this pill lightning!" The corner of Old Demon Who's mouth curled into a cold smile when he saw this. He did not attack or say anything. All he did was coldly smile as he looked at Yanbing. The corner of his mouth was lifted into a mocking smile. He stood in the empty space and did not appear to help. Yanbing's face immediately paled when he saw that Old Demon Who had ignored him. He knew in his heart that there was no one who could help him at this moment. He could only rely on himself to block the pill lightning with all his strength. The old me is not someone who is easily frightened. Do you think that the old me is afraid of a pill lightning? Yanbing cried out explosively in his heart. His face once again recovered that cold and indifferent expression from earlier. His heart also immediately stabilized. A thought passed through his heart, and the do qi within his body instantly surged out. It formed a firm cold ice armor on the surface of his body. Yanbing was still a little worried after doing all this. He simply let all the do qi within his body surge out until the empty space in front of him was completely frozen. Only then was he struck by the thunderbolt. Bang! A loud bang sounded, and the sky was instantly covered by a dense fog. The pill lightning was dissolved and the armor scattered. However, Yanbing continued to fly backward. Immediately he uncontrollably smashed violently into the stone platform beside MOD. This also frightened MOD until he nearly jumped up. If Yanbing were to smash his medicinal cauldron, he would really wish that he could strangle Yanbing to death. Old demon who? Are you courting death? A moment later, Yanbing finally stood up in a panic. After forcefully expelling the lightning strength within his body, he turned around and coldly scolded old demon who was still standing in the air. If this was at the beginning, old demon who would really be a little afraid of Yanbing. However, now that things had developed to this point, he no longer had any misgivings. This advantage was something that he, Yanbing, wanted. However, he ended up suffering a loss and did not do anything to old demon who. However, old demon who was after all an old demon. It was best that they were clear about these matters in their hearts. It was pointless to say anything more. It was better to say what was on the surface. Cuckoo earlier, I was only focused on watching old brother Yanbing develop, and did not react to old brother's words. I just thought that old brother was joking. I hope that old brother will not blame me. Next time, I will definitely act in time to retain old brother in this fire and water. Yanbing narrowed his eyes when he heard old demon whose tone. He was after all an old person, and his thoughts were not any worse than old demon who. He immediately smiled insincerely and nodded. However, he immediately let out a cold snort and cried out. Humph! Do you think that there will be a next time? Old demon who laughed softly when he heard this. He did not reply. Instead, he raised his head to look at the thundercloud in the sky that was still giving off a mighty aura. Regardless of how the two of them argued, they still had to help MOD in the end. At this moment, they were suppressing the anger in their hearts and calming down the unhappiness. Both of them placed their gazes on this pill lightning. This was the most important matter. Chapter 219. The two of you, I hope that you can work together. We are not here to fight among ourselves. Let's seize the champion's position first. At that time, the compensation for the two of you will naturally not be lacking. Otherwise, if that kid takes it away. The voice transmission in the ears of the Yanbing duo was gradually cut off at this point. Even with Yanbing's indifference, she could not help but feel a little moved when she thought of the benefits. An emperor-tier medicinal pill was a rare treasure to all half-emperors. Even an 8-star half-emperor like him was no exception. As for old demon who, there was even less need to be said. His strength was inferior to Yanbing, and he greatly desired an emperor-tier medicinal pill. Now that he heard MOD's words, he immediately felt a burning sensation in his heart. He exchanged glances with Yanbing below. The two of them did not look any better than the other party. If it was not for the benefits, the two of them would definitely not stand on the same side. Each half-emperor had their own thoughts. This was especially the case for people like them, who were usually alone. No one was clear about the ulterior motives in their hearts. At this moment, they were able to stand side by side. Perhaps they might suddenly turn against each other at any time. In their eyes, there was only strength and benefits. Although they would not let go of their reputation, it was already an external object. Yanbing's body shook, and the lightning energy within her body was completely removed. Only then did she once again fly into the air, and stand 100 miles away from old demon who. They restrained each other, and did not interfere with each other. This was the most balanced solution. At this moment, it seemed that the pill lightning was no longer something that the two of them needed to be worried about. After all, with Yanbing's exhaustion earlier, the pill lightning had already reached its final stage. As long as they could endure for a while, the emperor pill would immediately be produced. Crackle. A thunder sound appeared and a large pitch-black lightning immediately smashed towards the two below. Even with Gu Li's current strength, he could not help but feel some fear in his heart when he saw this frightening might. The pill lightning was really getting stronger with each wave. If this were to continue, wouldn't the outcome be that even the most powerful person would be struck to death? Yan Bing's expression became even more indifferent when she saw this. Her body swiftly withdrew by 100 steps and handed the battlefield in front of her to Old Demon Who involuntarily frowned when he saw Yan Bing withdraw. However, the pill lightning had already descended above his head. He no longer had any other choice and could only choose to attack. Humph! Old Demon Who let out a cold snort and waved his sleeves. The large sleeves were wrapped around his arm. His hand grabbed a corner of the sleeves as the do-chi within his body surged out wildly at the same time. Numerous green-colored lights repeatedly flashed around Old Demon Who's body. Immediately, he waved his large hand, and the sleeves that were wrapped around his arms suddenly shot forward. The originally soft sleeves were a little tougher than steel when they were shot forward. They forcefully scattered the pill lightning when it landed. Whoosh! When Old Eccentric Who released this move, everyone in the ancient savage city was immediately shocked. This move was even more shocking than when Yan Bing had shattered the pill lightning with a single palm. He merely used his sleeve to disperse the pill lightning with a single strike. Such might was truly unprecedented. The corner of Old Demon Whose mouth was involuntarily lifted into a prideful smile when he heard the cheers that filled the entire city. This caused Yan Bing's heart to become even colder. He did not expect that this old demon who had actually used his earlier action to become so famous. This really caused him to feel a little uncomfortable in his heart. However, before the two of them could do anything, the thunderclouds in the sky once again churned. Numerous frightening thunderbolts once again smashed down furiously. His eyes turned and once again looked at Xiaoyan. At this moment, Xiaoyan was just like an old monk who had entered a meditative state. He was completely deaf to everything in the outside world. At this moment, the stone platform that he was on appeared to be isolated from the world outside of the stone platform. Regardless of the wind and rain in the outside world, Xiaoyan, who was within this place, did not see or hear anything. He wholeheartedly threw himself into the calmness in front of him. Although the do-chi in his body had already reached the stage where it was completely exhausted and his spiritual strength was already insufficient, and close to being exhausted, Xiaoyan still bitterly endured. He was waiting. He was waiting for the moment when the D-pill was born. Xiaoyan firmly believed that the current D-tribulation pill was not far from becoming a true D-pill. At the very least, it was not far from it. As long as he could endure with all his might, the D-pill would definitely be successfully born. At this moment, Xiaoyan looked just like a dead person from the outside. His entire body was seated cross-legged in front of the cauldron. Both of his eyes were shut and his face was ashen like that of a dead person. There was not the slightest trace of red blood under his skin. His entire body was motionless and the aura from his nose was incomparably weak. If one did not carefully observe, it would be difficult to imagine that this was actually a living person. Within the medicinal cauldron, the originally raging fierce flame had already weakened by over 10 times. If it was not for the frightening nature of the heavenly flame, it was likely that an ordinary flame would not be able to endure the final step of the pill formation. The result would be a failure at the last step. At this very moment, at the judges' seats, Gu Li and Qi Lin were also frowning tightly as they stared intently at Xiaoyan. Their hearts did not dare to relax even a little, afraid that Xiaoyan would suddenly be unable to endure at any moment. In the viewing gallery, Elder Xian's face was also anxious as he looked at the incomparably weak Xiaoyan below. With his eyesight, he was naturally able to see that the current Xiaoyan was already using all his strength to squeeze out the last trace of do-chi in his body to provide for the heavenly flame to burn. If this medicinal pill was still unable to be condensed into an D-pill, the result would likely be very dangerous. At this very moment, even the young man beside Elder Xian, who had a calm expression, had a grave expression. He knew that Xiaoyan was going all out for this medicinal pill. However, he did not expect that Xiaoyan would go all out to such an extent. It was really difficult to imagine. Ah, I admit that you are indeed very strong and very outstanding. You are one of the few people that I have seen who is willing to go all out like this. You are really a lunatic. The frightening pill lightning continued to struggle and wreak havoc in the empty space. The frightening remnant force continued to smash down. It was as though it would not rest until the D pill was destroyed. Bang! In the empty space, Yan Bing and Old Demon who had joined forces to forcefully block the pill lightning from earlier. It was unexpected that even with the combined strength of the two of them, they were unable to gain any advantage from blocking the pill lightning. This pill lightning was really not an ordinary kind of frightening. Yan Bing clenched her somewhat numb hand. She raised her head and looked at the 100,000 feet thundercloud in the sky. At this moment, the thundercloud had finally gradually shrunk in front of the two of them. As long as the pill lightning scattered, the D pill would be produced. Rumble! Yan Bing and Old Demon who exchanged glances and smiled as they watched the thundercloud churn once again. Immediately, the Do Chi within their bodies surged. The seals in their hands changed as they prepared to block the next attack. Haha, the final attack is finally about to arrive. Haha, come. Let the old me see just how frightening the pill lightning that is attracted by the D-tier medicinal pill is. Old Demon who emitted a cold cry from his mouth while the seals in his hands changed. The Do Chi within his body wildly surged out and swiftly agglomerated in his hand. Both of his eyes stared at the frightening pill lightning that was swiftly descending. He gently opened his hand and threw a punch forward. Chapter 220. Bang! An earth-shaking intense explosion sounded. The frightening pillar-like pill lightning in the empty space was forcefully blocked by the combined attack of Yan Bing and Old Demon who the moment it fell. The frightening pill lightning suddenly came to a halt in the vast and mighty sky. This scene caused a countless number of people in the city below to feel extremely shocked. Using one's physical body to fight against the might of the world. Such a heroic and magnificent act was really glorious in battle. However, Yan Bing and Old Demon who did not have a good time after the pill lightning was blocked. After enduring for a couple of breaths, they were finally forcefully sent flying by the pill lightning. The thunderbolt was furious. Yan Bing and Old Demon who instantly withdrew by 10,000 feet. Each of them suppressed the lightning strength that had once again risen within their bodies. Their hands moved in unison. In the blink of an eye, another two sets of Do skills were unleashed and violently smashed toward the pill lightning. The might of the pill lightning was not the least bit weak. The thundercloud churned and numerous dragon-like pill lightning smashed down in an attempt to shatter the attacks of these two. Unfortunately, the pill lightning was not weak. These two people also used a chain of Do skills. After a couple of exchanges, the thundercloud in the sky became increasingly small. Only after these two people charged into the thundercloud did this frightening pill lightning slowly scatter in front of everyone's eyes. The pressurizing atmosphere that covered the entire savage ancient city was also swept away after the pill lightning scattered. Bright and beautiful sunlight shone down, causing everyone to feel comfortable. On the stone platform, MOD had finally put down the burden in his heart at this moment. His body relaxed and he randomly sat in front of the medicinal cauldron. The Meru pill within the bloodbat cauldron had finally been refined. Clamor. Cheers immediately sounded from all over the city below after the D pill was refined. Today, not only did they see the D-tier medicinal pill that they had been anticipating for a long time being successfully refined, but they had also seen two frightening 8-star ban emperors, who were rarely seen, attack together. The matter today was really something that ordinary people like them would rarely see in their entire lives. Cough cough. Old Demon who stood in the empty space and looked down at the countless number of cultivators in the city below. His heart also felt comfortable when he heard the cheers from their mouths. Fame and fortune would always allow one to easily put down some of the things in one's heart. Yan Bing's face was indifferent as it swept over the empty space. Her icy cold eyes paused on Xiaoyan. The killing intent in her eyes was easy to see. Immediately, she looked at Old Demon who on the opposite side. Although the two of them had barely cooperated this time around, the process was not pleasant. During this period of time, they had set quite a number of traps for the other party. If it were not for their great strength, it was likely that they would have really suffered serious injuries. Now that the pill lightning had finally dissipated and the D-tier medicinal pill had been successfully refined, it was time to see what Guli had to say next. Logically speaking, Since MOD's D-tier medicinal pill had been successfully refined before Xiaoyan, MOD should have won regardless of how one put it. The champion seat of this alchemist's grand meeting naturally belonged to MOD. However, at this moment, Guli's expression became increasingly solemn. When he looked at the medicinal pill within MOD's medicinal cauldron, he was already certain that it was indeed a D-tier medicinal pill. However, when he looked at Xiaoyan's side, although the medicinal pill seemed to have reached the stage of completion, it was still in the process of being refined and had yet to come out of the cauldron. Moreover, until now, it had not triggered any pill lightning. Based on this point alone, he could basically determine that there was a high chance that an accident would occur with this medicinal pill. No one would acknowledge a medicinal pill whose success was uncertain. Therefore, from the looks of it, MOD would definitely become the champion of this alchemist's grand meeting. After this matter, not only would Guli have to hand over the D-tier medicinal pill formula to MOD, he would also have to give the entire Alchemist Association in the ancient Savage City to someone else. When he thought of this, Guli's heart cried out incessantly. Could it be that the Alchemist Association, which had been painstakingly built by his predecessors, was going to be destroyed by him? As he thought of this, Guli felt increasingly bitter in his heart. His hands trembled slightly under his sleeves. Even with Guli's current agitated state of mind, how could the result in front of his eyes allow his state of mind to remain calm? A deep sense of guilt involuntarily rose in his heart when he thought of giving away the Alchemist Association. By the side, Qilin also helplessly sighed when he saw this. His hand was placed on Guli's shoulder as he gently comforted Guli's heart. However, Qilin's heart was also filled with emotions that were difficult to understand. How could Qilin not be extremely sorrowful in his heart? After all, this Alchemist Association was supported by him and Guli together. Until now, he actually had to give his many years of hard work to others in vain. How could there not be waves in his heart? Ugh, from the looks of it, the Alchemist Association has lost. Yan Xiao is after all still too young. Moreover, he has just advanced to a rank 2 alchemist. This ending can be considered to be within expectations. On the viewing platform, Elder Xian looked at Guli and Qilin from a distance. He involuntarily shook his head as his mouth emitted a somewhat sorrowful sigh. However, at this moment, the young man beside him did not bother about Elder Xian's words. Instead, his eyes stared intently at Xiaoyan below as a glint flickered in his eyes. A moment later, the young man finally narrowed his eyes. He violently slammed the jade fan in his hand. With a paw sound, it also startled Elder Xian beside him. When Elder Xian looked at the young man, the latter also opened his mouth and transmitted his voice without turning away. Elder Xian, look at Yan Zhao's medicinal cauldron. There seems to be something unusual within it. Elder Xian also raised his eyebrows when he heard the young man's words. He was a little confused by the young man's sudden words. When he looked over, he frowned again and did not know what to make of it. A heavenly flame rose within Xiaoyan's medicinal cauldron. A spinning round medicinal pill was continuously condensing within it. The pill fragrance was like a spring. Although the scene was strange, there was nothing different about it. This? Elder Xian once again shook his head. He still did not understand the young man's words. The young man opened his mouth once again and asked a question that Elder Xian felt was completely irrelevant. Elder Xian, what do you think of MOD's finished D pill? Elder Xian also instantly turned his gaze after he spoke. He looked at MOD's medicinal pill, which was still within the cauldron. He nodded and transmitted his voice. Looking at the color and the richness of the pill fragrance, there is no doubt that it is a pill. The quality of this D-grade medicinal pill is not bad. The moment these words left his mouth, Elder Xian seemed to have suddenly come to a realization. His eyes suddenly focused. In the next moment, he suddenly looked at the medicinal cauldron in front of Xiaoyan. His eyes were filled with shock. His eyes were also staring at the round medicinal pill within the Thousand Beasts cauldron. Could it be, he is refining? Yes, it seems like it should be. Phew, we have overlooked too much. They have also forgotten too much. An D-grade medicinal pill is not as simple as refining it. TSK. This Yan Xiao is really terrifying. This time there will be a good show to watch. Rumble. Just as Elder Xian's voice sounded, a thunderous roar suddenly sounded in the sky, causing everyone in the ancient savage city to be instantly shocked. After an instant, everyone quickly reacted. This sound was clearly pill thunder again. At this moment, in the sky and on the ground, everyone in the ancient savage city instantly locked their gazes onto the young man in black robes on the empty square. At this moment, in the entire ancient savage city, the only person who could trigger pill thunder was Xiaoyan. Chapter 221. Rumble. An earth-shaking explosion spread. In the sky, the expressions of Yan Bing and Old Demon Who changed abruptly. This sudden turn of events had caught them off guard. However, in the next moment, when the two of them looked at Xiaoyan, they immediately came to a realization. No wonder the pill lightning had just scattered. How could it gather again at this moment? It was definitely because Xiaoyan's D-tier medicinal pill had been successfully refined. TSK, it is unexpected that he is actually able to successfully refine an D-tier medicinal pill on his first try. Yan Xiao is really not simple. Old Demon Who looked at the round medicinal pill that was still wrapped by the heavenly flame in Xiaoyan's cauldron. His heart involuntarily felt a wave of surprise. Xiaoyan's talent was really beyond imagination. He was able to successfully refine an D-tier medicinal pill on his first try. In that case, if he were to refine a few more times in the future, wouldn't D-tier medicinal pills be nothing in his eyes? Old Demon Whose eyes immediately hardened when he thought of this. He could not help but feel a solemn feeling in his heart. He had already seen Xiaoyan's growth speed. Since Xiaoyan was currently on the opposite side of him, he definitely could not allow Xiaoyan to continue growing. Otherwise, when the time came, it was likely that he would not be able to match up against Xiaoyan. Humph! I definitely cannot allow him to continue growing. With a cold snort in his heart, Old Demon Whose body suddenly moved. In an instant, he cut through the empty space and charged towards Xiaoyan in the empty square. The best way to deal with an enemy like Xiaoyan, who had yet to fully mature, was to kill him in the cradle. However, when Old Demon Who moved, Guli, who was in the judges' seats, had already discovered the unusual situation within Xiaoyan's medicinal cauldron. Although he did not notice it at the beginning, Guli instantly understood after the pill lightning had gathered. No wonder Xiaoyan did not show any activity after forming the pill for so long. It turned out that he was raising the quality of the medicinal pill. Although the risk of doing so was extremely high and the slightest carelessness would cause the medicinal pill refinement to fail, from the looks of it, Xiaoyan had really succeeded. At this moment, Guli immediately let out a cold snort when he saw that Old Devil Who was about to attack. His body moved and instantly stood in front of Old Devil Who. He waved his sleeve and stared at Old Devil Who as he sternly cried out, "Old Devil Who! Old Demon Who! Are you planning to start a war with my alchemist association in this savage ancient city?" Old Demon Who frowned immediately when he saw Guli blocking his path. Normally, Old Demon Who would naturally immediately attack and engage in a fight with him. How would he give him the opportunity to speak? However, after blocking the pill lightning, his strength had also been exhausted. If he were to fight now, it was likely that there would be no result. Otherwise, the D-tier medicinal pill in Xiaoyan's cauldron would be unstoppable. Humph! Guli, this old man will deal with you. With a cold snort, another old man wearing an icy blue robe suddenly stepped forward and similarly blocked in front of Guli. A smile instantly surfaced on Old Demon Whose face when he saw this. At this critical moment, this Yan Bing was finally able to stand on the same side as him. Old Demon Whose body once again flashed when he saw Yan Bing blocking Guli. He bypassed these two people and continued to charge explosively towards Xiaoyan. Don't forget that after you get past Guli, there is still this old man. After a cry sounded, Qi Lin's body flashed and once again blocked in front of Old Demon Who. The latter once again frowned slightly when he saw this. In this way, both he and Yan Bing were blocked by these two people. Would it not mean that they could only watch as Xiaoyan's D-pill was born? Rumble. An earth-shaking thunderous sound was once again transmitted over, causing the expressions of everyone present to change once again. Guli and Qi Lin also frowned immediately. This pill lightning did not come earlier or later. Instead, it just had to start when the two of them were being held back. At this moment, there was no one beside Xiaoyan. If this pill lightning were to descend, who would be able to help him block the pill lightning? On the other hand, joy surfaced in the hearts of old demon Hu and Yan Bing, who were standing opposite them. In this way, there was no need to be afraid that they would not be able to deal with Xiao Yan. They had witnessed the might of the pill lightning. As long as no one helped Xiao Yan block the pill lightning, given his current condition, not only would the D-tier medicinal pill within the medicinal cauldron be destroyed when the pill lightning descended, even he, Xiao Yan, would have difficulty escaping death. Killing two birds with one stone. Why not? Haha, since this is the case, the two of you should just stay here with us. No one should even think about going up. Old demon Hu laughed coldly. Both of his arms were crossed over his chest. His face was filled with ridicule as he looked at Qi Lin on the opposite side. His body instantly moved behind Qi Lin and blocked him instead. In this way, Gu Li and Qi Lin were firmly held back by old demon Hu and Yan Bing. At this moment, other than Elder Xian on the viewing gallery, it was likely that no one else could block the pill lightning. At this moment, Elder Xian and the young man beside him exchanged glances with each other. Even with Elder Xian's strength, his pair of deep old eyes revealed a deep grave expression. He had already experienced the might of the pill lightning earlier. If it were to appear again at this moment, it would be difficult for him to block it alone. He was not the only one who had such thoughts. The young man beside him also had an incomparably grave expression in his heart. At this moment, it was likely that only the two of them could help Xiao Yan block the pill lightning. If they did not intervene, it was likely that Xiao Yan would have difficulty escaping this time around. Ugh, young master, what do you think? The young man gently patted the jade fan in his hand. His heart was thinking of the most beneficial method. It was impossible for him to ignore Elder Xian beside him because of Xiao Yan. Hence, he needed to think of a method that would satisfy both parties. Ugh, there is no other way. If there is really no other choice later on, Elder Xian, you should go up and block it. Once I rescue Yan Xiao out of the arena, that D-tier medicinal pill will be left to him. Elder Xian nodded gently when he heard this. However, there was still a thread of worry between his brows. It was likely that Yan Xiao would not easily give up on the D-tier medicinal pill that he had painstakingly refined. Crackle! Suddenly, an earth-shaking thunder sound was suddenly emitted. Between the heavens and the earth, the expressions of Gu Li, Qi Lin, Elder Xian and the young man changed. This pill lightning had finally come. In the sky, a black pill lightning that was 1,000 feet thick descended from the sky. It directly blasted towards the 1,000-beast cauldron on the stone platform below. If this attack landed, given Xiao Yan's current condition, it was likely that he would not be able to escape death. Even though this was the case, Xiao Yan still focused all of his attention on the medicinal cauldron in front of him. He only split a thread of his attention to wait for the arrival of the pill lightning. Ha! You want to hurt him? You have to get past this old man first. Suddenly, a stern cry was emitted from the empty square. Everyone lifted their heads to look. A figure was blocking the pill lightning that was about to land. Everyone's faces immediately revealed a surprised expression when they saw this. At this moment, Elder Xian, who was about to attack, and the young man seated beside him were also shocked by this sudden scene. When they saw the person who had come, their expressions involuntarily changed. They did not expect that this person would actually step forward to block the pill lightning for Xiao Yan. At this moment, the person who was standing in the empty space and lifting his head to look at the pill lightning with a grave expression was actually Qin Zhong, who had been saved by Xiao Yan a month ago. Chapter 222. In everyone's opinion, it was extremely foolish to face the pill lightning with the strength of a 3-star half-emperor. Old monster Hu and Yan Bing also sneered as they looked at Qin Zhong. Their eyes were full of disdain. When Gu Li and Qi Lin saw this, they felt a warmth in their hearts. Although Qin Zhong and Xiao Yan did not have a deep friendship, he was willing to risk his life for Xiao Yan just because Xiao Yan had saved his life once. This was something that few people present could do. Based on this point alone, Qin Zhong was a respectable person. Haha, brother Yan Xiao, don't worry. With this old man here today, you will be able to refine medicine in peace. Even if this old man has to risk his life, I will block this pill lightning for you. Wow. These heartfelt words were exchanged for an earth-shaking applause from the city below. Xiaoyan had also heard the decisiveness within these words. Qin Zhong did not act arrogantly. He was grateful to Xiaoyan for saving his life. Now that Xiaoyan was in trouble, he had used all his strength to help. This was something that even Xiaoyan could not help but feel admiration for. On the viewing platform, Elder Xian also nodded his head. He slowly stood up, and was ready to help at any time. This kind of person was quite to his liking. It was reasonable for him to help, not to mention that their purpose was the same. The young man beside him could not help but smile and nod his head. This was not only because of Qin Zhong's loyalty, but also because of Xiaoyan. It was because Xiaoyan had saved him that he would treat him so sincerely. Sizzle. In response to Qin Zhong's cold shout, the pill lightning seemed to have sensed it. The speed of its descent became even more terrifying. This caused Qin Zhong's expression to become even more solemn. Although his words were arrogant, the pill lightning was truly terrifying. However, today no matter what he must use his body to block the sky for Xiaoyan. Ha! Doqi wildly surged out of Qin Zhong's body with a furious cry. His body suddenly moved and shot out like a cannonball. He ruthlessly smashed toward the pill lightning that was heading toward him. Boom! Unfortunately, the gap between Qin Zhong's strength and the pill lightning was too obvious. In the end, although the pill lightning dissipated, Qin Zhong was still seriously injured. He was violently smashed down from the void. Like a meteor, he violently smashed into the void square and directly smashed through it. Subsequently, he violently smashed into the ancient city below, creating a huge pit that was hundreds of feet wide. Whoosh! After defeating Xiaoyan with one strike, the pill lightning's momentum became even more powerful. As soon as the first strike fell, another even more terrifying pill lightning instantly fell, and ruthlessly bombarded towards Xiaoyan below. Looking at its posture, it seemed that it wanted to kill Xiaoyan with one strike. At this moment, Qin Zhong was already seriously injured in the deep pit below. If he were to attack again, it was likely that he would not be able to return alive. However, at this moment, Qin Zhong's heart was anxious as he watched the pill lightning once again descend. His injured body forcefully shook and once again flew forward. He once again charged toward the pill lightning in the sky. Ha! Allow the old me to receive this attack on your behalf. Just as Qin Zhong was about to catch up and Xiaoyan was about to intervene, an elderly voice was emitted from the sky. Immediately, Elder Xian's body stood in the sky. His face was grave as he watched the descending pill lightning. Doqi swiftly gathered in his shriveled hand. Immediately he suddenly swung it forward and smashed it toward the pill lightning. Bang! An explosion sounded and the pill lightning scattered. Elder Xian's body trembled slightly as he removed the enormous force from his body. His shriveled hand involuntarily trembled. This pill lightning was really frightening. Even with his strength, he had suffered quite a great loss. It was really difficult to imagine just how great of a price Qin Zhong had paid in order to barely block that attack. At this moment, Qin Zhong had also flown forward. He supported his body with great difficulty and cupped his hands toward Elder Xian. Elder Xian gently waved his hand to inform him that there was no need to do so. At the same time, he placed a medicinal pill in Qin Zhong's hand and asked him to consume it. Immediately, Elder Xian's eyes turned and looked at the young man in the viewing gallery. Their eyes met and they immediately understood the meaning in their hearts. As long as Elder Xian helped Qin Zhong block another pill lightning for Xiaoyan, the young man in the viewing gallery would immediately act and rescue Xiaoyan from the stone platform. As for the D-tier medicinal pill that had already been successfully refined and was waiting to be refined, it would be destroyed along with him. Rumble! Thunderclouds churned in the sky. It was as though they were brewing a frightening attack. Under the thunderclouds, Qin Zhong and Elder Xian, who had just recovered, wore grave expressions as they watched the frightening thunderclouds above their heads. The Doqi within Elder Xian's body was quietly raised. Even with his strength, his heart was still a little afraid of this thundercloud. Even though Elder Xian wasn't confident that he could block the thundercloud completely, he was confident that he could block a single strike. Even though he might have to suffer from the pill lightning again, it was still better than bearing the full brunt of it. Rumble! The dark black thunder clouds churned once again. Elder Xian turned his eyes to Qin Zhong by the side and frowned slightly. Although Qin Zhong was loyal and courageous, His character was a little stubborn. Even though he clearly saw that Elder Xian was present, he still insisted on staying here. If the pill lightning descended later, Elder Xian would not have the time to care about his safety. Haha, why don't you go down first? The old me can handle this alone. The injuries on your body are quite serious. It is likely that you will distract the old me if you stay here. Although Qinzhong wanted to stay behind after hearing Elder Xian's words, he was ultimately doing so for the sake of Xiaoyan. If Elder Xian were to distract him at a critical moment, Xiaoyan would be in trouble. Hence he smiled bitterly and nodded. His body flew down by 1,000 feet, but he was still unwilling to move aside. Elder Xian was helpless in this regard. At this moment, a crack line suddenly appeared in the thunder clouds in the sky, following which, the sound of thunder reverberated. A frightening pill lightning suddenly smashed down. It was just like a shockingly large sword as it violently smashed toward Elder Xian. Elder Xian did not dare to underestimate this attack. The dou qi within his body suddenly surged. Both of his hands were swiftly raised in front of his chest. His fingertips rapidly changed. At the same time, a 1,000-foot-wide giant finger swiftly formed in the empty space in front of him. After which, it violently collided with the pill lightning the instant it fell. Bang! The entire empty square shook with a loud bang. A frightening wind immediately raged apart, causing numerous frightening crack lines that penetrated the entire square to appear. Swoosh! Following the sound of rushing wind, the young man's figure had already appeared beside Xiaoyan. He extended his hand and attempted to forcefully bring Xiaoyan away. Bang! His hand had just made contact with Xiaoyan's body when a bright golden light immediately flashed past Xiaoyan's body. The young man's expression suddenly changed. His body instantly pulled back. One of his hands held the hand that had just been extended. His face was filled with fear as he looked at Xiaoyan. The muscles on the corner of his mouth twitched. Why is it that this fellow has something to hit me each time he touches you? This young master is helping you out of kindness. Fortunately, I reacted in time this time. Otherwise, I don't know what will happen to me. Cough cough, Xiaojin, behave. He cried out softly in his heart. That golden light from earlier was Xiaojin. Cuckoo, I'm sorry. There are a little too many little fellows in my body. I guarantee that this will not happen again. Xiaoyan did not move. All he did was smile with some difficulty. He did not say anything else. Luojin also curled his lips. He was really helpless in this matter. Leave the rest to me. Get Elder Xian and Qinzhong to withdraw first. I will deal with this pill lightning. Chapter 223. As Xiaoyan's words faded, Luojin's expression instantly changed. Given Xiaoyan's current condition, how could he deal with the pill lightning? Xiaoyan already had a hard time speaking to Luojin. Wouldn't it be even more impossible to deal with the pill lightning? Luojin's eyes rotated slightly. His eyebrows were once again knit together. Although he did not have much contact with Xiaoyan, he could still be considered familiar with Xiaoyan. Xiaoyan was definitely not the kind of person who liked to show off. It was even more impossible for him to die in vain. Since Xiaoyan had already said these words, he definitely had his own confidence. The only thing that Luojin did not understand was where Xiaoyan's confidence came from. Could it be that it was the thing that had almost injured him just now? Thinking of this, Luojin could not help but secretly shake his head in his heart. Although the thing just now was a little special, it was not that terrifying since it did not injure Luojin. Otherwise, with Luojin's cultivation, how could he have dodged such a powerful attack? Luojin did not understand in his heart. However, due to Xiaoyan's words, Luojin was also helpless. He shrugged his shoulders and curled his lips slightly. All right, since that is the case, I will not ask any more questions. I just hope that you can introduce the fellow in your body to me in the future. Otherwise, I will not be beaten up without knowing who it is. I do not have the habit of being beaten up for nothing. Hearing this, Xiaoyan smiled. He once again softly scolded Xiaojin in his heart and smiled. All right. When the time is right, I will introduce him to you. At that time, don't be shocked. After his words faded, Xiaoyan did not say anything else, leaving behind a curious Luojin at the side. After hearing Xiaoyan's words, he became even more interested in the fellow in Xiaoyan's body. Immediately, he did not think any more. His body moved and quickly flew back to the viewing platform. At the same time, a voice was transmitted to Elder Xian and Qin Zhong's ears like the wind. The two of you can leave. Brother Yin Xiao has his own ways to deal with this pill lightning. Upon hearing these words, Elder Xian immediately frowned. From the meaning of these words, it seemed that Luo Jin did not forcefully bring Xiao Yin out. However, he was also a little curious. What kind of calming pill did Yin Xiao give Luo Jin to actually allow him to leave without a care? After hesitating for a moment, Elder Xian shook his head helplessly. Since Luo Jin chose to believe in Xiao Yan, there was nothing more he could say. With a move of his body, he quickly retreated. Only Qin Zhong was still a little worried in his heart after hearing these words. When he saw that the pill lightning was about to fall again, although he wanted to resist, he was powerless. After hesitating for a moment, he finally withdrew from the circle in a flash. However, he was still paying attention to Xiao Yan's safety at all times. If anything went wrong, he would immediately take action. Above the void, Gu Li and Qi Lin immediately frowned when they saw this. At this moment, Elder Xian and Qin Zhong had both chosen to withdraw. In that case, wouldn't Xiao Yan have no one to support him? If this was the case, the result would be really dangerous. Damn it! What is going on? Why did the two of them withdraw at such a crucial moment? If they withdraw, what will happen to Yin Xiao? Gu Li was furious in his heart when he saw this. Just a moment ago, he was touched by Qin Zhong's loyalty. However, at this moment, those emotions were swept away in an instant. Qin Zhong's reaction was a little too quick. On the contrary, when Old Monster who saw this, a smile once again appeared on his face. It was fine when he saw Qin Zhong take action just now. After all, Qin Zhong was merely a 3-star half-emperor. He was not as heaven-defying as Xiao Yan. In front of the pill lightning, he was naturally insignificant. However, when he saw Elder Xian appear, his heart became somewhat unstable. Elder Xian's identity represented Yunin Pavilion. His appearance meant that the Yunin Pavilion was also helping Xiao Yan. The defection of the Yunin Pavilion made even an old figure like Yan Bing feel somewhat fearful. Obviously, he also felt the deterrence of the Yunin Pavilion in his heart. However, at this moment, when they saw Elder Xian and Qin Zhong leave one after another, the two of them became happy once again. This time, Yin Xiao was at his wits' end. However, on the other side, they could not help but have some doubts in their hearts. The two of them leaving together was a little strange. Qin Zhong had sternly shouted to protect Yin Xiao with his life under the gazes of everyone in the ancient savage city. How could he suddenly do this? Could it be that this was all Yin Xiao's doing? Rumble! Before they could think any further, the boundless thunderclouds in the sky churned once again. The rumbling sound of thunder was like an earthquake. Everyone's thoughts were instantly interrupted. Their gazes uniformly looked toward Xiao Yan. Without the protection of Qin Zhong and Elder Xian, Xiao Yan would definitely die if he faced the pill lightning. In the viewing gallery, Elder Xian also frowned slightly as he looked at Xiao Yan. His heart was filled with doubts. He really could not imagine what Xiao Yan could do if no one helped him in his current condition. Beside Elder Xian, Luo Jin had an indifferent smile as he looked at Xiao Yan. He also had doubts in his heart. Just how would Xiao Yan be able to block the pill lightning? Just how many tricks did he have? Sizzle! The thunderclouds churned and a crack line was suddenly formed. Soon after, the frightening pill lightning, which was like a giant sword that supported the sky, once again descended. This time around, Qin Zhong and Elder Xian were no longer blocking it. It directly broke through the air and struck directly at Xiao Yan. If this attack were to land, it was likely that even with the strength of Xiao Yan at his peak, he would still suffer serious injuries. Moreover, Xiao Yan was facing it in his current condition. If he were to be struck by it, it was likely that Xiao Yan would be blasted into dust on the spot. Swoosh! In the sky, when the pill lightning descended, the storage ring on Xiao Yan's finger immediately flickered. Soon after, a thick dark black figure instantly shot out in front of Xiao Yan. It directly charged towards the frightening pill lightning in the sky. When everyone present focused their eyes on the dark black figure, even the expressions of Luo Jin and Elder Xian on the viewing gallery involuntarily changed drastically. Was this the thing in front of them that Xiaoyan was confident in dealing with the pill lightning? This is his method? The muscles at the corner of Elder Xian's eyes involuntarily twitched intensely. This thing in front of them, which was neither human nor ghost, could become a weapon to deal with the pill lightning? This is not messing around, right? Elder Xian was stunned for a moment. In the end, he could not help but furiously reprimand. Luo Jin by the side also frowned. Elder Xian's words were also the words in his heart. How could a puppet contend with the pill lightning? Most importantly, the strength of this puppet was only at the 7-star Dosheng class. A puppet with such strength would likely not even be able to endure a single strike from the pill lightning. At this moment, Qin Zhong and Gu Li's expressions also changed drastically. It was difficult to imagine that the method that Xiaoyan used to deal with the pill lightning was actually a puppet that did not possess the slightest trace of life. Moreover, the strength of this puppet was actually so weak. Chapter 224. Gu Li and Qi Lin's faces were filled with disbelief as they looked at the puppet that had charged out from the sky. They were unable to understand how Xiaoyan would actually use a puppet to block the pill lightning. This fellow, is he crazy? How is it possible to rely on a puppet to block the pill lightning? How can this puppet, which has barely reached the strength of a 7-star Dosheng, be a match for the pill lightning? Gu Li's body trembled as he stood in the empty space. His heart was extremely anxious. His hands were tightly clenched under his sleeves. Large beads of cold sweat gradually appeared on his forehead. He really did not dare to believe the scene in front of him. Old Demon who involuntarily raised his eyebrows when he saw this scene. His heart had also not expected Xiaoyan to use such a childish thing to deal with the pill lightning. Did he really think that the pill lightning was something that could be easily blocked? Even the pill lightning that MOD had attracted from the Meru pill had caused the 2 8-star half-D emperors to exhaust a lot of strength. Currently, the pill lightning that Xiaoyan had attracted from the Emperor Tribulation pill was even stronger than the former. Yet this 7-star Dosheng puppet actually dared to dream of resisting the pill lightning. Was this not a joke? At this moment, even quite a number of people in the ancient savage city below felt shocked when they saw this puppet. However, they involuntarily let out a cold laugh in their hearts at the same time. The pill lightning that was attracted by the D-tier medicinal pill was not something that a Dosheng class puppet could block. It should be known that the pill lightning had caused the 2 8-star half-D emperors in the sky to suffer a great loss. How could it be finished off by this puppet? At this moment, everyone present was filled with doubt toward this puppet of Xiaoyan's. After all, the strength of this puppet was really a little too weak. By relying on this thing alone, it was impossible for it to contend with Xiaoyan. Xiaoyan focused all his attention on the medicinal pill within the cauldron in front of everyone's doubtful gazes. He completely ignored all the unexpected changes in the outside world. The puppet finally collided violently with the pill lightning in front of the expectant gazes of a countless number of people. Bang! A deafening, frightening explosion sounded. The 7-star Dosheng puppet in the sky was instantly sent flying by the pill lightning. Its dark black body was just like a large metal piece as it tore through the empty space and smashed into the ground below. When everyone lifted their eyes and looked over, they saw that the puppet had indeed been sent flying. However, the frightening pill lightning that descended from the sky had disappeared in an instant. It was as though it had disappeared into thin air. This scene caused everyone to immediately think of the puppet. Could it be that the puppet to forcefully scatter the pill lightning? Clamor. Once this thought appeared in his mind, the entire crowd instantly went into an uproar. If that was the case, then wouldn't this puppet truly be extraordinary? It was able to directly disperse a bolt of pill lightning that even an 8-star half-martial emperor had no choice but to take seriously. If news of this were to spread, then it would probably cause a huge commotion in the alchemist's world. After all, the pill lightning was something that every alchemist both looked forward to and feared. Being able to draw out the pill lightning meant that they had mastered it. However, the terror of the pill lightning also caused them a great headache. Now there was actually a puppet that could resist the pill lightning. Did this not become the dream of tens of thousands of alchemists? Crackle! A thunderous sound appeared. The thundercloud seemed to have been angered at this moment. The thundercloud churned and frightening pill lightning smashed down one after another. It ruthlessly smashed down on Xiaoyan, vowing to shatter Xiaoyan into pieces. Bang! At this moment, an explosive bang sounded from the ground below, following which, a pitch-black figure instantly shot out like a shooting star. It was the Northern King. The Northern King suddenly clenched his fists when he appeared. His body moved and he was already hundreds of thousands of feet high in the sky. Facing the pill lightning that had just descended, the Northern King ruthlessly threw a punch forward to meet the pill lightning. Boom! The moment the pill lightning came into contact with the Northern King's fist, it was as though the pill lightning had fallen into a bottomless abyss. It was instantly absorbed into the Northern King's body. Only the remaining pill lightning remained on the surface of the Northern King's body, becoming a part of his strength. Boom! 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 In the sky, the Northern King was like a heaven-defying war god as he rampaged through the tens of thousands of lightning bolts. Countless people below were stunned when they saw this. They had seen people block pill lightning, but they had never seen someone block pill lightning in such a manner. Each time a pill lightning fell from the thundercloud, the Northern King would instantly charge forward. He would grab the pill lightning and smash it against his body. Although a frightening pit would be formed on his body, he would recover within a couple of breaths. After which, he would quickly grab the pill lightning again. How was this blocking pill lightning? He was clearly grabbing pill lightning like he was grabbing a loach. From the looks of the Northern King charging left and right, it seemed as though he was just short of stabbing into the thundercloud above his head and swallowing it. Moreover, as the pill lightning was continuously absorbed into the Northern King's body, the few bandit emperors in the sky quickly discovered that the Northern King's strength was rising at an extremely frightening rate. At this moment, the Northern King's strength had already reached the 8-star of the Dosheng class from the initial 7-star of the Dosheng class. Moreover, the Northern King's strength was still rising. These pill lightning were forcefully swallowed by the Northern King. At this moment everyone finally understood. No wonder Xiaoyan dared to use a Dosheng class puppet to block the pill lightning. This puppet was the nemesis of the pill lightning. As long as there was a pill lightning, it would be completely swallowed by the puppet. After which, it would become nourishment for the puppet to increase its strength. Adding Xiaoyan's identity as an alchemist, the growth of this puppet was even greater than the genius disciples of some large factions. It was difficult to imagine just what kind of frightening level the strength of this puppet would reach in the future. Old Demon Hu and the others looked at this puppet. Their faces finally revealed a grave expression. At this moment, they had no choice but to admit that Xiaoyan's strength was really frightening. Not only was his own training talent frightening, but even this puppet was so heaven-defying. It was difficult to imagine just how frightening it would be once it fully matured. Old Xian's and Luo Jin's faces were also filled with shock from the viewing gallery. This was the first time that they had seen such a strange puppet. This puppet was really powerful. No wonder Xiaoyan was so reassured about it. Bang! Lightning shattered with a punch. Time passed quickly. The aura on the Northern King's body had already stepped into the level of a bandit. However, the thundercloud above its head did not show any signs of dispersing even until now. It seemed that these pill lightning were not only unable to harm Xiaoyan. Instead, they were adding fuel to the fire of Xiaoyan's overall strength. Rumble! The thundercloud churned once again. At this moment, the thundercloud had reached its final stage. At this moment, the Northern King's strength had already stepped into the level of a 6-star bandit. On the surface, it did not seem to be any weaker than the Li family's ancestor, Li Gan. However, no one knew who would be stronger if the two of them were to fight. The thundercloud did not disperse. This time, the Northern King forcibly charged into the churning thundercloud under the shocked gazes of thousands of people. Rumble! Rumble! After a deafening rumble, a muscular figure with black smoke all over its body flew out. The thundercloud also gradually dispersed. At this moment, the Northern King's strength had completely stabilized at the level of a 6-star bandit. This time, Xiaoyan had benefited greatly from the refinement of the Emperor-grade pill. Chapter 225. Sizzle. The Northern King's mountain-like body slowly descended from the sky. Its body was suspended beside Xiaoyan's body. The pill lightning, which had yet to be completely devoured, continued to flow on the surface of its dark black body, causing the surrounding space to emit a crackling sound. The pill lightning scattered. At this moment, Xiao Yan's heart finally relaxed. The D-tier medicinal pill in the cauldron had finally been successfully refined. Hu! Xiao Yan let out a long breath of turbid air that had been suppressed in his chest. His expression swiftly turned pale. His seated body involuntarily swayed. The extreme exhaustion of his do-qi and spiritual strength caused Xiao Yan to have difficulty supporting himself. Xiao Yan hardened his heart. He forcefully opened his eyes, which were about to close. His teeth violently bit the tip of his tongue. Immediately, a faint fishy sweetness spread from his mouth. Xiao Yan also took this opportunity to hurriedly take out an D-tier medicinal pill that he had obtained from Heimu's storage ring. He did not hesitate and immediately consumed it the moment he took it out. This D-tier medicinal pill was even more effective than the one he had given to Qinzhong previously. Within a short moment, Xiao Yan was able to wake up a little. The exhausted do-qi within his body had also recovered a little. Xiao Yan once again inhaled a deep breath of air. He turned his head slightly and looked at the Northern King, who was standing still like a metal tower. There was some surprise in his eyes. The strength of the pill lightning had become the best supplement for the Northern King to raise its strength. After completely devouring the pill lightning, the Northern King's overall strength was already much higher than its owner. Moreover, under Xiao Yan's observation, there were numerous dark black thunderbolts flashing on the surface of the Northern King's dark black body. They were unable to be removed. These pill lightning could no longer be devoured. From the looks of it, they had become a part of the Northern King, adding to its strength. Xiao Yan had already seen the might of the pill lightning. Even 8-star half-martial emperors didn't dare to rashly come into contact with it. Just from this point alone, one could see the scars of the pill lightning. Now that the pill lightning had been added to the Northern King's body, even ordinary 7-star half-martial emperors wouldn't dare to come into contact with it. The Northern King's body was already tyrannical. He was the ancient void dragon that was known for its tyrannical body in the Devil Beast world. Moreover, the Northern Dragon King had devoured the flesh and blood of many dragon clan members. His body was even more tyrannical than before. In addition, Xiao Yan's heavenly flame was a special refinement, and he had the support of the pill lightning from the emperor-grade medicinal pill. The current Northern King was probably invincible in the entire half-martial emperor realm, except for old Freak Hu, an 8-star half-martial emperor. In this way, the Northern King had become another great helper for Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan revealed a joyous smile as he looked at this frightening, dark black monster in front of him. Originally, he did not think that the Northern King would be able to completely block the pill lightning. After all, the Northern King was merely a puppet at the end of the day. It was essentially a killing machine. As long as it was a machine, the Northern King would have a limit. Xiao Yan was already extremely shocked to see that the Northern King's strength had broken through to the half-martial emperor realm. However, at this moment, when Xiao Yan's hand slowly rubbed the Northern King's dark body, his fingers felt an extremely soft, cowhide-like feeling. This caused Xiao Yan to feel extremely shocked in his heart. In the past, Xiao Yan had refined quite a number of puppets. However, the limit of the puppet's strength was only the Dozun class. At that time, the body of the puppet would already be unusually hard. It was as cold and hard as a large piece of metal. At this moment, the condition that the Northern King was in showed that its strength could still be raised. Thus, it also attracted Xiao Yan's interest. He wanted to see just what the limit of the future Northern King was. A thought suddenly passed through Xiao Yan's mind while he was thinking. The dark black giant god in front of him appeared to have received an order. Its strong body suddenly moved. It tilted and a leg was violently swung out. It smashed into the empty space in front of the Northern King. Bang! After a frightening sonic boom was emitted, the empty space within 1,000 feet in front of the Northern King was blasted apart by this attack. This also caused the expressions of the elite half-martial emperors standing in the empty space to suddenly change. Even the expressions of Gu Li's group in the sky had suddenly become grave. Although the strength of this puppet of Xiao Yan's was inferior to theirs, there was hardly anyone amongst the half-martial emperors who could receive such a powerful attack with the exception of them. It was unexpected that the strength of this puppet was already so great. The corners of old Xian's mouth twitched uncontrollably as he watched from the spectator stands. He was at a loss for words. Beside him, Luo Jin squinted his eyes as he looked at the Northern King. There was a glint in his eyes. Compared to the others who valued this puppet of Xiao Yan's, Luo Jin was more curious about the qi method that Xiao Yan had used to refine this puppet. After all, as long as he had that item, it would be easy to obtain this puppet. However, a moment later, Luo Jin helplessly shook his head and removed the thought in his heart. It was not worth it to inquire about Xiao Yan's secret for a puppet. Cough cough. Suddenly, an intense coughing sound was emitted from the empty square. Everyone lifted their eyes and looked over, only to see Mod slowly standing up from the stone platform. His face was still pale as he slowly swept his gaze over the entire place. However, there were not many people left in the empty square at this moment. This was because most of the people who had been struck by the pill lightning earlier had already landed in the savage ancient city. Cough cough. Another wave of intense coughing sounded. Old Demon Hu and Yan Bing, who were confronting Gu Li and Yan Bing in the sky, swiftly returned to Mod's side. Currently, they had already completely fallen out with Xiao Yan's group. If Xiao Yan were to take the opportunity to use his puppet to attack Mod, they were really afraid that they would not be able to react in time. Mod ignored them. Instead, his gaze once again landed on the medicinal cauldron in front of him. The Emperor Tier medicinal pill, Sumeru pill, had already been refined. Although the Emperor Tier pill had been successfully refined, there was still one more thing that required the help of the two elite practitioners in front of him. Otherwise, even if the Emperor Tier pill was refined, it would still be useless. Haha, the two of you, there is no need to bother about them for now. After all, the Alchemist Grand Meeting is still ongoing and they do not dare to act recklessly. I hope that the two of you can focus on the next matter. The two of them immediately understood when they heard this. Old Demon Hu's gaze swept across the Guli duo, while Yan Bing's icy gaze landed on Xiao Yan. This caused the latter to frown once again. Yan Bing's murderous intent had indeed caused Xiao Yan to feel a strange feeling. Bang! With a loud bang, Mod's palm violently slammed on the medicinal cauldron in front of him. As his palm slammed down, the medicinal cauldron's lid immediately opened. The highly anticipated Emperor Tier medicinal pill also slowly floated out from within. It floated in the empty space and quietly stood there. When Mod saw this, his expression suddenly turned cold. With a wave of his hand, he grabbed the Sumeru pill with his claw. This scene also caused the crowd below to be involuntarily stunned. Why did Mod's action seem as if he was afraid that the Emperor Tier pill would run away? Was he not afraid of crushing the Emperor Tier pill with his claw? Boom. In the next moment, a loud bang was heard from the empty space. Mod's figure immediately retreated. If it were not for Old Demon Hu catching him from behind, he would have fallen off the stone platform. When the crowd lifted their eyes to look, their faces immediately turned pale with fright. The Emperor Tier medicinal pill had already disappeared from where it originally stood. At this moment, it was replaced by a fellow who looked exactly like Mod. Chapter 226. Boom. With a loud bang, three figures suddenly collided in the void. An instant later, two of the figures retreated 10 steps each. On the other hand, the other figure retreated 100 steps in the void before coming to a stop. At a glance, the three figures were Old Demon Hu, Yan Bing, and Mod, who had retreated. It was unexpected that these three fellows, who had formed a united front, would actually fight each other at this moment. However, when the crowd looked at the stone platform below the three of them, they saw a pale skinny old man seated on the stone platform, slowly recovering. Looking at his appearance, it was Mod. Humph, it is merely an Emperor Tier medicinal pill. No matter how much you look like a human, you will not be able to escape the fate of being swallowed by others. You actually want to struggle in front of this old man. You are really foolish. Old Demon Hu glanced at Yan Bing from the corner of his eyes as he hovered in the sky. Subsequently, his gaze landed on the figure that looked exactly like Mod, who was 1,000 feet away. Following which, a disdainful sneer was emitted from his mouth. The Mod in front of them was transformed from the Emperor Tier medicinal pill, Shumi pill. At this moment, its strength was also quite extraordinary. Under its full strength, Old Demon Hu and Yanbing were unable to immediately suppress it. This was not because the two of them were unable to defeat it. At this moment, the Shumi Pill's strength was at most a 3-star half-emperor. It was already very difficult for it to be comparable to MOD at his peak. However, it was impossible for it to fight against Old Demon Hu and Yanbing. If it were not for the fact that the Shumi Pill was a medicinal pill, and the two of them were afraid of damaging the medicinal pill's essence when they fought, they would have already forcefully taken it down. There was no need for the two of them to fight together. What they needed to do now was to exhaust the Shumi Pill's strength. When the time was right, they would immediately take action and take it down. The Shumi Pill immediately frowned upon hearing this. Since it had transformed into a human, its intelligence was not lower than a human. At this moment, it had also heard Old Demon Hu's words and was worried in its heart. In terms of strength, it was definitely not a match for either of the two in front of it. If this continued, the only thing that awaited it was to be subdued by them and return to its original body to be consumed. Humph. When he thought of this, a sense of unwillingness arose in his heart. Since he couldn't defeat them, he could just flee. As long as he could flee into the city below and carefully conceal his aura, it would be difficult for these two people to detect him with their strength. The expression of MOD suddenly turned cold when he thought of doing so. His body moved and his palm violently smashed towards Old Demon Hu's head. The latter merely laughed coldly when he saw this. He did not dodge and merely waited in a daze for the former's palm to arrive. Boom! With a loud bang, a violent gale instantly swept out. MOD's palm was forcefully stopped in front of Old Devil Hu, unable to move even an inch further. Ah! Good, not bad, the strike is also fierce. Since that's the case, it's time for this old man to take action. With a cold laugh, Old Freak Hu suddenly extended his palm. His hand grabbed at MOD's throat, intending to take him down. The latter's expression changed drastically at this moment. Before the hand grabbed him, a piercing milky white light was suddenly released from his body. Swoosh! Old Devil Hu grabbed with his hand, but the spot where his hand was grabbing suddenly became empty. The MOD in front of him had actually instantly returned to his original body. He turned into a ray of light that shot towards the ancient savage city below. Old Devil Hu immediately emitted a cold snort when he saw that the Meru Pill was actually planning to flee. Yanbing by the side also stared at the Meru Pill with an indifferent expression. Her eyes flickered slightly. She hesitated for a moment before swiftly giving chase. Ha! It is merely a medicinal pill. The old me wants to see where you can hide. With a cold cry, Old Devil Hu's body suddenly increased in speed. His claw grabbed at the Meru Pill. The distance between the two suddenly closed at this moment. Bang! At this critical moment, the Meru Pill instantly turned into Yanbing's appearance. Her white hand suddenly smashed toward Old Devil Hu. Old Devil Hu's expression changed drastically when he saw Yanbing. He was clearly aware of Yanbing's strength. At this moment, he did not care whether the other party was Yanbing or not. He had already attacked with all his strength. The do-chi in his body surged wildly as his claw violently collided with hers. Bang! However, the result was somewhat different. Old Devil Hu's full-force palm instantly crushed the palm that was heading toward him. At this moment, Old Devil Hu suddenly reacted. The Yanbing in front of him was a fake. Even though he had reacted in time, it was ultimately too late. This full-force attack might have exhausted the strength of the Meru Pill, causing it to once again return to its original body. However, it also caused it to instantly disappear from Old Devil Hu's sight. It could be considered to have barely escaped a calamity. Chi. However, in the next instant, the spiritual consciousness within the Sumeru Pill dissipated, and a white hand covered in frost descended, grabbing the pill in its palm. It was Yanbing. Although this Meru Pill was scheming, how could it escape from Yanbing's scheming? It could escape from Old Devil Hu, but it could not escape from Yanbing's palm. Old Devil Hu's body slowly came to a stop in the empty space. He looked at Yanbing, who appeared to have returned victorious. An obscure glint once again flashed across his eyes. However, he did not say anything. He glanced at Yanbing's hand that was covered with frost, and the expression in his eyes involuntarily changed. His body immediately flashed and he returned to MOD's side. Bang! Just at this moment, the void square, which had just quietened down, rang out again. Everyone looked over once again. Above the void, a green elixir instantly flew out. It ignored the astonished gazes around it, and instantly flew towards the crowd below. With the previous example, the Emperor Tribulation Pill actually chose to flee the instant it came out. It was truly a straightforward decision. A mocking smile immediately appeared on MOD's face when he saw this. At this moment, Yan Xiao was still sitting in front of the medicinal cauldron, completely ignoring the escape of the medicinal pill. Even the puppet beside him did not move. Did he really think that the Emperor Tier medicinal pill would return after escaping? At this very moment, Gu Li and Qi Lin's expressions changed once again when they saw this. Although they wanted to help, their statuses were special. As judges, they were unable to do anything. They could only watch as the Emperor Tribulation pellet shot into the city below. On the viewing platform, Elder Xian's expression changed slightly when he saw this. His body moved, and he pounced towards the Emperor Tribulation pill in an attempt to help Xiaoyan stop it. Elder Xian had just moved when Luo Jin pulled him back. He gently shook his head and indicated to Elder Xian. After which, he pointed his chin at the calm and composed Xiaoyan below. A playful expression surfaced in his eyes as he opened his mouth and laughed. Let's wait and see. He should be confident. This Emperor Tribulation pill will not escape. Xiaoyan, who had his eyes shut and was slowly recovering his dou qi, slowly opened his eyes at this moment after his words sounded. The corner of his mouth was gradually lifted into a cold smile. Ha, do you think you can escape? Chapter 227. Clamor. The ancient wildland city below had suddenly turned into an uproar while Xiaoyan's cold laughter sounded. Everyone in the entire ancient wildland city had personally witnessed the D-tier medicinal pill falling into the city. How could these Dozuns and Doshungs be willing to let go of such a great opportunity? Although this D-tier medicinal pill was refined by Xiaoyan and belonged to Xiaoyan, it had already fallen into the city. How could these ordinary experts not be tempted as long as they had the opportunity to obtain it? If it was an ordinary time, these fellows would naturally not dare to touch the things that belonged to Xiaoyan, who was a noble bandit. However, the current situation was completely different. The pill that had fallen into the city earlier was an D-tier medicinal pill. As long as any one of these people had the opportunity to consume an D-tier medicinal pill, they would be able to swiftly raise their strength in the blink of an eye. As long as one's strength broke through to the Band D class within a short period of time with the help of the medicinal pill, Xiaoyan's strength would not be as great as he wished. As long as he could quickly escape from the ancient wildland city, he would be able to become an exceptional expert in the future. How could they easily let go of such a good opportunity to rise to the top in a single step? Hence, the entire ancient wildland city had already become lively before the detribulation pill had fallen into the city. Earlier, someone had blocked the Sumeru pill, and they did not dare to attack. However, at this moment, this detribulation pill was equivalent to an ownerless item. Why would they hesitate? Immediately, the crowd in the sky pounced towards the sky like a wave. They wildly pounced towards the falling detribulation pill. Ha! This Emperor-grade pill is mine for sure. Whoever dares to fight with me, once my strength soars after I consume it, I will definitely personally destroy. Bang! Before his voice sounded, this old man had already exploded into a cluster of blood fog, causing the surrounding chaotic crowd to suddenly become quiet. At a glance, the old man who had attacked was actually an elite 8-star Dosheng. Humph! You actually dare to speak such nonsense in front of me with just this little strength. You are really reckless. D-tier medicinal pill is not something that trash like you can obtain. Those who do not wish to die should get lost. Otherwise, this old man will slap him to death. The frightening pressure that belonged to an 8-star elite Dosheng swept apart after the old man's words sounded. It caused the expressions of everyone in the sky to change drastically. Their bodies hurriedly pulled back. They were afraid that they would end up in the same state as the old man earlier if this old man threw a punch at them. Haha, although your strength is nothing much, your words are not wrong. How can a mere Dosheng like you hope to obtain a D-tier medicinal pill? The old man had just suppressed the chaotic scene when an even more terrifying pressure instantly descended upon him. The old man's expression changed drastically when he sensed the pressure, because the owner of the pressure was actually a half-martial emperor. Who would have thought that the allure of an emperor-grade elixir would be so great that even a half-emperor would go crazy over it? The moment the half-step sovereign expert appeared, the people in the sky immediately dispelled their thoughts. In front of a half-step sovereign expert, they didn't even have the chance to fight. It wasn't worth it to compete with him for a sovereign-grade pill. The corner of this half-emperor's mouth was involuntarily lifted into a cold smile when he saw that no one dared to stop him. Clearly, he enjoyed the feeling of being feared by tens of thousands of people. Immediately, he ceased hesitating. His body moved and hurriedly chased after the Emperor Tribulation pill. At this moment, Xiaoyan finally moved in the empty square. A thought passed through Xiaoyan's mind, and the spiritual strength between his brows, which had recovered a little, instantly poured out. It swiftly spread over the city below. In an instant, the Emperor Tribulation pill once again appeared in front of Xiaoyan's spiritual strength. Xiaoyan frowned slightly when he saw the half-emperor, who was chasing after the Emperor Tribulation pill. Disgust and disdain immediately rose in his heart. This half-emperor had clearly advanced not long ago. However, he was thinking of using the method of swallowing an D-tier medicinal pill to raise his strength. This was going against the way of training. However, Xiaoyan coldly laughed in the blink of an eye. A glint flashed across both of his eyes as he coldly laughed in his heart. Humph. Alright, since you want this Emperor Tribulation pill so much, I will let you have it. Suddenly, Xiaoyan's hands moved. The dou-qi within his body was swiftly raised. His fingertips swiftly moved as though he was playing the piano. Numerous complicated seals were formed in Xiaoyan's hands. Freeze. The Emperor Tribulation pill, which was swiftly flying in the city below, seemed to have been controlled by something. The rapidly flying medicinal pill suddenly came to a halt in the air. When the half-emperor expert, who was following closely behind, saw this, he immediately rejoiced in his heart. Without any hesitation, he grabbed at the Emperor Tribulation pill. Bang! In the next moment, the Emperor Tribulation pill suddenly emitted light in all directions, just as the half-emperor's hand was about to grab the Emperor Tribulation pill. Immediately, it transformed into a human figure that was no different from Xiaoyan. One of its hands grabbed the hand that was grabbing at it. The 5 fingers exerted force and the half-emperor's hand became like a chicken's claw. The bones under the skin and flesh were instantly crushed. Fresh blood immediately surged out and dripped down along the hand. The heavy injury to his hand caused this half-martial emperor expert to involuntarily let out a miserable howl. In his panic, his entire arm involuntarily twitched as he attempted to forcefully withdraw his hand that had been restrained. Humph! However, the person in front of him merely sneered. An icy killing intent suddenly appeared in his green eyes. The 5 fingers that were grabbing the half-emperor's hand once again exerted force, and his wrist was twisted upwards. Following an extremely miserable cry, the half-emperor's hand was actually forcefully broken at the wrist. However, this was not the end. The Xiaoyan that was formed by the Emperor Tribulation pill suddenly exerted force on the hand that was holding the half-emperor's hand. He forcefully pulled the half-emperor up from the air. His hand loosened and clenched, grabbing the half-emperor's elbow and suddenly twisting his arm. Crack! The sound of bones breaking was heard. In the next moment, the half-emperor's entire arm was forcefully broken at the joint. A miserable cry sounded. Before the half-emperor could react, Xiaoyan had attacked once again. Holding the broken arm in his hand, the killing intent in Xiaoyan's eyes instantly surged. With a spin of his hand, he suddenly stabbed the broken arm at the half-emperor. The broken arm was actually like a sharp sword in the hands of Xiaoyan at this moment. It instantly pierced through the half-emperor's chest. After which, Xiaoyan kicked out and sent the half-emperor flying. After doing all this, Xiaoyan still did not dare to be careless. He ignored the 1-star half-emperor that had been sent flying with a kick. His green eyes slowly lifted and revealed a fearful expression as he looked at Xiaoyan, who was sitting cross-legged in front of the thousand-beast cauldron, above the void square. Humph! With a cold snort, Xiaoyan moved and once again flew into the sky. He stood not far behind Xiaoyan, and stared straight at Xiaoyan. His face was grave, as if he was struggling with something in his heart. In the sky, Missouri D and the rest could not help but frown when they saw this scene. The Emperor Trial Elixir clearly had a chance to escape. Why did he fly back? Why? Not running anymore? Although this fellow was standing behind him, Xiaoyan was not the least bit worried that he would launch a sneak attack. The North King's strength was enough to deter him. Moreover, even if the North King was not present, he would still not be able to touch Xiaoyan. When the Emperor Trial Elixir heard this, he sneered again. His gaze paused on the North King, who was beside Xiaoyan. After which, he looked around and slowly raised his hand. He extended his index finger, and slowly extended it towards the void in front of him. Qi. Suddenly, when that delicate finger extended to a certain distance, a qi sound was emitted from the void. A brilliant heavenly flame instantly rose and surrounded the Emperor Trial Elixir within it. This caused the Emperor Trial Elixir to hurriedly withdraw his finger. With this thing controlling me, I will not be able to escape even if I want to. This must have been added to my body before the pill was formed. Xiaoyan did not reply to this. It was not important whether it was added before or after. What was important was that as long as Xiaoyan was unwilling, this Emperor Trial Elixir would definitely not be able to escape from Xiaoyan's hands. At this moment, Luo Jin's elder Xian's eyes were once again firmly staring at the heavenly flame around the Emperor Trial Elixir. The hearts of the both of them were filled with shock. This time, he has taken out the Pill Tower's secret skill. Transforming Pill Ring. Just who is this Yan Xiao? Chapter 228. Old Xian and Luo Jin slowly looked at each other from the viewing gallery. Their eyes were filled with shock and despair. The Xiaoyan in front of them could be said to have broken their understanding of him time and time again. First, it was the heavenly flame. Next, it was that frightening Do technique. That Middle Region clan's technique, the God Seal skill, the enviable medicinal cauldron on the heavenly cauldron ranking. Now there was the addition of the Pill Tower's secret technique, the transforming pill ring. As long as any one of these items were taken out, it would make the entire continent go crazy. Yet, all of these things actually existed in Xiaoyan's body. Hence, it was unavoidable for people like Luo Jin to become suspicious. Just what was the identity of this Xiaoyan in front of them? At this moment, Xiaoyan slowly stood up from the stone stage. He turned around and looked at the Emperor Tribulation Pill. A smile surfaced on the corner of his mouth. After which, his eyes turned towards MOD on the other side. A glint flashed across his eyes. Xiaoyan and MOD's eyes met. Lifting his chin slightly, Xiaoyan smiled and said, "The champion spot is mine." Xiaoyan's words were uttered in exchange for a cold laugh from MOD. Although he did not know why the Emperor Tribulation Pill had obediently returned, at the very least, this Emperor Tribulation Pill had not been subdued by Xiaoyan. On the other hand, his Sumeru Pill was already in MOD's hand. No matter how one put it, he, MOD, had won. What right did Xiaoyan have to boast like this? Humph! You can't even take back the medicinal pill. What are you going to use to fight with me for the champion spot? MOD slowly lifted his shriveled hand. He opened his palm, and a round medicinal pill stood in his palm. As his palm opened, a rich pill fragrance spread, causing everyone to feel comfortable all over. An Emperor Tier medicinal pill was indeed extraordinary. Xiaoyan slowly shook his head when he saw Xiaoyan flaunting his victory. After which, his eyes once again landed on the Emperor Tribulation Pill. At this moment, the Emperor Tribulation Pill still had a human appearance that was almost identical to Xiaoyan's. Although it had a grave expression on its face, from the looks of it, it was unwilling to submit. Xiaoyan smiled when he saw this. Even with the pill transformation ring on his body, he was still thinking of ways to get rid of him. This Emperor Tribulation Pill was really something. Haha, what? You still want to struggle bitterly? Do you want me to personally deal with you? When the Emperor Trial Pill heard this, his expression changed once again. Although he did not know what the thing around him was, he could feel an extremely terrifying pressure from it. This pressure was not effective on everyone, but it was used to suppress the spiritual intelligence of the pill. In this way, his heart became extremely heavy. It was difficult to imagine that if Xiaoyan were to make a move, then wouldn't he even have the chance to counterattack? Humph. I did not expect your means to be so powerful. Since you want to deal with me, I will not allow you to do so even if I have to self-destruct. This Dijia Dan let out a cold snort. This Dijia Dan was decisive. He was aware that he was no match for Xiaoyan. His body suddenly moved, and he pounced toward Xiaoyan. At the same time, he swiftly raised both of his hands and the seals on his fingertips changed rapidly. He was really prepared to self-destruct to take Xiaoyan down with him. Xiaoyan could not help but sneer when he saw this. A mocking smile appeared on his face. He also raised his palms and quickly formed many complicated seals as he shouted coldly, "Humph! You want to self-destruct in front of me? Aren't you thinking too much?" As his voice faded, the seals in Xiaoyan's palms froze. At the same time, he suddenly shouted, "Pill transformation divine art. Withdraw." With a shout, the brilliant light circle around the Emperor Trial Pill rapidly shrank. The Emperor Trial Pill was forcefully withdrawn by Xiaoyan under the horrified gazes of the crowd. In the end, when the light circle turned into a ball of light, the Emperor Trial Pill once again returned to its original form. It turned into a Longan-sized green pill and flew into Xiaoyan's palm. Emperor Grade Pill, Emperor Trial Pill. At this moment, under the gazes of tens of thousands of people, Xiaoyan only used a few breaths to successfully withdraw the Emperor Trial Pill. Such a scene shocked countless people. The Sumeru pill from earlier was something that old demon Hu and Yenbing had personally taken action in order to obtain. Although it was not considered difficult, they had spent a great deal of effort. However, Xiaoyan had merely used a couple of breaths to swiftly retrieve a D-tier medicinal pill. Moreover, the entire process appeared to have been done in a casual manner. It was unlike old demon who had acted in the same manner. Based on this point alone, Xiaoyan's ability could not help but make the onlookers gasp in admiration. To be able to casually subdue an Emperor Trial Pill, such means could be said to be divine. A cold smile slowly surfaced on the corner of Xiaoyan's mouth as he sensed the faint residual warmth being emitted from the medicinal pill in his hand. He lifted his hand and displayed the Emperor Calamity Pill in his hand in front of everyone. His gaze slowly swept over the entire place before exchanging glances with Gu Li and Mod in the air. After which he looked at Mod on the opposite side. At this moment, Mod's pair of sinister old eyes were also staring at Xiaoyan. He did not expect that the Emperor Trial Pill would be so easily subdued by Xiaoyan. Moreover, the secret skills that Xiaoyan had displayed earlier were all things that he had never heard of. This caused Mod's expression to turn gloomy. "Haha. How is it, Grandmaster Mod? Now, I have the ability to compete with you." Xiaoyan smiled faintly as he looked at the gloomy Mod opposite him. He raised the Emperor Trial Pill in his hand and slowly opened his mouth. "Humph. So what if you have subdued the Emperor Trial Pill? My Sumeru pill was successfully refined long before yours. It's too late for you to take out the Emperor Trial Pill now. Too late, it's too late." Mod could not help but sneer when he saw the faint smile on Xiaoyan's face. Mod ignored Xiaoyan and directly looked at Gu Li and Qi Lin in the sky. The figure on the stone platform slowly flew into the sky and sneered at Gu Li and Qi Lin. "Humph. From your point of view, the old Mi's Sumeru pill was successfully refined before Xiaoyan's Dijia pill. Therefore there is no need to say anything more. This champion spot should belong to the old Mi." Gu Li could not help but frown when he heard this. However, he immediately relaxed again. He exchanged glances with Qi Lin before he looked at Mod. He rolled his eyes and smiled as he said, "Brother Mod. Haha, indeed. Based on the time, the championship should be Grandmaster Mod's." Before Mod could even reveal a happy expression, Gu Li sneered and continued with a smile. "Don't worry, Brother Yan. But, we alchemists, when refining medicinal pills, ultimately don't compete on who can refine faster. After all, if we're just talking about time, then wouldn't casually refining a trash pill be enough to become the champion?" Everyone nodded when they heard Gu Li's words. The reason why alchemists were respected was because of the quality of the pills they refined. Otherwise, out of the tens of thousands of alchemists on the continent, only a portion of them were known to the world. Haha, indeed. Grandmaster Mod's Sumeru pill was successfully refined before Yan Zhao's Emperor Trial Pill. However, the quality of these two pills still needs to be appraised before we can determine the champion. MOD could not help but frown when he heard Guli's words. When he saw the mysterious smile on Guli's face, MOD felt increasingly uneasy. Chapter 229. The crowd, who had dispersed because of the pill lightning earlier, had once again gathered in the huge empty square. Their eyes were all looking at the few figures in the middle of the square. Xiao Yan, MOD and the rest were standing in the middle of the square. The various experts in the judges' seats were also present. Everyone's eyes were looking at Xiao Yan and MOD. A cold snort was emitted from MOD's nose in front of everyone's eyes. Soon after, he raised his hand high up under his sleeves. His 5 fingers slowly extended, and a round medicinal pill was exposed to the air in his palm. The instant this medicinal pill appeared, an extremely rich pill fragrance spread out. The rich pill fragrance was like a fog as it enveloped the medicinal pill, causing the medicinal pill to be faintly discernible when one looked at it. It appeared as though it was an illusion, giving it a somewhat mysterious appearance. TSK, is that the shimi pill? It is indeed worthy of being an emperor-tier medicinal pill. If I can get my hands on it, I won't have lived my life in vain. Haha, that's right. As long as I can obtain this emperor-tier medicinal pill, I will be able to create another half-emperor level expert out of thin air. Just thinking about it makes one's blood boil. Ha 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 ha. MOD involuntarily laughed out loud at this moment when he heard the numerous exclamations that were transmitted from the mouths of the surrounding audience, and the envious gazes that were shot over. His eyes, which were filled with a cold smile, slowly swept over the entire stadium. Finally, they landed on Xiao Yan. His hand was extended toward Xiao Yan. The medicinal pill in his hand also landed in Xiao Yan's eyes. MOD first glanced at Xiao Yan, after which his eyes landed on the shimi pill in his palm. He deeply inhaled a breath of the extremely rich pill fragrance. The corners of MOD's mouth lifted into a cold smile. Soon after, he laughed loudly. Shimi pill, an emperor-tier medicinal pill. Its effect is to greatly increase the user's strength for a short period of time. If a half-emperor level expert consumes it, his strength will increase by 1 to 2 stars for a short period of time. Whoosh! Loud cries of surprise immediately rang out from the crowd after MOD spoke. Everyone stared at the Meru pill in MOD's hand with a feverish expression. Even some half-step emperors revealed greedy gazes as they looked at MOD. Although the effect of the shimi pill was not a permanent increase in the user's strength, just the fact that it could greatly increase one's strength in a short period of time was enough to make people excited. After all, when experts at the quasi-emperor realm fought, even the slightest difference in strength would cause the outcome of the battle. For example, although an 8-star half-martial emperor like Guli possessed the strength of a middle-stage 8-star half-martial emperor, when compared to Yanbing who possessed the same cultivation level as him, they were 2 completely different levels. Yanbing, who possessed the strength of a peak late-stage 8-star half-martial emperor, was completely capable of completely suppressing Guli within 100 exchanges if she were to go all out. However, if Guli were to consume a Meru pill, he would be completely capable of instantly increasing his strength to that of a 9-star half-martial emperor in a short period of time. Although it would be impossible for him to increase his strength to that of a true Dodi, Guli would still have the opportunity to turn the tables on Yanbing. Although there was only a single step of difference between a 9-star half-martial emperor and a peak late-stage 8-star half-martial emperor, a 9-star half-martial emperor was capable of suppressing Yanbing, who was at the peak late-stage 8-star half-martial emperor. This was also the frightening aspect of the Meru pill. A miraculous medicinal pill that could reverse the situation of an entire battle. How could this not cause people to go crazy over it? Haha, since that's the case, Grandmaster MOD, please bring the medicinal pill over so that the old man and the rest can appraise its quality. Hearing MOD's arrogant laughter, Guli instead smiled faintly. He placed his hands in his sleeves and looked at MOD with a sneer on his face as he spoke softly. Hearing Guli's words, MOD immediately revealed a dissatisfied expression. He withdrew his hand and stored the medicinal pill into his sleeve. With an ice-cold expression, he looked at Guli and coldly snorted. Humph! As a rank 2 alchemist, the D-tier medicinal pill that this old man has refined is without a doubt a pill. Do I need you to appraise it? Hearing this, Guli could not help but smile. He coldly laughed and suddenly waved his large sleeve. A majestic aura immediately spread out. At the same time, he coldly cried out once again, "MOD, you are indeed a rank 2 alchemist. Naturally, no one will doubt the medicinal pill that you have refined. However, please do not forget that this is the alchemist grand meeting that is being held right now. During this period of time, you are only a participant. This old man is the judge. As long as it is a medicinal pill refined by a participant, regardless of what rank you are, you must hand it over to this old man for appraisal." Why? Is Grandmaster MOD planning to violate the rules of the grand meeting? If that is the case, please leave. This year's grand meeting will directly declare that you have forfeited. Hearing Guli's cold cry, MOD was so angry that his face trembled. Just as he was about to say something, Guli's threatening words forced him to swallow his words. This caused MOD to become even more furious. However, at the same time, MOD was helpless in the face of Guli's pressure. Given Guli's status, if he did not hand over the medicinal pill for appraisal, Guli could really declare that he had forfeited. This was not worth it for MOD. Even if I show it to you, it will not change the fact that this old man is the champion. With a cold snort, MOD waved his hand. The D-tier shumi pill in his hand turned into a ray of light and directly flew towards Guli. Old Demon Who and Old Demon Who were standing beside MOD, also narrowed their eyes and looked at Guli. However, in Old Demon Who's eyes, a different thought flashed across his mind when he saw the shumi pill flying towards him. When Guli saw the medicinal pill flying towards him, he did not dare to be careless. After all, this was indeed tier medicinal pill. It was reasonable for him to face it properly. Just as the shumi pill was flying towards him, Guli suddenly lifted his hand under his sleeves. An invisible gentle force instantly surged out from his palm and gently caught the medicinal pill that was flying towards him. At a glance, the expression in Guli's eyes involuntarily hardened. Although MOD was not a good person, it must be said that the shumi pill that he had refined was indeed a completed pill. Moreover, based on its quality and the surging energy within it, this shumi pill could be considered a top-tier pill amongst completed pills. After a careful inspection, Guli finally carefully passed the shumi pill in his hand to Qilin. This shumi pill still needed to be appraised by the other alchemist grandmasters in the judging panel before a conclusion could be reached. Therefore, MOD only took a second look at it and did not say anything. A moment later, when the shumi pill was returned to Guli from the hands of the last alchemist grandmaster, the crowd once again looked curiously at Guli. After all, no matter how good MOD said this shumi pill was, at the end of the day, Guli still had to represent all the judges to give a verdict. At that time, this shumi pill would truly be considered an acknowledged D-tier medicinal pill. Under the gazes of tens of thousands of people, Guli's gaze slowly swept across the entire place. As he looked at the black mass of people on the viewing platform, a smile slowly surfaced on the corners of Guli's mouth. After which, his gaze landed on MOD. The two of them looked at each other. MOD had a cold smile on his face. He was quite confident in his shumi pill. This was because this shumi pill could be said to be the highest quality D-tier medicinal pill that he had refined in a long time. It was because of this that MOD had absolute confidence in being able to defeat Xiao Yan. A long while later, everyone in the square was completely silent. When the entire place was completely silent, Guli slowly opened his mouth and smiled. D-tier medicinal pill shumi pill. Top-tier completed pill. In the next moment, the empty square, which had been silent for a moment, was immediately filled with deafening exclamations. When the answer in their hearts was confirmed by Guli, it finally caused these fellows to involuntarily cry out in surprise. From this, one could tell just how frightening the allure of an D-tier medicinal pill was. At this moment, MOD's face was filled with arrogance as he laughed heartily. Finally, even Guli had no choice but to admit that his shumi pill was a top-tier completed pill. Now they would see how Xiao Yan could compare with him. Even though Xiao Yan's Emperor Tribulation pill was also a completed pill, he lost to MOD in terms of pill refinement speed. In the end, MOD was still the champion. The champion's position was already firmly nailed to MOD. At this very moment, Even the audience on the viewing platform were looking at Xiao Yan with regretful expressions. This newly promoted rank 2 alchemist, who had received the most attention in recent months, had ultimately been defeated by a veteran alchemist. An D-tier medicinal pill was really not something that could be casually refined. Haha, everyone, since we have already appraised Grandmaster Mod Shumi pill, next, it should be the Emperor Tribulation pill refined by Yen Xiao. Suddenly, Guli's soft laughter once again sounded while the crowd was feeling sorry for Xiao Yan. At the same time, Xiao Yan also smiled towards Guli. He gently lifted his hand and the green Emperor Tribulation pill appeared in front of the crowd. However, the crowd no longer had any illusions about the Emperor Tribulation pill, which had already been declared the winner. All of them shook their heads as they looked at the Emperor Tribulation pill in Xiao Yan's hand. Waves of regretful sighs were emitted from their mouths. It was as though Xiao Yan's Emperor Tribulation pill had failed to be refined. Not only that, quite a number of people in the viewing gallery had already moved their bodies and flew back to the savage ancient city below. From their point of view, this year's Alchemist's Grand Meeting had already come to an end. Since the champion had already been decided, there was no need to continue watching. Moreover, from the way everyone saw it at this moment, MOD's Sumeru pill was many times better than Xiao Yan's Emperor Calamity pill regardless of whether it was the quality of the medicinal pill or the time used to refine it. Currently, the outcome of the Alchemist's Grand Meeting had already been decided. Hence, it did not matter whether they saw or heard this Emperor Calamity pill. Compared to the soft sighs of the outsiders, Xiao Yan's face was calm. There was an indifferent smile on the corner of his mouth as he looked towards Guli. The two of them exchanged glances. In the end, both of them smiled with a tacit understanding and did not say anything. Xiao Yan handed the Emperor Tribulation pill in his hand to Guli and ignored her. Instead, he turned his gaze towards Mod. He wanted to see just what kind of expression Mod would have after hearing the outcome. When Mod saw the faint smile on Xiao Yan's face, he involuntarily frowned slightly. In his heart, he could not help but mutter, "How can Yan Xiao still smile when he has already reached such a stage? Or is he just forcing himself to smile in order to make me feel even more worried?" However, the more Mod looked at the mysterious smile on Xiao Yan's face, the more uneasy he felt in his heart. It was as though he had missed something on Xiao Yan's body. However, just as Mod was about to investigate once again, Yan Bing, who was standing by the side, suddenly unleashed her aura. Her icy blue eyes stared at Xiao Yan. The frightening aura that belonged to an expert at the peak of the advanced level of an 8-star band D pounced toward Xiao Yan. Her icy cold killing intent was not hidden at all. It was just like an invisible sword that instantly slashed toward Xiao Yan's brow. This sudden scene caused Guli and the others on the other side to be unable to react in time. By the time they regained their senses, it was already too late. The terrifying aura pierced toward Xiao Yan's forehead. If Xiao Yan was unable to dodge it, it was likely that even if he was able to survive, his body would definitely be seriously injured, and it would be difficult for him to live for long. However, just as the expressions of Guli and the others changed drastically, Xiao Yan's heart was as calm as an ancient well. Although the aura pouncing towards him was indeed terrifying, it was a little too naive to think that it could injure him. Xiao Yan. When the aura arrived, a thought passed through Xiao Yan's mind. Immediately, a black light rapidly flashed and appeared in front of him. At the same time, an incomparably large hand suddenly clenched into a fist. A punch was thrown towards the terrifying aura that was pouncing towards him. Bang! An explosive sound rang out. At this moment, the entire void square shook slightly. At the location of the explosion, numerous terrifying cracks involuntarily appeared on the hard void square, penetrating through the entire square. Seeing this, Yan Bing's icy blue eyes involuntarily hardened. She never imagined that the puppet beside Xiao Yan would actually be so powerful. Its strength in fighting across levels was not the slightest bit weaker than its master. With merely the strength of a 6-star half-martial emperor, it was actually able to fight against an expert at the peak of an 8-star half-martial emperor. From this, one could see how powerful this puppet was. Humph! Elder Yan Bing, aren't you going a little overboard by doing this? No matter what, Yan Xiao is the chief alchemist of our association. by attacking him in front of so many people from our Alchemist Association. You are truly not putting our Alchemist Association in your eyes. Guli coldly snorted. The various elders behind him immediately turned their gazes towards Yanbing. The latter was also shocked by these gazes. She knew that now was not the time to shed all pretense of cordiality. Immediately, she coldly snorted and spoke in an indifferent voice. There is no need for you to scare this old man. If he had not threatened MOD first, this old man would be too lazy to take action. However, from the looks of it now, this chief alchemist of yours does have some ability. After her words sounded, Yanbing involuntarily glanced at the Northern King, who was standing in front of Xiao Yan. The strength of this puppet caused even her to involuntarily feel some fear in her heart. After Guli coldly snorted once again, he turned his gaze back to the Emperor Trial Pill in his hand. A moment later, when Guli once again carefully received the Emperor Trial Pill from the Alchemist Grandmaster, a smile that had yet to be completely revealed on his old face finally slowly surfaced at this moment. At this moment, all the Alchemist Grandmasters from the Alchemist Association, with the exception of Qi Lin, and some of the independent alchemist judges who had come from outside, had an extremely grave expression on their faces. In their hearts, they did not dare to believe that the quality of the medicinal pill that had just flowed through their hands had actually reached such a level. At the same time, a pitiful expression involuntarily surfaced in the eyes of these alchemist grandmasters when they looked at MOD. Of course, most of them had gloating expressions. It was really rare for them to feel pity for someone like MOD, who would resort to unscrupulous means. A long while later, Guli raised the Emperor Trial Pill in his hand with a brilliant smile in front of the remaining audience who had yet to leave. His eyes glanced at MOD, who had a suspicious expression on his face. After a couple of breaths, Guli finally opened his mouth and spoke with a pause between each word. D-tier medicinal pill, Emperor Trial Pill. High grade, D-tier complete pill. Chapter 230. Emperor Grade Complete Elixir. As soon as these 4 words were spoken, the entire place was shocked. Everyone present seemed to have heard something unbelievable at this moment. Some of them were even slightly stunned when the words Emperor Grade Complete Pill rang out. It was as if they were unable to react in time because of these words. However, when they regained their senses and noticed the 4 words Emperor Grade Complete Pill in Guli's words, their faces immediately revealed an expression of disbelief and shock like the others. In the void, the spectators and some half-emperors who were about to leave hurriedly returned when they heard Guli's words. Their faces were filled with shock as they looked at Guli in the middle of the square. It was as if they wanted to verify the words that they had just heard. In an instant, the empty square, which had gradually become empty due to MOD's Sumeru pill, was once again filled with surging human heads. In the middle of the square, MOD's face was filled with disbelief as he looked at Guli. The words that Guli had spat out from his mouth earlier were like a bolt from the blue to him. Even MOD himself did not dare to believe that Yin Xiao was actually able to refine an D-tier complete pill. In MOD's opinion, this was impossible no matter how one looked at it. An Emperor-grade complete elixir. Not to mention MOD, it was likely that any rank 2 alchemist present would not be able to refine it. It was also because of this that MOD's heart was greatly shocked when he heard that the D-calamity pill that Xiao Yan had refined was a complete D-tier pill. At the same time, a deep doubt appeared on his face. He did not doubt that the Emperor-grade complete elixir that Xiao Yan had refined was a true Emperor-grade complete elixir. After all, it was not as if no one present did not recognize an Emperor-grade complete elixir. However, MOD was suspicious of whether Xiao Yan's Emperor-grade complete elixir was truly an Emperor-grade complete elixir. The concept of an Emperor-grade complete elixir had disappeared from the ancient savage city for too long, causing everyone to almost forget about it. After all, for nearly 1,000 years, the highest-ranked alchemist in the ancient savage city was only a rank 2 alchemist. Moreover, the success rate of an Emperor-grade complete elixir had always been extremely low. Therefore, when everyone saw an Emperor-grade complete elixir, their first thought was that it was a complete elixir. As for anything higher, they would never think about it. Now that the Emperor-grade complete elixir had appeared, it would definitely cause a storm in the city. After this moment, Yan Zhao's name would definitely shake the southwest border. In the middle of the square, MOD's lips trembled slightly as he looked at Gu Li. More accurately speaking, he was looking at the Emperor-grade complete elixir in Gu Li's hand. At this moment, his skinny firewood-like body involuntarily trembled. MOD's heart repeatedly muttered those 4 words. Emperor-grade complete elixir. Emperor-grade complete elixir. Emperor-grade complete elixir. The corners of Gu Li's mouth also curled into a cold smile as he looked at MOD's pale face. He exchanged glances with Qi Lin by the side, and immediately felt incomparably carefree in his heart. The large rock in his heart had finally shattered at this moment. They had finally managed to protect the association that they had painstakingly built in this grand meeting. Of course, they clearly understood that all of this was thanks to Xiao Yan. If not for him, the final winner today would not be them. Gu Li's body moved. He held the Emperor-grade complete elixir that Xiao Yan had refined in his hand and slowly flew into the sky in front of tens of thousands of expectant gazes. His turbid old eyes swept across the entire square. Finally, his gaze landed on Xiao Yan below. Gu Li's face finally revealed a smile that was difficult to hide. Immediately, he faced the entire square, raised the Emperor-grade complete elixir in his hand high up and laughed out loud. Emperor-grade complete elixir. Emperor-grade complete elixir. After being appraised by all the alchemist grandmasters in our judging panel, we have unanimously decided that it is an Emperor-grade complete elixir. Clamor. Once again, this affirmation caused everyone in the square to release a thunderous cheer. Everyone looked at Gu Li with a fanatical expression. Emperor-grade complete elixir. It really is an Emperor-grade complete elixir. This is something that has not been seen for hundreds of years. Hearing the enthusiastic cheers of the entire crowd, Gu Li also laughed heartily. However, immediately after, he pressed his palm on the empty space and comforted everyone. When everyone's gazes were uniformly on him, Gu Li opened his mouth again and smiled. He said, "Everyone's gazes are on him. Haha, this year's Alchemist Grand Meeting is the most popular one that this old man has seen in so many years. Not only did 2 Emperor-grade complete elixir appear in succession, most importantly, one of them is an Emperor-grade complete elixir. This old man, Gu Li, is proud of the prosperity of this Alchemist Grand Meeting. At the same time, this old man officially announces that the champion of this year's Alchemist Grand Meeting is, ha 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 ha, Emperor-grade complete elixir? Now that the elixir is in your hands and the people behind you are from your alchemist association, it is only natural that you say so. However, this old man does not believe that this brat can refine an Emperor-grade complete elixir? Who knows if this Emperor-grade complete elixir was taken out by you from the Alchemist Association?" In the empty space, before Gu Li finished speaking, MOD suddenly laughed wildly. His words caused everyone in the empty space to start whispering. Although MOD's words were not pleasant to hear, they were not without reason. When MOD saw this scene, he could not help but laugh coldly in his heart. He continued to speak with a smile. "Ha, but that's right. In order to protect one's position in the association, there is nothing wrong with doing this. However, you have also said that this is the Alchemist's Grand Meeting. During the Grand Meeting, anyone who oversteps his authority will be disqualified. It seems like our association leader Gu Li is trying to steal from his own people." "Humph. MOD, have you said enough? As the judge of the Grand Meeting, this old man's judgment is fair. I disdain to do such despicable acts." With a cold snort, Gu Li waved his sleeves and retorted MOD's words. His face was cold as he looked at MOD. His gaze was extremely cold as he continued to speak. Moreover, little friend Yan Zhao's alchemy skills are superb. He can even refine an Emperor-grade complete pill. Why do I need to use more tricks? On the contrary, you MOD, only think about how to win the championship. You have used all kinds of tricks in the competition. Humph, I didn't expect that even God is not willing to help you. In the end, all your efforts are in vain. In the end, it's just that your strength is not good enough. Why do you have to deceive yourself? A series of cold and disdainful ridicule immediately caused MOD's face to turn red. His heart was incomparably furious because of these words. It was a long while later before he laughed out of anger. "Ha ha ha ha, good good. Gu Li, I did not expect you to have such a sharp tongue. That's great. However, this old man does not believe it. Can this brat refine an emperor-grade complete elixir? Haha, after saying so much, you just want to personally check the quality of my elixir, right? Xiao Yan, who had been looking at MOD, smiled faintly as MOD's words sounded. The corners of his mouth were lifted into a cold smile, as he casually opened his mouth and asked. MOD once again snorted coldly upon hearing this. However, he did not refute. His gaze swept coldly at Xiao Yan before it once again landed on Gu Li. You alone cannot determine the quality of this elixir. It must be appraised by this old man. At that time, even if I lose, this old man will be convinced. MOD's words were filled with a strong sense of righteousness. However, an obscure glint flashed across his eyes as he spoke. When Gu Li heard MOD's words, he immediately laughed coldly. Based on his understanding of MOD, he naturally did not believe these words. It was even more impossible for Gu Li to hand over the Emperor Trial Elixir in his hand. Otherwise, if he were to hand it over to Gu Li, who knew what would happen to the elixir in his hands, at that time, he would not be able to explain himself. Humph. This will not do. According to the rules of the Grand Meeting, the elixir refined by an alchemist cannot be appraised by a competitor. I think you should not spend any more effort. Haha, Association Leader Gu Li, since a competitor cannot do it, it is not against the rules to let others appraise it, right? At this point, MOD was clearly prepared. He looked at Old Demon, who with a faint smile. The latter also smiled. He looked at Gu Li with a strange smile, and opened his mouth to speak. That's right, Association Leader Gu Li. Since Master MOD cannot do it, let us old fellows appraise it. I believe that I have the ability to identify an Emperor Trial Elixir. Ha 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 ha. You. Gu Li's expression changed again when he heard Old Weirdo Who's words. Just as he was about to say something, the audience in the arena began to chime in. According to common sense, MOD's request was indeed reasonable. It was not unreasonable at all. Gu Li immediately frowned when he heard the waves of private conversations that were transmitted from around him. A dense chill was revealed on his elderly face. This MOD was really stubborn. Even at such a time, he was actually still thinking of using clever words to obtain the champion position. This kind of person was really detestable. However, just as Gu Li was feeling troubled in his heart, Xiao Yan's faint joking voice was once again transmitted from afar. Haha, Association Leader Gu Li, since Master MOD has said so and his request is not overboard, from what I see, you can rest assured and let him appraise the elixir. Since he has already said those words in front of everyone, he is also a person who keeps his promises. A smile immediately surged on MOD's face when he heard this. He waved his sleeve and extended his hand toward Gu Li. He laughed and said, ha 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 ha. Association Leader Gu Li, it seems that the chief alchemist of your alchemist association is more reasonable. Since he has already said so, shouldn't you consider handing the elixir over to me? Gu Li was stunned when he heard Xiao Yan's words. After which, he looked at Xiao Yan with a face full of astonishment. He did not expect that Xiao Yan would actually speak up for MOD. Gu Li's heart appeared to have consumed a calming pill when he saw the indifferent smile on Xiao Yan's face. Although he did not quite understand, he still gently nodded. He did not ask any further. Immediately, he once again turned his eyes to MOD and snorted coldly. Humph. Even if I want to give it to you, I won't give it to you. Get out of my way. Gu Li suddenly waved his sleeve. However, he was too lazy to say anything more to MOD. His gaze was cold as he stared directly at Old Demon who. MOD sneered. His eyes narrowed as he stared at Gu Li. After which, he turned his head to look at Old Demon who. When the latter felt MOD's gaze, the corners of his mouth curled into a cold smile. He nodded his head and looked at Gu Li with a smile. Haha, since that is the case, Association Leader Gu Li, you should hand this elixir over to me. If I can guarantee that it is indeed grade complete elixir after my appraisal, Master MOD can only accept it willingly. Ha 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 ha. As his voice faded, Old Devil who extended his shriveled hand toward Gu Li. His dark skin and sharp nails, in addition to the wrinkles that were filled with age, made the hand in front of Gu Li look just like the claws of a devil. After taking a deep breath, Guli looked at Xiaoyan again, hoping that he would take back his words. After all, no matter what method Xiaoyan had, once the Emperor Trial Elixir fell into Old Demon Hu's hands, it was inevitable that Old Demon Hu would cause some trouble. However, Guli did not expect Xiaoyan to smile calmly and nod his head when he saw Guli's gaze. He indicated for Guli to be at ease. Subsequently, Xiaoyan turned his gaze again and looked at MOD. He laughed loudly. Haha, since Master MOD has invited external help to appraise my elixir, for the sake of fairness, I would like to invite someone to appraise my elixir again. After Xiaoyan said this, MOD's eyes immediately hardened. Old Demon Hu could not help but frown. After exchanging glances with Yanbing, he instantly looked at a certain spot on the viewing platform. That was where Elder Xian and Luo Jin were. Guli's face immediately revealed an unexpected smile when Xiaoyan's words left his mouth. Xiaoyan's body suddenly turned around after his words sounded. He cupped his hands together and cupped them in the direction of Old Xian. At the same time his mouth suddenly laughed and said, Old Xian, I am the chief alchemist of the Alchemist Association, Yin Xiao. I would like to invite Yunin Pavilion's Elder Xian to appraise my Emperor Elixir. As soon as Xiaoyan finished speaking, everyone's gaze immediately followed Xiaoyan's line of sight. Many people in the arena immediately recognized Elder Xian in the viewing platform. Although Elder Xian had helped Xiaoyan before, the audience thought that he had done so because of Qin Zhong's loyalty. However, judging from Xiaoyan's current attitude, there seemed to be something fishy going on. Opposite Xiaoyan, MOD's expression instantly changed when he heard Xiaoyan's words. Xiaoyan's words earlier were not just inviting Elder Xian. He had even mentioned the Yunin Pavilion. He was not inviting Elder Xian, but inviting Yunin Pavilion. At this moment, MOD finally recalled something. When he had just arrived at the ancient Wildlands city, he had personally seen Elder Xian accompany Xiaoyan into the Yunin Pavilion. At that time, the Yunin Pavilion had announced to the public that it was temporarily closed. Now that he thought about it, the situation at that time was probably caused by Yin Xiao. At this moment, even Old Monster Hu's face could not help but change into a deep grave expression. The deterrence of the Yunin Pavilion was something that even an expert of his level could not compare to. If Elder Xian was really representing Yunin Pavilion, then he would not have the chance to make a move. Xiaoyan would definitely become the champion of this year's Alchemist Grand Meeting. Chapter 231. Haha, since young friend Yin Xiao has said so, this old man will respectfully accept. Actually, this old man also wants to see the Emperor Grade Complete Elixir that young friend has refined. On the spectator stand, Elder Xian revealed a warm smile on his face when he heard Xiaoyan's words. With a chuckle, he flew down from the stage and landed beside Xiaoyan. Haha, I didn't expect young friend Yin Xiao to be able to refine an Emperor Grade Complete Elixir at such a young age. You are really amazing. Today, this old man will have the opportunity to feast my eyes. Haha. As soon as he landed, Elder Xian cupped his hands towards Xiaoyan and laughed heartily. Xiaoyan cupped his hands once again when he saw this. Then the two of them looked at Guli at the same time. Guli was delighted when he saw the two of them acting this way. He knew that Old Monster Hu was definitely afraid of the Yunin Pavilion's power. As long as Elder Xian came forward to appraise it, Old Monster Hu would definitely not dare to do anything to him. The three of them looked at each other and smiled. Guli's figure, which was standing in the air, slowly descended. The identity that Elder Xian represented was not ordinary. Xiaoyan dared to look down on him, but Guli did not have the guts. Even his Alchemist Association could not match the power of the Yunin Pavilion at the border of the continent. When Guli's figure landed, Elder Xian immediately looked at Old Monster Hu. His old eyes narrowed as he smiled and said, Haha, Old Monster Hu, why don't you go first? In the face of Old Xian's words, Old Devil Hu immediately shook his head. He took half a step back and laughed dryly with an awkward expression. Let's go with the principle of proximity. Since you're the closest, then, Elder Xian will go first. When Elder Xian heard this, his eyes met with Xiaoyan's for a moment, and he couldn't help but laugh in his heart. Usually, this old monster who could be considered to be quite courageous, but today, in front of the Yunin Pavilion, he was unexpectedly so timid. He was really someone who was bullied by the weak and feared the strong. In that case, this old man will watch first. As soon as he finished speaking, Elder Xian raised his hand and attempted to take the Emperor Tribulation pill from Gu Li's hand. Wait, Elder Xian, since old freak who doesn't dare, then this old man will take a look on behalf of Sea Cloud Palace. Huh. Elder Xian furrowed his brow when he heard Yan Bing's soft acknowledgement. He lifted his head and saw that Yan Bing was already standing in front of him. She had an indifferent look on her face, as if she didn't care about Elder Xian at all. Seeing that Yan Bing had even brought up Sea Cloud Palace, Elder Xian couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. He was about to say something, but at this moment, an even more domineering voice descended from the sky like thunder, causing everyone present to be shocked. Sea Cloud Palace, if those old fellows were here it would be fine. But you alone are not worthy of representing Sea Cloud Palace. An extremely domineering voice sounded, followed by an explosion. The explosion sounded like a meteor falling. In the center of the void square, a storm filled with domineering aura and dust suddenly swept out. When the dust settled, everyone raised their heads and looked over. As far as their eyes could see, the vast void square had already been torn apart. Terrifying cracks spread across the entire square like a spider web. At this moment, in the center of the square, a burly bald old man wearing an alchemist robe was standing. An extremely domineering aura spread out from his body. Anyone who came into contact with it would instantly change their expression. The domineering pressure within the aura was actually not the slightest bit weaker than the pressure of an 8-star half-emperor like Yan Bing. In fact, from a certain point of view, it was even superior. Yan Bing and the rest turned to look at the bald old man. With a single glance, a storm rose in their hearts. They had never expected that this fellow had actually returned to the ancient savage city. It was a long while later before the three of them exclaimed in unison, "Zhou Tai." Compared to the shock of the three of them, Xiao Yan, Gu Li and the others were much calmer. When Elder Xian saw the person who had come, his eyebrows immediately lifted. He was also a little surprised in his heart. Zhou Tai, who had left for many years, had actually returned at this moment. Elder Xian's eyes secretly glanced at Xiao Yan by the side. After which he looked at the Emperor Tribulation pill, and involuntarily sneered in his heart. Mod. If you admit defeat now, I will let you walk out of the ancient savage city. Otherwise, if I attack, you can forget about returning. Zhou Tai did not say much. Instead, he turned his eyes and stared at Mod. His overbearing cry caused the entire square to tremble. At the same time, an extremely frightening overbearing pressure instantly pressed down on Mod. Mod's face turned pale as he stared at Zhou Tai. Mod's expression changed drastically as the pressure swept over him. His legs turned to jelly, and he directly knelt on the ground. The stone slab beneath him instantly shattered, and his legs were violently embedded into it. His entire body was firmly pressed to the ground, and he was unable to move even a little. Behind Mod, Yan Bing's expression involuntarily changed when she saw that Zhou Tai had directly attacked. Her body moved, and she wanted to charge towards Zhou Tai. However, Zhou Tai coldly snorted and waved his large sleeve. A ray of light immediately shot towards Yan Bing. The latter's expression changed when she saw this. She did not dodge. Instead, she extended her hand and grabbed the light in her palm. When Yan Bing focused her eyes on it, her expression immediately turned solemn. The object that Yan Bing caught was an alchemist badge that was made from a special metal material. This badge looked like a miniature version of a shield. The unique symbol of a rank 3 alchemist was carved on it. At the center of the badge, there was an extremely domineering, tyrant word. This word was Zhou Tai's symbol. Seeing the word was like seeing the person. From this badge, one could tell that Zhou Tai's current status definitely belonged to the Southern Region Alchemist Alliance that he had mentioned. It was definitely not as simple as an alchemist branch. Yan Bing, this is the badge issued by the Southern Region Alchemist Alliance. I believe that you should recognize it. The moment Zhou Tai's words left his mouth, the expressions of everyone in the arena, with the exception of Xiao Yan, immediately changed. Even the expressions of Old Xian and Luo Jin, who was in the viewing gallery, changed slightly. Clearly, These words of Zhou Tai had caused even them to feel extremely surprised, much less Yan Bing, who was currently holding the alchemist's badge in her hand. Great waves finally surged in Yan Bing's indifferent heart as she looked at the alchemist's badge in her hand. The Alchemist Alliance was the true headquarters of the Pill Tower in the various regions. It was unexpected that Zhou Tai had already reached such a stage. Yet, they were actually still dreaming of fighting for the Alchemist Association in this savage ancient city. At this moment, Old Demon Who had completely softened. Now that Zhou Tai had returned in a powerful manner, the outcome had already been decided. The current situation was no longer something that they could control. Ignoring the fact that Xiaoyan had really refined a complete D-tier pill, just the fact that Elder Xian represented the Yunin Pavilion had already caused MOD and the rest to go all out. At this moment, Zhou Tai had appeared in a domineering manner and intimidated the entire situation by himself. Forget about Yan Bing, who was only a deacon of Sea Cloud Palace. Even if other powerful elders of Sea Cloud Palace were to come, they would still be unable to do anything to Zhou Tai. With the Alchemist Alliance as his backing, it was impossible for Sea Cloud Palace to touch Zhou Tai. Humph! I'll return it to you. Yan Bing coldly snorted. Yan Bing was not a cowardly person. Compared to Old Demon who did not have any backing behind him, he was more confident in his heart. With a wave of his sleeve, Yan Bing threw the badge in his hand back to Zhou Tai. At the same time, the terrifying aura of a peak late-stage 8-star half-martial emperor instantly erupted and helped MOD to cancel out the terrifying domineering aura. With one hand controlling MOD, Yan Bing could not be bothered with Old Demon who. His expression was gloomy as he flew out of the arena. Elder Yan Bing. MOD was naturally unwilling to give up the champion's position. However, Yan Bing's heart was currently filled with rage. Just as he was about to speak, he was immediately blocked by Yan Bing's extremely cold gaze. Compared to Zhou Tai, Yan Bing was the one who made MOD feel more terrified. If he had really angered Yan Bing would never purposely punish him like Zhou Tai did. Given Yan Bing's temperament, he would not hesitate to freeze him in an instant. When Yan Bing turned around and left, his extremely cold gaze swept past Xiaoyan. The killing intent in his eyes was like a raging storm at this moment, causing Xiaoyan to involuntarily have a bad premonition. Noticing Yan Bing's cold gaze, the expressions of Gu Li and Elder Xian beside Xiaoyan changed slightly, after which, they both turned their gazes towards Xiaoyan. Seeing this, the corners of Xiaoyan's mouth curled. He helplessly spread out his hands and said, I also don't know. This is the first time I've seen him. Who knows where his enmity comes from? The two of them helplessly shook their heads when they saw Xiaoyan's helplessness. They could only turn their gazes towards MOD. Currently, other than MOD, there was no one else in this savage ancient city who dared to oppose Xiaoyan. After Yan Bing left with MOD, Old Monster who felt extremely carefree in his heart. However, when he saw that there was a tiger in front of him and a wolf behind him, he felt extremely helpless in his heart. He did not expect that the grand competition, which he originally had absolute confidence in, would end up in such a state. At this moment, Old Monster who had also clearly seen the faction behind Xiaoyan. Currently, Xiaoyan was not alone. He had Gu Li, an 8-star half-martial emperor. Additionally, there was the Yunin Pavilion which had yet to appear. Now there was also the Alchemist Alliance's Zhou Tai. The drama in the savage ancient city was becoming increasingly intense. Old Monster who turned around and suddenly looked at Xiaoyan. The expression on his face fluctuated, and an extremely obscure glint flashed across his sinister old eyes. Although MOD had given him quite a lot of benefits, and this was also the reason why Old Monster who had helped MOD, he also coveted the full-grade Emperor Tribulation pill in Xiaoyan's hands. If he had the means to obtain it, he would definitely not let it go. Old Monster who actually cupped his hands together towards Xiaoyan in front of the stunned gazes of the Xiaoyan trio. The Yanbing duo, who had already left, naturally did not have the face to see this scene. However, it also caused the spectators in the viewing gallery to involuntarily feel strange. Xiaoyan also looked at the Emperor Tribulation pill in Gu Li's hand with a thoughtful expression. A cold smile involuntarily surfaced in his heart. However, he remained silent on the surface. He shrugged his shoulders and watched Old Monster who turn around and leave. Chapter 232. The departure of the MOD trio naturally meant that this year's Alchemist Grand Meeting had officially come to an end. The farce between the strong practitioners had finally come to an end. Everyone gradually realized that the seemingly calm and peaceful savage ancient city was secretly surging with turbulent undercurrents. Unknowingly, the savage ancient city had already been divided by two large factions. On one side was the Alchemist Association, which belonged to Xiao Yan's faction. Of course, this was merely on the surface. With people like Elder Xian and Zhou Tai, the Alchemist Association's true strength had long surpassed the Alchemist Association of the past. Additionally, with Xiao Yan's terrifying talent in alchemy, the golden signboard of Xiao Yan's Emperor Tier Complete Pill, there would likely be an endless stream of independent alchemists who would come to join the Alchemist Association. At that time, the Alchemist Association's strength in the savage ancient city would be even more terrifying than it was now. After the MOD trio's figures had completely disappeared, Zhou Tai also withdrew his domineering aura. He walked over to Xiao Yan's side and chatted with the three of them. After which, Zhou Tai and Elder Xian once again appraised the Emperor Tribulation Pill in front of the countless number of spectators. This result was naturally within their expectations. After the joint appraisal by the two elders, the Emperor Tribulation Pill that Xiao Yan had refined was undoubtedly an Emperor Tier Complete Pill. If this answer came from Gu Li's mouth, perhaps the spectators would be skeptical. However, after the two super faction representatives, Zhou Tai and Elder Xian, said it, everyone had no choice but to believe it. It was impossible for the Alchemist Alliance and the Union Pavilion to fake it. Even Zhou Tai and Elder Xian could not do so. After all, they were currently representing two factions and not themselves. When this answer sounded once again, it was no surprise that the stadium, which had been completely silent because of Zhou Tai's overbearingness, suddenly erupted into earth-shaking cheers. Compared to MOD, Xiao Yan's victory caused everyone to be even more excited. Immediately, Zhou Tai turned around. With a wave of his large sleeve, an overbearing force swept out, causing the expressions of everyone present to change instantly when they sensed that aura. The stadium from earlier immediately quietened down once again. Haha, I shall not speak any more nonsense with all of you. Now that old fellow MOD has already scrammed. This Emperor Tribulation Pill has also been personally appraised by this old man. In that case, everyone should naturally have an answer in their hearts. This old man will now announce that the champion of this Alchemist Grand Meeting is Yan Xiao. This time around, after Zhou Tai's announcement, a deafening excited roar immediately sounded in the large stadium. Countless numbers of people's faces as they stood up from their seats, waving to the point where their faces flushed red. They waved their hands, waving the things in their hands. For a time, the entire stadium had Yan Zhaozi's atmosphere. It was no wonder that these people would feel this way. In the Alchemist Grand Meeting in the past, it was basically the alchemists from the ancient savage city who fought for the champion spot. Hence, the hearts of the audience did not feel much hatred for a common enemy. However, this time around, the bet between the two associations had nearly caused Gu Li's group to lose their association. In this way, they had an invisible feeling that they would rather allow the alchemists from their own city to fight until their heads bled in the grand meeting than allow the members of the other associations to strut around here. This was because this ancient savage city belonged to them. The Alchemist Association was something that they had watched grow step by step. The dignity of the ancient savage city's Alchemist Association would definitely not allow an outsider to trample on it. Currently, just as everyone was about to return in disappointment, Xiao Yan had turned the situation around in an instant with the attitude of a strong person. By relying on an Emperor Complete Pill, he had suppressed the situation in the stadium. At this moment, his identity was the chief alchemist of the ancient savage city's Alchemist Association. At this moment, Xiao Yan represented the benefactor of the Alchemist Association, and was also the hero of the ancient savage city. Xiao Yan had saved the Alchemist Association, and protected the association's dignity. At the same time, he had also satisfied the feelings in the hearts of the people in the ancient savage city, who did not wish for their own faction to be invaded by other factions. Now, Xiao Yan was not only the savior of the Alchemist Association, He was also a heroic figure to the entire ancient savage city. After this battle, Xiao Yan's name would be completely known in the ancient savage city. At the same time, Xiao Yan would definitely receive the respect of countless people in the ancient savage city. From a certain point of view, the reputation that Xiao Yan had obtained was not solely based on himself. Although the Emperor Complete Pill was not bad, it could only allow Xiao Yan to obtain the champion spot in this grand meeting. At the very most, it could only exchange for some reputation that he could refine Emperor Complete Pills. When it came to the next Alchemist Grand Meeting, he would similarly be forgotten by others. However, MOD's appearance did not only represent that Xiao Yan had refined an Emperor Complete Pill. Not only was MOD a veteran rank 2 alchemist, he had also come as a representative of Nanlin City. MOD's eventual failure had further enhanced Xiao Yan's reputation. Even though it could not be engraved in everyone's hearts, at the very least, when the Alchemist Grand Meeting was held in the future, these people would eventually recall the young man called Yen Xiao, who had saved the ancient savage city's Alchemist Association. A relaxed smile involuntarily surfaced on Xiao Yan's somewhat pale face, as he heard the waves of thundering cheers that were transmitted from around him. His rippleless eyes slowly swept over the entire place. Xiao Yan was not very concerned about his reputation. However, this kind of scene in front of him caused Xiao Yan's heart to involuntarily feel a little joy. After all, there was no one who did not like being worshipped and respected. Xiao Yan was no exception. His calm eyes slowly swept across the place. Finally, Xiao Yan's eyes paused on a jade fan on the viewing platform. More accurately speaking, it should be the owner of the fan. Luo Jin. Their eyes met. The two of them did not exchange any courteous words. All they did was smile in their hearts. After which, Xiao Yan once again turned around. He knew that Luo Jin did not wish to expose himself to the eyes of tens of thousands of people. Otherwise, with the eyesight of these Band D experts present, how could they not recognize him? Haha, alright. We can talk when we return. This is not the place to talk. After the grand meeting is over, these people will leave on their own. Let's also leave. Guli also smiled while the few of them chatted. He glanced at the sky and smilingly said to Xiao Yan's group. The few of them nodded upon hearing this. Zhou Tai laughed heartily and took the lead to walk out of the arena. Xiao Yan and the rest also slowly followed behind him. Following the departure of these few people, the Alchemist Grand Meeting, which had been the focus of attention for the past few months, finally slowly came to an end at this moment. Chapter 233. Xiao Yan, Gu Li and the rest were currently standing in a large hall of the Alchemist Guild. As the champion of the Alchemist Grand Meeting and the hero of the Alchemist Guild, Xiao Yan was naturally pushed to the main seat by Gu Li. When the other people present and some of the elders of the Alchemist Guild saw this, they smiled and nodded. In their opinion, given Xiao Yan's current status in the Alchemist Guild, it was reasonable for him to sit there. Haha, not bad. Little brat Yen Xiao, you are able to refine a complete D-tier pill on your first try. Haha, that old brat MOD probably hates you to the core now. Haha. After everyone took their seats, Zhou Tai immediately laughed out loud. His words were filled with disdain for MOD. When his words rang out, the elders of the Alchemist Guild present also laughed together. One of the elders involuntarily stood up and looked at Zhou Tai. He cupped his hands together and spoke with a heroic expression. Haha, given the strength of the few of you, even if MOD is extremely bold, he will definitely not dare to create trouble. After this elder spoke, the other elders beside him immediately smiled and nodded. From their point of view, with Gu Li, Qilin, Old Xian and Zhou Tai, the current Alchemist Guild was comparable to some second-rate factions. Even if MOD had Yen Bing and Old Monster who, they were merely 2 8-star half-martial emperors. On the other hand, they had a total of 3 8-star half-martial emperors. Moreover, there was also Zhou Tai and the other members of the Alchemist Alliance present. How could MOD possibly dare to act rashly? However, when Zhou Tai and the rest heard these words, a solemn expression immediately appeared on their faces. When he saw the relaxed expressions of the few elders, he snorted coldly and reprimanded them. Humph! Confidence is a good thing. However, if everyone had the same mindset as you, wouldn't this continent have long been in chaos? Zhou Tai's furious rebuke caused the expressions of the few elders to change. They originally thought that Zhou Tai would praise them with a smile. However, they did not expect that they would end up with such an outcome. Immediately, they hurriedly lowered their heads and carefully listened to every word that Zhou Tai said. This time, I've stayed in the wilderness for 2 more months. This is my limit. I'll leave in a few days, and Elder Xian can't stay in the Alchemist Guild forever. If the 2 of us leave, who will take charge of this place? The expressions of the few elders immediately became ugly after another merciless reprimand. However, they did not have any reason to refute the former's words. Moreover, they did not have the courage to do so. Zhou Tai's overbearingness and ruthlessness was something that everyone in the ancient savage city knew. If he was truly angry, even Guli would not give him any face, much less them. All right, you guys can leave first. The corners of Zhou Tai's mouth curled. He could not be bothered to say anything more. With a wave of his sleeve, he dismissed the few elders from the Alchemist Guild. When the few elders heard this, even though their positions in the Alchemist Guild were quite high, and even Guli had to give in to them, they hurriedly stood up and smiled apologetically when they heard Zhou Tai's words. They did not dare to show the slightest dissatisfaction on their faces, as they swiftly left the hall. When they left, they did not forget to carefully close the door of the hall. When he saw this scene, Zhou Tai sneered and turned his head. With regards to the departure of those few elders, Guli and Qi Lin did not say much. These elders were usually a little domineering, but after all, they were the cornerstones of the Alchemist Association. As the president, Guli could not say much. Now that they were taught a lesson by Zhou Tai, it was rather to his liking. Old Qian faintly smiled in the face of this. A glint flickered in his eyes, but his eyes never left Xiaoyan. To Elder Xian, the only reason he was sitting here was because of his relationship with Xiaoyan. Although Zhou Tai was now a member of the Alchemist Guild, in Elder Xian's eyes he was nothing. When it came to management, Xiaoyan was still not good at it. When he saw the few people leave, Xiaoyan directly looked at Zhou Tai and smiled as he spoke. Haha, I did not expect Elder Zhou to still be in the ancient savage city. I thought that you had already left. At this point, Guli also turned his gaze with a puzzled expression. In his heart, he was also extremely puzzled. Back then, he had personally seen Zhou Tai leave the ancient savage city. Today, he did not expect that Zhou Tai would still be in the city. Moreover, he had appeared at such a crucial moment. Haha kid, you are right. Logically speaking, I still have some matters to attend to and should have left long ago. However, I heard that Elder Luo had stood up for you. This piqued my curiosity, so I decided to return. However, I did not tell you. Ha 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 ha. But it seems that it was a good thing that I did not tell you. Otherwise, that old brat Mod would really dare to behave atrociously in the ancient savage city. When they heard Zhou Tai's words, the 3 of them immediately understood. However, when Guli looked at Zhou Tai, there was a gloomy expression in his eyes. From time to time, his gaze would also glance at the badge in Zhou Tai's hand that was suffused with a metallic luster. That was the identity badge that the Alchemist Guild had issued to Zhou Tai. The latter also noticed this, and a glint flashed across his eyes. After which, he casually smiled and casually threw the badge towards Guli. Guli's hand caught the badge that was flying towards him. His face was gloomy as he lifted his eyes to look at Zhou Tai. He bitterly smiled and said, I did not expect that you have already been invited to join the Alchemist Guild. Zhou Tai smiled when he heard this. His eyelids lowered slightly as he nodded. In his heart, he knew that joining the Alchemist Guild was something that Guli had been looking forward to for most of his life. It was a pity that his alchemy skills had stopped at rank 2 alchemist. He had not been able to improve for many years. The minimum requirement to join the Alchemist Guild was to be a rank 4 alchemist. If Guli could not reach rank 4 in his alchemy skills, he would never be able to join the Alchemist Guild. As for Zhou Tai's invitation, it was not because Zhou Tai wanted to join the Alchemist Guild. It was because his alchemy talent was too terrifying that the Alchemist Guild took the initiative to extend an olive branch to him. When Xiaoyan saw this scene and heard about the Alchemist Guild many times, he could not help but feel curious. He frowned slightly. After hesitating for a moment, Xiaoyan looked at Zhou Tai and asked with a tone filled with curiosity, Senior Zhou, May I ask if the Alchemist Guild you mentioned just now is another faction formed by alchemists? When Xiao Yan's words came out, the expressions of everyone present, including Elder Xian, changed slightly. Their expressions were filled with indescribable astonishment. They looked at Xiao Yan as if they were looking at an alien. The corners of Gu Li's and Qi Lin's mouths twitched intensely. They had once heard Xiao Yan say that he had just left the mountain. Therefore, he was not familiar with the outside world. However, they did not expect him to be completely ignorant of the Alchemist Guild. He was even guessing what kind of faction it was. Elder Xian's eyebrows were tightly knit together at this moment. He did not expect Xiao Yan to not know what kind of faction the Alchemist Guild was. However, if this was the case, then what was going on with the Dou techniques that only the middle region possessed on Xiao Yan? Chapter 234. After a general explanation from Zhou Tai's group, Xiao Yan finally had a general understanding of the somewhat inexplicable Alchemist Alliance. Xiao Yan had originally thought that the Alchemist Alliance should have been established by a certain faction in the southern region. This was because an alliance was usually formed by two or more different factions joining together. For example, the Sky Mansion Alliance on the Dou Qi continent was formed by many factions working together. However, after hearing Zhou Tai's explanation, Xiao Yan could not help but feel a little surprised. This was because the Alchemist Alliance was actually a faction that belonged to the Pill Tower. Moreover, such an alliance was spread across the various large provinces on the continent. For example, the western region that Xiao Yan was about to head to had an Alchemist Alliance. All the alchemist associations in each province were under the control of the Alchemist Alliance. They were layered over one another. Moreover, the thing that caused Xiao Yan to feel even more surprised was that these alchemist alliances were not only established by the Pill Tower, but they were also personally managed by the Pill Tower. At least half of the upper echelons of the alliance came from the headquarters of the Pill Tower in the middle region. A superfaction on the continent would actually disperse its strength to the border of the continent, a desolate and barren place, and establish an insignificant new faction. This indeed caused quite a number of people to feel extremely doubtful in their hearts. On the surface, this kind of action was indeed the Pill Tower expanding its own faction, causing it to become even stronger. This might not appear to be a problem, but if one thought about it, with the Pill Tower's absolute ability to gather people, there was no need for them to use such an action if they really wanted to expand their faction. They could simply use the name of the Pill Tower to gather experts from all over. In this way, it would not be long before an endless stream of experts would take the initiative to join the Pill Tower. After all, no one would reject the invitation of the number one faction on the continent. However, from the current situation of the Alchemist Alliance, it did not appear that they were expanding their faction. On the contrary, they seemed to be guarding it. The Alchemist Alliance was scattered across every province on the continent. Adding the alchemist associations in the various cities, it was like an enormous network of factions that covered the entire Yuanwu continent. Although they had recruited quite a number of alchemists, they were ultimately entrenched in one place. They were not like the other factions that wantonly expanded. Instead, they were continuously gathering their strength, just like a huge hidden dragon. Once this hidden dragon came out of the abyss, it would definitely amaze the world. Besides that, the rules of the Alchemist Alliance were extremely strict as well. Those who could be recruited by the Alchemist Alliance were either extremely strong experts or high-level alchemists. Their recruitment requirements for alchemists caused Xiao Yan to involuntarily inhale a breath of cool air. The Alchemist Alliance's minimum requirement was to be a rank 4 alchemist. An alchemist of this level, placed in the entire province, was a figure who played a pivotal role. However, their lowest requirement was already at this level. One could only imagine how high the standards of recruitment for those experts would be. When he spoke until this point, Xiao Yan naturally could not help but have some doubts about Zhou Tai's words. Since the recruitment criteria of the Alchemist Alliance was so high, with his rank 3 alchemist level, it appeared that he did not meet the requirements regardless of whether it was his strength or alchemist skills. Zhou Tai had already expected this. Logically speaking, with his rank 3 alchemist ability, he did not have the qualification to be recruited by the Alchemist Alliance. However, there was always an exception. As long as one's talent was sufficient, Forget about this Pill Tower branch. Even the Pill Tower headquarters would be tempted by him. This was the reason why Zhoutai had been specially recruited by the Alchemist Alliance. It was also because MOD, Yanbing and the rest were aware of this that they had given in so quickly. After leaving the Alchemist Alliance, Xiaoyan bypassed the congested crowd and chose a more remote path. He lifted his eyes to look at the gradually darkening sky. Xiaoyan's straight body finally relaxed at this moment. Xiaoyan had become the champion of the Alchemist's Grand Meeting. It could be said that he had shocked the world with a single feat, adding the reputation that he had created in this savage ancient city. The front of the Alchemist Alliance was already surrounded by a packed crowd. The entire front hall of the Alchemist Alliance was completely packed. The weakest amongst these people was a quasi-one-star half-emperor. Moreover, there were 30 to 40 elite half-emperors present. This kind of strength was sufficient to contend with some small and medium-sized factions. These people were all from some of the clans and factions in this savage ancient city and the surrounding cities. Normally, they could be considered as factions that could shake a region. Even the Alchemist Alliance had no choice but to give some face to some of them. However, they had all gathered here today with modest smiles on their faces. They were all warm smiles when facing the ordinary elders of the Alchemist Alliance. However, how could those elders not know that these fellows were all here for Xiaoyan? If it was not because Xiaoyan had defeated MOD in the Grand Meeting and refined in D-tier complete pill, these people would not have hurried over in such a hurry. Even more so, they would not have treated them so humbly. However, what they did not know was that while they were blocking the front door in hopes of seeing Xiaoyan, the latter had already quietly left through the back door. It was impossible for them to see Xiaoyan today. Xiaoyan shrugged his shoulders as to how to deal with these fellows. He directly threw this problem to Guli and the rest. Guli and Qilin's hearts were filled with helplessness. However, since Xiaoyan had already left, it was worth it for them to brace themselves. The corner of Xiaoyan's mouth was slowly lifted into a smile as he walked in an empty alley. He extended his hand from under his sleeve. An ancient scroll was quietly lying on his palm. This scroll was the reward that Guli had set for this Alchemist's Grand Meeting. This was the D-tier pill formula that Wei Yi should have been the one to refine. However, it had now landed in Xiaoyan's hands. Currently, the D-tier pill formula in Xiaoyan's hands and the one he had obtained from Heimu added up to a total of 5 scrolls. Although this number was not considered large, it was likely that Guli's Alchemist Association had 1/3 of their stock. The Alchemist Association was after all only a branch of the Pill Tower. It was not easy to obtain in D-tier pill formula. Additionally, the other Alchemist Associations were obstructing them, and they coveted each other. Hence, the number of D-tier pill formulas was pitifully small. Hence, it was not unreasonable to say that Xiaoyan had such thoughts in his heart. After recovering, Xiaoyan kept the ancient scroll with one hand. His body moved and he swiftly flew towards the southern part of the city. Currently, Xiaoyan's name had resounded throughout the wilderness. That inn was no longer safe. If Xiaoyan's guess was correct, there was definitely someone waiting for him to take the bait. Hence, other than the 6th floor of the Union Pavilion, the only other place that Xiaoyan could go to in this ancient wilderness city was likely Old Luo's place. In comparison, the natural energy within the ginseng soul world was even richer. For a training maniac like Xiaoyan, it was naturally the best place to go. Once again arriving at this small courtyard, Xiaoyan no longer had the same cautious manner as he did the first time he had come. His body moved and he took large strides into the courtyard. After entering the small courtyard, a wooden door in the inner courtyard blocked Xiaoyan's path. Even though this was the case, Xiaoyan's footsteps did not pause at all. It was as though he treated it as nothing. When Xiaoyan's body made contact with the door, a circular mysterious energy ripple spread from the door. At the same time, Xiaoyan's body also entered it. Chapter 235. In the sky above a vast dark green mountain forest, the originally calm empty space suddenly spread out circles of water-like energy ripples. An instant later, the empty space once again returned to its original state. A human figure wearing a black robe slowly stepped out from it. Xiaoyan's gaze slowly swept over this jade-green world. The corner of his mouth was involuntarily lifted into a smile. He still clearly remembered the promise he had made to old Luo before he had left. That was to obtain the champion spot of the alchemist's grand meeting. Now he had really succeeded. Xiao Yan's figure appeared in the jade-green forest in an instant. At this moment, there was a spacious land in front of him. Xiao Yan saw the 32 spiritual guards that he had met before he had left the last time. These people were the cornerstone of the current spiritual ginseng tribe. They had awoken from their slumber with great difficulty, and had managed to catch He Mu being finished off. It was not easy for Qing Mu to give them a break, and allow them to relax for a while. Due to him having left in a hurry the last time, Xiao Yan did not pay too much attention to them. At this moment, under his investigation, the strength of these 32 spiritual guards caused him to feel that each of them was deep and unfathomable. It was likely that the weakest of these people had reached the Do D class. Xiao Yan involuntarily felt a shock in his heart when he thought of this. At this moment, there were over 30 elite Do D that he had never truly seen in the outside world. If he were to take this lineup out, it was likely that it would be sufficient to sweep through half of the southern region. Xiao Yan sighed in his heart. His eyes slowly moved. There seemed to be a couple of hundred people present. From the looks of it, these people should be the other members of the spiritual ginseng tribe. Moreover, their strengths were all extraordinary. After Xiao Yan's investigation, the weakest person was actually at the Dozun class. This spiritual ginseng tribe could really be said to be strong. Xiao Yan's appearance had also attracted quite a number of gazes. When those people saw Xiao Yan and saw his black robe, they immediately faced each other and began to whisper to each other. Their eyes were filled with curiosity and some doubt when they looked at Xiao Yan. Was this human kid who was only a half-martial emperor really the person who had killed He Mu? When the 32 spirit guards saw Xiao Yan, they raised their eyebrows and looked surprised. They didn't expect that Xiao Yan would come to their spirit ginseng tribe again, after only leaving for 2 months. When Xiao Yan saw the expressions on their faces, he immediately understood what was going on. Other than the incident with He Mu, there was nothing else that could make them look at him with such strange expressions. Sigh, Xiao Yan sighed softly. Just as he shook his head helplessly, and was about to walk around this group of people, a well-built and handsome young man walked toward Xiao Yan. When Xiao Yan saw the person who had come, he raised his eyes and looked over. Then, he was stunned for a moment before a relaxed smile appeared on his face. This man's name was Qing Feng, and he was also one of the 32 spiritual guards. Moreover, he was one of the 3 leaders of the 32 spiritual guards. In the entire spiritual ginseng tribe, he could be considered an important figure. During the 3 days of rest last time, the two of them had become friends. Haha, brother Yin Xiao, we haven't seen each other for 2 months. Your name has spread like wildfire in our spirit ginseng tribe. When the two of them looked at each other, the young man laughed mockingly at Xiao Yan. When the latter heard this, he shook his head with a wry smile and shrugged helplessly. He didn't say anything. Xiao Yan had expected this outcome. No matter how he looked at it, it was a little far-fetched for him to kill a former origin sect expert with the strength of a 3-star half-martial emperor. This man obviously knew that Xiao Yan's purpose for coming here was not to chat with them. Therefore, he stopped joking and went straight to the point. Brother Yin Xiao, you've come here to find Elder Luo, right? When Xiao Yan heard this, he nodded and smiled. This was indeed one of the reasons. However, his ultimate purpose for entering the spirit ginseng world was not just to find Elder Luo. Haha, in that case, why don't I lead the way for you? Our spirit ginseng tribe is different from other places. This place is densely covered with spirit trees, and the pressure of heaven and earth is different. Although you're an alchemist, it won't be easy to find Elder Luo here. When Xiao Yan heard this, he smiled faintly at Qing Feng and didn't say anything. Instead, he slowly walked in a certain direction under Qing Feng's slightly puzzled gaze. Qing Feng's words were correct. The spirit ginseng world was indeed different from the outside world. The pressure of countless spirit ginseng trees existed in this world. They supported each other, causing the spirit ginseng world to be filled with an extremely tyrannical pressure. If an ordinary half-martial emperor was here, it would be very difficult for them to do so. However, Xiao Yan was after all an alchemist. His spiritual strength already exceeded that of an ordinary person. Moreover, after refining and swallowing He Mu's spiritual strength, With Xiaoyan's current spiritual strength, there was hardly anyone below a rank 3 alchemist who could compare with him. Therefore, although the spirit ginseng world was special, Xiaoyan could still search within a radius of 1,000 miles. Fortunately, Elder Luo's location was within Xiaoyan's search range. Moreover, under Xiaoyan's search, not only did he discover Elder Luo's existence, he also discovered another person. This caused the corners of Xiaoyan's mouth to curl into a playful smile. When Qingfeng saw Xiaoyan walk around him and walk into the forest, he couldn't help but frown. However, when he noticed the direction Xiaoyan was heading in, his expression instantly changed. This was because Xiaoyan was heading in the direction where Elder Luo was. This fellow. Qingfeng's eyes widened as he stared at Xiaoyan's back. He didn't know what to do for a moment. It was hard to imagine how Xiaoyan could find Elder Luo's location so easily in the spirit ginseng world. Could it be that the cultivators in the outside world were already so powerful? Although he was extremely surprised, Qingfeng's judgment was still a little subjective. The cultivators in the outside world weren't so powerful that it was unimaginable. In fact, most of them were weaker than the spirit ginseng tribe. The reason why Xiaoyan was so powerful could only be attributed to his own hard work. There would only be returns if there was effort. Xiaoyan's strength was directly proportional to the effort he put in. Therefore, it was inevitable that Xiaoyan was powerful. Xiaoyan paused his footsteps while Qingfeng was in a daze. He turned his head around and looked at Qingfeng with a warm smile. Haha, brother Qingfeng, didn't you say that you would lead the way for me? Why are you standing there? Let's go. After Xiaoyan finished speaking, he turned around and continued walking forward. Qingfeng hesitated for a moment before he shook his head helplessly and hurriedly followed. Chapter 236. At a glance, one could see that there was an ancient quiet wooden house within the lush green ginseng spirit world that entered one's sight. The wooden house was surrounded by a thin green fog. Looking from a distance, the entire wooden house was hidden within the thin fog. It was vaguely visible. Adding the cover of the forest, it caused this entire forest to reveal an extremely mysterious aura. The lush green grass outside of the wooden house caused this place to appear even livelier. A green stone table that was made from natural green stones was accompanied by a couple of cups of tea that had a faint tea fragrance. This allowed one to know that there was actually someone existing in this seemingly desolate forest. An old man wearing linen clothes sat on both sides of the green stone table. The corner of his mouth contained a smile as he lifted a cup of fragrant tea. His skinny finger gently swirled the tea in the cup. His gaze looked at the white-clothed young man opposite him as he opened his mouth and spoke with a smile. Are you prepared to refine that thing? The old man poured the tea in the cup into his mouth as he spoke. His eyes looked steadily at the young man opposite him. The latter smiled faintly when he heard this. His white hand was slowly extended. It was likely that even some women would involuntarily feel envious when they saw his soft skin. However, the old man was indifferent to this. He was old and would not bother about such things. He was only concerned about the future of the young man in front of him. The young man's tender finger rubbed the storage ring on his finger. A glow flashed in his hand in front of the old man's eyes that were filled with surprise. A piece of green-colored emerald-like jade slowly appeared. The old man's turbid eyes in front of the young man immediately brightened the moment the jade appeared. His eyes carried a satisfied expression as he looked at the young man. He nodded and laughed. Not bad at all. A heaven imperial jade essence that is over 3,000 years old. With this, you will be able to break through to the Do D class within 2 years. The young man in front of him nodded slightly after the old man's words sounded. However, the old man frowned in the next moment. His turbid eyes stared at the heaven imperial jade essence as he asked in a somewhat doubtful manner, "What is it?" However, from the looks of it, there should still be the heaven imperial demon flower, right? Yes, indeed. However, it has already been refined by Yin Xiao. The young man smiled and opened his mouth after the old man's words sounded. His eyes did not contain any dissatisfaction. One would only be able to obtain more if one was not greedy. Otherwise, if one's eyes were to be blinded by the small profit in front of him, it would be difficult to avoid falling to the word greed in the future. The old man involuntarily laughed when he heard this. His finger played with the teacup in his hand as he softly laughed. Hee, this little fellow is really someone who is unwilling to be at a disadvantage. With a soft chuckle, the old man exchanged glances with the young man in front of him. Then he slowly turned his gaze and looked at the forest that was filled with a thin layer of green fog. I wonder what kind of expression he will be. Come. Leaf. By himself. Ha 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 ha. Xiao Yan's somewhat teasing words were emitted from his mouth the moment he appeared. Old Luo softly reprimanded him when he heard this. He curled his mouth and said, "Stop trying to flatter me. It has only been 2 months. What kind of changes can this old man have? You, on the other hand, have you obtained the champion of the alchemist's grand meeting?" Xiao Yan smiled when he heard this. He gently rubbed the tip of his nose and exchanged glances with the young man beside old Luo. Only then did he open his mouth and laugh. Hee, old Luo, is there anything that you do not know about in this ancient wilderness city? Tch. Old Luo once again laughed and scolded when he heard these words. He was too lazy to be bothered. The young man beside him also slowly stood up at this moment. He had a faint smile on his face as he looked at Xiao Yan, who was also looking at him. Haha, brother Yin Xiao, how have you been? It is unexpected that we have met at the alchemist's grand meeting. We have met again so quickly. Haha, indeed. However, this has also confirmed the suspicion in my heart. Brother Luo Jin and old Luo do indeed have a deep relationship. Xiao Yan also had a faint smile on his face. Clearly, he was not surprised by Luo Jin in front of him. In reality, Xiao Yan already had some suspicions in his heart 2 months ago. Old Luo also smiled when he saw the indifferent expression on Xiao Yan's face. Luo Jin's face revealed some surprise. From the looks of it, the Xiao Yan in front of him was much sharper than he had imagined. Xiao Yan once again smiled when he saw the expression on Luo Jin's face. He faced Luo Jin and laughed. The Union Pavilion can be considered a powerful faction in the entire southern region. When I first saw it, I had already sensed that there was a restriction placed by an expert who was not below the Do-D class within the Union Pavilion. When I first met you in the Union Pavilion, the strongest guardian of the Union Pavilion was merely an 8-star bandit, Elder Xian. I'm afraid that no one would believe that there were no other experts. Luo Jin involuntarily raised his eyebrows when he spoke until this point. He did not expect that Xiao Yan had already noticed this point from then on. The appearance of old Luo has coincidentally helped me confirm this point. The most important thing is that his surname is also Luo. Although Xiao Yan's words were simple, it was easy to understand. Luo Jin could only helplessly shrug his shoulders. He originally thought that he would be able to surprise Xiao Yan, but he did not expect that Xiao Yan had already guessed it. His appearance today was merely to help Xiao Yan confirm the thoughts in his heart. The three of them casually chatted for a while. Luo Jin did not dwell on this topic for too long. However, he could not help but make some indirect inquiries about Xiao Yan during their casual conversation. He was not like old Luo, who was able to find out about Xiao Yan's background from just a heavy Xian ruler. He had always thought that Xiao Yan should be a disciple of some mysterious faction in the middle region. Otherwise, how did Xiao Yan obtain his high-class Do skills and those mysterious secret techniques that only existed in the middle region? Xiao Yan did not dare to be careless when faced with all this. Forget about Luo Jin. The current old Luo in front of him was not an ordinary person. Of course, Xiao Yan did not know that Luo Ao already knew about his background. He did not know what kind of expression would appear on Xiao Yan's face if Luo Ao were to reveal it in the future. Hee, little fellow, you are now an influential person in the ancient savage city. Look at these people. They have all come from the various factions in the surrounding large cities or clans. They have all come here for you. Old Luo involuntarily shook his head when he saw that Luo Jin was still closely pursuing Xiao Yan and interrogating him. Immediately, he let out a soft laugh from his mouth and interrupted Luo Jin's words that he wanted to continue. At the same time, old Luo waved his sleeves and an invisible pillar shot out. After the empty space in front of the three of them wiggled, a light curtain that was dozens of feet large slowly appeared. At this very moment, the scene in the ancient savage city in the outside world was completely seen by Xiao Yan's group. Seeing this scene, Luo Jin also withdrew his thoughts with some thoughts in his heart. His gaze similarly looked at the enormous light curtain in front of him. Xiaoyan curled his lips in response. He felt quite helpless in his heart. He looked at the black mass of human heads on the light curtain and laughed bitterly. Old Luo, don't make fun of me. If it wasn't for them, I wouldn't have to hide here. Old Luo involuntarily laughed out loud when he heard this. He did not expect that the champion of this year's Alchemist Grand Meeting would actually be chased by a group of unrelated people, until he had nowhere to hide. It was really laughable. In response, Xiaoyan could only violently roll his eyes at the crowd on the light curtain. Luo Jin also had a faint smile at the corner of his mouth. His gaze casually swept across the light curtain. After which, he once again looked at Xiaoyan and laughed. Brother Yan Xiao, now that the Alchemist Grand Meeting has ended, what plans do you have next? When it came to the main topic, Xiaoyan's expression immediately turned serious. Old Luo smiled as he looked at the two people in front of him. His heart was filled with expectations for the two of them. The two members of the younger generation in front of him could be considered as the true outstanding existences among the younger generation in the entire continent. Luo Jin came from the middle region. Naturally, there was no need to talk about his talent. If he was to focus on his cultivation, given his ability, as long as he was given enough time, there would definitely be a place for him in the future of the continent. As for Xiaoyan, although he was not someone from this continent, given his ability and his frightening cultivation talent, Xiaoyan's future achievements might not be inferior to those disciples from the middle region. When Xiaoyan heard Luo Jin's words, his eyebrows gently lifted. According to his plan, he should directly head to the western region after the Alchemist Grand Meeting ended. However, although the Alchemist Grand Meeting had ended, there was still one thing that was on Xiaoyan's mind. Haha, previously, with old Luo's help, I obtained a lightning void pool invitation from the Li family's ancestor. I am also somewhat curious about that so-called lightning void pool. If there is an opportunity this time, I would like to go in and take a look. At the same time, I will also break through to the 4-star half-emperor realm. When Luo Jin heard this, he gently nodded his head. Soon after, he looked at Xiaoyan with a solemn expression and said, Brother Yan Xiao, at that time, don't forget about that despicable MOD. Given that fellow's character, he will not let this matter rest. At that time, you must be extremely careful. When he heard Luo Jin's words, Xiaoyan could not help but frown. There was a slightly strange expression in his eyes. From Luo Jin's words, it seemed that he did not intend to enter the lightning void pool as well. Haha, because my cultivation technique is a little special, the energy within the lightning void pool is not suitable for my cultivation. Therefore, this time, only you will enter the lightning void pool. As if he had seen through Xiaoyan's doubts, Luo Jin did not conceal anything and directly explained the reason to Xiaoyan. Xiaoyan also nodded his head to show that he understood. Different cultivation techniques required different cultivation methods. For example, Xiaoyan's flame mantra required the use of heavenly flames to cultivate. This was something that other cultivation techniques could not achieve. As for MOD and the others, although they were not easy to deal with, when the time came, they would not be the only ones entering the lightning void pool. Gu Li and Qi Lin would also enter. Under the suppression of the two of them, in addition to himself and the Northern King, they should not be able to cause any big waves. Huff, now it is time to refine that portion of soul source.